Welcome back to Worlds of Prothika audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Prothika, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Prothika's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothikan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprothika.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 11. Elira. I slip through the jagged pass at twilight, heart battering my ribs as I make my way back to the coven's hidden sanctuary. The air here is noticeably colder, the high altitude chilling the sweat on my skin. My legs ache from days of near-constant travel, and a dull throbbing haunts my shoulder, a souvenir of the last monstrous battle and my frantic clash with Veilen. Just thinking his name tightens my chest with conflicting emotions I'm not ready to face. Rounding the final bend, I spot the narrow path that leads to the coven entrance, half concealed by boulders and creeping vines. Dim orbs of arcane light glow along the corridor, illuminating the damp rock walls. Exhaustion claws at me, but I push forward, ignoring the roiling tension in my stomach. This was once my refuge, a safe haven from the violent world below. Now every step pulses with dread. In my travels, I found out something. I have to return despite the dangers. The Red Purnas have turned on their own, I remind myself grimly, and if I don't warn the matriarch, we could all be doomed. I pause just outside the main cavern, straining my ears for any sign of trouble. The usual hum of practicing spells and quiet chatter is conspicuously muted. My breath plumes in the cold air. I brace a hand on the rock, swallowing my nerves. For days I've been on the run. I never dreamed returning home would feel so terrifying. Summoning a thread of courage, I move inside. Arcane torches embedded in the walls cast shifting patterns on the smooth stone floor. The corridor opens into the grand hall, supported by thick pillars carved with ancient runes. Normally, I'd see groups of Purnas discussing their craft or preparing meals in communal areas. Tonight, the space is almost deserted, the hush ominous. My footsteps echo as I edge past the central dais. Movement flickers at the far corner, a cluster of younger Purnas glancing my way, their faces drawn with fear. One of them, a girl named Marina, clutches her staff protectively, as though expecting an attack. The moment our eyes meet, she turns and runs, disappearing down a side passage. A hollow feeling spreads through me. They're afraid. Of what? Me? I know rumours of my disappearance must be swirling, not to mention the prophecy, and now the Red Purnas' betrayal. My chest feels tight with the weight of everything I must convey. I head toward the matriarch's private quarters, navigating halls illuminated by gentle spells. My mind spins with what I must tell her. The Red Purnas are orchestrating attacks, Veilen's desperate pursuit, the monstrous creatures prowling near the wild sponts, and the creeping rumours that the gargoyles stir beneath Prothika's crust. I recall the fervour in Nerissa's eyes, how the Red Purnas believed I should be exploited or destroyed. They'll move against us soon if they haven't already. At the threshold of a familiar archway, I find two older Purnas standing guard, Talima and Besare. Talima's gaze narrows the instant she sees me. "Elira," she says stiffly, blocking my path. My throat constricts. "I have to see the matriarch. It's urgent." Talima exchanges a wary look with Besare before stepping aside. She's in council with the elders. Her glare suggests she doubts whether I should be allowed through. But Besare gently touches Talima's arm, and they both shift to let me pass. A swirl of unease tightens my gut. I sense suspicion radiating off them like a tangible force. I slip into the matriarch's chamber, a circular space lined with shelves of weathered tomes and jars of magical ingredients. A large brazier occupies the centre, its coals glowing a low red, casting dancing shadows on the carved walls. At the far side, Matriarch Lumeria stands with 3 elders, Ivara, Quelina, and Serene. Their voices hush the moment I enter. The matriarch lifts her head, silver braid draped over one shoulder. Her gaze pins me in place. Relief flickers across her features, then wariness bleeds in. "Elira," she greets, voice even. "You've returned sooner than expected. We told you we will contact you when it's safe." My pulse thrums. I step forward, ignoring the dryness in my throat. "Matriarch, I have critical news. The Red Purnas. They've escalated their attacks. I've seen evidence of their brutality firsthand. They're planning a betrayal that could harm the coven." Lumeria's lips press into a tight line. "We feared as much. But your disappearance caused alarm. Many believed you'd cut ties with us entirely. We couldn't tell everyone about what's happening, that we had to send you away." Heat sparks in my cheeks. "Never. I only left to avoid endangering the coven further. You asked me to leave." I swallow, summoning calm. "The Red Purnas intend to lure me into a trap. They're openly assaulting our kind and humans and possibly forging alliances with the Overlord's enforcer to capture me." A tense silence follows. I notice the elders exchange anxious glances. Ivara, known for her stoic wisdom, arches a brow. "You speak of alliances with a dark elf. Are you certain?" I breathe shakily. "Yes. There are rumours of them wanting to harness my power, force me to lead a war. They won't rest until they succeed." The matriarch nods, her gaze flicking to Quelina. "We suspected the Red Purnas might turn brutal, but forging alliances with dark elves. That's news to us. We'll consider how best to protect the coven." I exhale, a measure of relief slipping in. At least they're taking me seriously. "We need to prepare defensive wards," I continue, scanning their faces. "Any illusions we have won't deter them forever. They're cunning, and they know our vulnerabilities." Quelina's eyes drift over my travel-worn figure. "You look exhausted. Have you encountered them directly?" I hesitate. How much do I reveal about Veilen? The memory of his lips on mine still scorches my mind, tangled with the recollection of our precarious truce. "I had a confrontation with one group," I hedge. "They're ruthless. They attacked me, forced me to use dangerous magic to escape." Lumeria's keen gaze doesn't waver. "Is that all that happened, child?" She steps closer, the brazier's light flickering across her stern features. "There are rumours swirling about you and a dark elf enforcer. We heard you'd been seen together more than once. Some say you've allied with him." My stomach clenches. I can almost taste the fear that saturates this space. "It's not like that," I murmur. "He pursued me, nearly captured me, but we ended up fighting side by side against monstrous creatures in a wild spot." I pause, uncertain how to phrase the complicated reality. "He let me go." A hush descends. Serene breaks it first, voice trembling with apprehension. "Why would a dark elf enforcer let you go if his overlord wants you so badly? Are you certain you haven't been compromised? They excel at manipulation." My spine stiffens. I'd never betray the coven. The Overlord's enforcer, Veilen, was wounded and we barely survived. It was a moment of necessity, not conspiracy. My cheeks warm under their skeptical stares. They suspect me of treachery or worse. Ivara's lips pinch. "You appear unsettled. We worry this dark elf might have influenced you." Anger and shame war within me. The memory of that heated moment in the ruined temple flares again, stirring emotions I can't fully name. He's not controlling me, I say sharply. I returned because the Red Purnas are the real threat. They could tear this coven apart if we don't act. Lumeria exchanges glances with the elders, a silent conference passing between them. Finally, she speaks, voice measured. We must trust in your intentions, Elira, but caution demands we verify. We'll have wards placed around you, subtle spells to detect if any foreign magic lingers. If you truly stand clean of the Dark Elves' influence, you won't mind. My pride bristles, but I understand. Fine, I acquiesce softly. Do what you must. I want the same thing you do, to keep our people safe. She nods, relief warring with lingering doubt. Very well. She beckons me to approach the brazier. We'll do the detection spell now. Ivara, prepare the incantation. I move closer, ignoring the hollow dread in my stomach. Ivara steps forward, chanting under her breath, hands outstretched. Gentle threads of arcane light swirl around me, warm yet probing. I remain still as the magic tingles over my skin, an intangible brush searching for traces of dark elf enchantments or hidden illusions. After a few moments, Ivara lets out a long sigh. I detect no overt spell tethering her to dark forces. I release the breath I didn't realize I was holding. Lumeria's shoulders relax a fraction, though unease still shadows her eyes. We believe you, Elira, she says, but you must be forthright with us about any further entanglements. I clamp my lips together, uncertain how to articulate the messy swirl of emotions connected to Veilen. There's nothing else, I manage. Part of me feels guilty for concealing the physical aspect of our encounter, but I can't bear their condemnation. Quelina nods. We'll keep an eye on you regardless. Now, about the Red Purnas. Do you have a sense of their next move? I swallow hard, forcing my thoughts away from Veilen. They might target outlying covens or human settlements rumoured to harbour Purnas. I heard talk of them sowing chaos to draw me out. They think I'd rush to defend anyone in danger. And they're right. I can't stand by if they slaughter innocents. Soft murmurs run through the elders. The matriarch's gaze flicks between them. We'll strengthen our wards and send envoys to warn other covens. Meanwhile, Elira, you should rest. She lifts a hand to forestall my protest. You're exhausted. Your shoulder is obviously injured, and your magic must be nearly spent. I want to argue, but a wave of weariness slams me. She's right. I can barely remain upright. Fine, I concede, but only for a brief spell. Then I'll help with defences. The matriarch steps closer, placing a gentle palm on my bruised shoulder. A tender warmth seeps from her hand, easing some tension. We're glad you're back, child. We stand stronger together. A flicker of guilt courses through me for the secrecy and conflict that drove me away. I understand, I murmur. Then I stagger, dizziness making the room tilt. Quelina rushes forward to steady me. Rest, Ivara repeats firmly. We'll wake you if trouble arises. With no further argument left in me, I let them guide me from the matriarch's chamber. My legs feel like water, my mind spinning with unanswered questions. Outside, the corridor is quieter than before. Most Purnas likely behind locked doors or in smaller gatherings, bracing for the possibility of an attack. As I shuffle toward my old quarters, I sense eyes on me. Glancing back, I spot Alicia, my closest friend, standing at the end of the corridor. She doesn't rush forward. Instead, she hesitates, studying me with a guarded expression. My chest tightens. If even Alicia is wary, how bad have the rumours grown? Still, I approach her slowly. Alicia? Hey. My voice cracks with a mixture of relief and trepidation. She tilts her head, fiery curls framing her face. You're alive. We weren't sure. Word spread that you'd been travelling with a dark elf." Her tone carries a trace of hurt. I didn't know what to believe. My heart clenches. It's complicated, I admit. He's tried to capture me, yes, but we also ended up fighting side by side. It's not some grand alliance. I swear. Her expression softens, though apprehension remains in her eyes. I never doubted your heart, Elira, just worried he might have twisted your mind somehow. I recall Veilen's pained gaze, the brush of his lips. My face warms involuntarily. He didn't twist me, I say quietly. It's all a mess, but I haven't forgotten who I am. Alicia releases a breath, then steps closer to wrap me in a tentative hug. I collapse against her, relieved by the familiar warmth of her embrace. She smells of lavender and old parchment, a comforting reminder of better times. I missed you, she murmurs, voice muffled by my hair. I clear my throat. I missed you too. I just had to protect everyone by staying away. Pulling back, I meet her gaze. But the Red Purnas are out of control. We have to be ready. She nods, eyes flicking around for eavesdroppers. Tensions run high. The matriarch's been dealing with internal disputes daily. Everyone's on edge, especially after hearing that some Purnas vanished, presumably taken by the Red Purnas or worse. A tremor runs through me. We need a plan. Strengthening wards might not be enough if they come in force. Alicia grips my arm. We'll figure it out. Let me walk you to your room. You look like you can barely stand. I don't argue. Letting her guide me, I shuffle down the corridor until we reach the door to my old quarters, an alcove carved into the rock. I push the curtain aside, stepping into the small space. A worn rug covers the smooth stone floor, and a simple bed sits against the wall. I never realised how much I missed this place until now. Alicia sets a hand on my shoulder. Rest. I'll bring you a hot drink and maybe some stew. You need strength. My knees nearly buckle at the promise of warm food. Thank you, I whisper, voice cracking with gratitude. She offers a faint smile before slipping out, leaving me alone in the soft glow of a single arcane orb. Collapsing onto the bed, I let out a shaky breath. My body throbs in protest, my shoulder especially. Rolling up my sleeve, I see purplish bruises spreading across the skin. The memory of Veilen's blade pressing me to the ground flashes through my head, followed by his lips meeting mine in an unexpected rush. My heart lurches. Even in the relative safety of my room, I can't escape the storm of confusion he's sown in me. I try to still my mind, focusing on the hush of the coven's ancient magic. The walls here practically hum with protective wards carved over generations. Once, I found solace in that comforting hum. Now, I can't quiet the swirl of guilt, longing and dread over the revelations swirling outside these halls. The gargoyles. My eyes drift shut despite the worries. I slip into a shallow doze, only half aware of my breathing. Time passes in a blur until a soft footstep rouses me. My eyes flutter open, and I find Alicia standing there with a steaming bowl and a clay cup. The savoury aroma makes my mouth water. She hands me the meal without a word, then helps me sit up, adjusting a pillow behind my back. I murmur thanks and dive into the stew, each spoonful fueling my battered body. When the bowl is half finished, Alicia sinks onto the edge of the bed, studying me with concern. "Elira," she begins softly, "while you were gone, the matriarch discovered more evidence the gargoyles are stirring. Minor quakes, strange howls near old battle sites. It's no coincidence." My spoon hovers, a cold fear trickling through me. So it's true. They're really waking. My heart pounds. The prophecy I never asked for lingers over me like a curse. Seal or free them. The Red Purnas thirst for that power, the Overlord's forces likewise. Everyone wants to harness or destroy me for it. Alicia sets a hand on my arm. We don't know how soon or how many. but the signs are clear, and I'm afraid some have escaped our detection. If all of them break free, they'll be unstoppable. The coven is terrified. I swallow. Then we can't just hide. We must find a way to stop them or handle it. The prophecy... My voice falters, memories of the matriarch's vision crashing into me. I might be the only one capable of sealing them again, or unleashing them if I'm not careful. She squeezes my arm gently. The matriarch wants to keep you safe, but some of the elders fear you'll unintentionally free them with your chaotic power. All these rumours about your contact with a dark elf aren't helping. People panic, suspecting you might be manipulated into unleashing the gargoyles. The stew sours in my stomach. I'd never do that. Gods, Alicia, you know me. She must see the anguish in my eyes because she nods quickly. I do, but fear twists people's minds. My gaze drops to the half-empty bowl. Gargoyles, the Red Purnas, the Overlord, all converging on me. My hand trembles on the spoon. I can't let the gargoyles roam free to slaughter innocents, I say quietly. Nor can I allow the Red Purnas or the Overlord to use me as a weapon. She brushes a stray curl from her brow. So what do we do? My throat constricts. If the gargoyles truly wake, we must be ready to seal them again. That means I have to learn more about the spell that trapped them in the first place, how the Purna did it long ago. Maybe we can replicate or strengthen it. My lips press together. The matriarch has records, I'm sure, but she's always been reluctant to share the full details. The cost was high. Many Purnas died casting that magic. Still, it might be our only chance. Alicia nods, though apprehension lines her face. I'll help you, but you'll have to convince the matriarch and elders to trust you enough for that knowledge. I grimace. They already question my loyalty. I'll do whatever it takes. I set the bowl aside and reach for her hand, holding it tight. Thank you, I whisper. She squeezes back, offering a small smile. Rest a bit more, then we'll approach the matriarch together. We might have to wait until morning. The elders are convening about new wards as we speak. I nod, leaning back against the pillow. Anxiety hums in my veins, but I'm too weary to argue. Yes, morning, I repeat, letting the word settle. My eyelids grow heavy once more. Alicia strokes my hand reassuringly, a silent gesture of support. Sleep claims me in fitful waves, but in the dark corners of my dreams, I see flickers of gargoyles shattering their stone prisons, wings scraping across cavern ceilings. I hear roars that rattle my bones, sense chaos swallowing the land. And behind it all, Veilen's voice calls my name, a plea or a warning, I'm not certain. When morning finally creeps into my chamber, the anxiety remains, sharper now. I rouse to find Alicia dozing in a nearby chair, arms folded. I shift, wincing at my sore muscles. My mind instantly recalls the day's urgency. Gargoyles stirring, Red Purnas on the warpath, the Overlord's relentless pursuit. I can't let fear paralyse me. Easing off the bed, I stretch my stiff limbs, rotate my injured shoulder. It still hurts, but at least I can move. My clothes are wrinkled, dusty from travel and conflict. I rummage in an old chest, pulling out a fresh tunic and leggings, then lace up my boots. Alicia stirs at the noise, blinking blearily. "You're up early?" she mumbles, yawning. "Did you sleep at all?" "Some," I answer, tugging the tunic over my head. My hair is a tangled mess, so I quickly braid it, ignoring stray wisps. "We have work to do." Her gaze sharpens with resolve. "Right, let's see the matriarch." We exit my chamber, the corridor more active than last night. I sense the tension thrumming in the air, Purnas whispering in worried clusters, novices darting around with armfuls of supplies for wards. They eye me warily, some with open suspicion. My gut twists. They wonder if I'm still on their side. At the Grand Hall, we find the matriarch surrounded by elders and a few senior Purnas. They appear deep in discussion about ward placements, lines of protective runes, and the possibility of Red Purna infiltration. The sight of me hushes their chatter. Lumeria inclines her head, expression guarded. Elira, you're awake. Feeling stronger? I nod. Yes, matriarch. I need to ask you something crucial. My voice wavers, but I press on. The gargoyles are stirring, and we have limited time before they might break free. I want access to the old records detailing how they were sealed before. I need to understand the spell. A ripple of uneasy murmurs passes among the elders. One of them, Elder Veilen, whose presence I failed to notice earlier, steps forward, tall and austere. Those records are restricted. The rituals used then were dangerous beyond measure. We nearly lost our entire coven in that conflict. My heart clenches. I know the risks, but if the gargoyles awaken fully, countless lives will be lost. We must prepare. The prophecy, it points to me, doesn't it? I glance at Lumeria, hating the tremor in my voice. If I'm meant to seal them or free them, I'd rather choose sealing, but I need knowledge to ensure I don't trigger the opposite. Lumeria's brow knits. She trades a sombre look with the elders, then sighs. You speak sense, child. Yet many here fear giving you such power, worried about your experiences beyond the coven. They're unsure where your loyalty lies. I stiffen. My loyalty is here. I'm not colluding with the Overlord or the Red Purnas. I return to protect our people, not betray them. Veilen's sharp gaze probes me. We can't ignore the possibility you've been swayed by outside influence, intentionally or not. The cost of misusing that ritual is catastrophic. Frustration surges. Alicia steps forward, an edge in her voice. She's risked her life to warn us. Shouldn't that count for something? The gargoyles won't wait while we bicker, and the Red Purnas certainly won't. Ivara nods in cautious agreement. We can't remain paralysed by doubt. Time is slipping away. Serene steeples her fingers, expression grave. Perhaps a compromise. We allow Elira partial access. We guide her carefully, ensuring she doesn't attempt the ritual alone. A tense pause follows, then Lumeria lifts her hand, signalling for quiet. We will do this in measured steps, she pronounces. Elira, gather your strength. You may access certain relevant documents under direct supervision of the elders. Veilen and Ivara will oversee. If you truly mean to seal the gargoyles again, let us ensure you have the knowledge to do so responsibly. Relief floods me, though it's tempered by the weight of their scrutiny. Thank you. I promise I won't betray your trust. Lumeria nods, though a shadow of uncertainty lingers in her eyes. Very well. We'll reconvene in the library at midday. Prepare yourself. With that, the meeting dissolves. The elders disperse to finalise warding strategies, novices scurry to fetch fresh supplies, and the matriarch glides away with Serene, presumably to discuss further defensive measures. I stand in the hall, shoulders sagging with both relief and lingering anxiety. One step at a time. Alicia loops an arm through mine as we exit. We've got this, she murmurs, trying to infuse confidence into her tone. At least they're listening. I offer a tremulous smile, but my thoughts remain on the gargoyles, massive beings who once nearly destroyed entire covens, and on the precarious position I occupy in this prophecy. A swirl of images crosses my mind. Ancient tombs, shadows shifting underground, Veilen's haunted eyes, the Red Purnas' savage ambitions. Time is running out, indeed. As we cross a smaller corridor, I notice a cluster of younger Purnas whispering. Their stares linger on me. One flinches when I glance her way, like a child caught eavesdropping. Suspicion is everywhere. My heart aches. This coven was once my family. Now they look at me like I'm a threat. Alicia nudges me gently. Don't let them rattle you. Prove them wrong by doing what needs to be done. I nod, pushing aside the sting. Yes. My mind drifts to Veilen. I recall the confusion in his voice, the anguish etched on his face when we parted. Has he reported his failure to the Overlord? Are the Red Purnas forging deals with him behind my back? The mere idea of him collaborating with those fanatics twists my stomach, though I can't see him condoning their brutality. He's no saint, but he's not savage. Heat creeps up my cheeks, recalling the feel of his lips, the fleeting rush of closeness we shared. A swirl of emotions surges, yearning, guilt, anger. Focus on the coven, I chide myself. There's no room for foolish sentiment. Yet a quiet voice inside me insists that my bond with Veilen isn't mere foolishness, that it might shape the outcome in ways I can't foresee. Shaking my head, I bury that thought. The coven needs me to stand strong, not pine after a dark elf who hunts me. If he truly meant me harm, he would have delivered me to Orthani by now. But that doesn't make him an ally, or does it? The library sits deep within the rock, behind a pair of heavy wooden doors etched with runic symbols. At midday, after a brief meal, I head there. 2 elders, Veilen and Elira, await my arrival. Shelves upon shelves of tomes and scrolls line the walls, culminating in a circular reading area with a broad wooden table. Enchanted orbs drift overhead, casting gentle light without the need for torches. Veilen greets me with a curt nod, her expression stony. Elira manages a softer smile, though caution still lurks behind her eyes. We've selected materials relevant to the gargoyle containment, Elira explains, gesturing to a stack of ancient scrolls resting on the table. We'll observe while you read. Ask questions if anything confuses you. My pulse quickens. Thank you, truly. Taking a seat, I unroll the first scroll. The parchment crackles with age, old ink splotches hinting at frantic rewriting. Diagrams of runic circles fill the margins, referencing harnessed life magic and forbidden arcs of chaos. My heart clenches. The last time the gargoyles were sealed, the cost was dear. Purnas died, or were driven mad. A chill seeps into me as I skim the text. It details how the Purnas, in ages past, attempted to turn a portion of the dark elves into stone, but the spell twisted them into gargoyles instead. Those gargoyles grew unstoppable until a desperate circle of powerful Purnas forced them into eternal sleep, embedding wards deep beneath the planet's crust. My chest grows tight. So the legends were true. Our ancestors inadvertently created them, then used an even darker ritual to contain them. As I delve deeper, Veilen hovers over my shoulder, occasionally reading lines with me, ensuring I'm not skipping crucial footnotes or referencing anything beyond the assigned texts. Her presence prickles my nerves, but I focus on gleaning every detail. The final portion references an unholy synergy of life magic and space-time manipulation to freeze the gargoyles in perpetual stone slumber. Space-time magic. My heartbeat spikes. That's my domain, though I barely grasp its full potential. Hours crawl by in hushed tension. Elira brings more scrolls from locked cabinets, describing the sacrifices required. Purnas draining their own life force, forging a tether to the gargoyle's essence. My stomach churns. Could I endure that? Am I even capable? Eventually my eyes blur, and I slump back in the chair, rubbing my temples. Veilen clears her throat. You see now why these rituals were kept sealed. Attempting them without mastery or caution could ravage your mind and body. I nod, exhaustion fraying my composure. I understand. We may have no choice. If they wake fully, countless will die. Elira sets a sympathetic hand on my shoulder. Let's pause for a moment. You've absorbed enough for one day. Reluctantly, I agree. As I stand, my muscles protest. Veilen collects the scrolls, locking them away. I sense her scrutiny still lingers, unsure if letting me see these texts is wise. This knowledge can save us or doom us, she warns quietly. Tread carefully, Elira. My throat bobs. I will. I exit the library with Ivara and Feline, tension knotting my shoulders. The hall is busier now. Apprentices dart by, clutching runic talismans. A few older Purnas hurry past with crates of supplies, presumably for strengthening wards. The entire coven feels like a beehive on the brink of being smoked out. Before we part ways, Ivara murmurs, "We'll alert the matriarch that you've begun your study. Any sign of Red Purna infiltration, you'll be among the first to know." "Thank you," I whisper, voice tight with gratitude. Then I slip away, weaving through the corridors toward my chamber, mind awash with grim possibilities. If the Red Purnas strike soon, we'll be pinned between their aggression and the looming gargoyle threat. At an intersection, I nearly collide with a tense cluster of Purnas whispering in hushed tones. They jump back, regarding me with suspicion. One of them, a broad-shouldered woman named Biala, meets my gaze with open hostility. "You should have stayed gone, Elira," she hisses. "Rumour says the Red Purnas only ramped up violence because they want you back." Her words land like a slap. "I never asked for any of this," I protest, frustration blooming. "We either stand together or fall alone." She lets out a contemptuous scoff, turning away. The others follow suit, leaving me trembling with anger and sorrow. They blame me for the Red Purna's escalation, convinced I've become a magnet for chaos. Maybe they aren't wrong. Fighting tears, I continue to my chamber. Once inside, I collapse on the bed, burying my face in my hands. The prophecy, the mistrust of my coven, the memories of Veilen, everything merges into a suffocating swirl. Why must fate place me at the centre of such chaos? A faint brush of air signals someone entering. I raise my head to find Alicia in the doorway, face creased with concern. "I heard about your run-in with Biala," she says gently. "Don't let her words consume you. She's just afraid." I nod, tears pricking my eyes. All of them are afraid. So am I. The Red Purnas, the Overlord, the gargoyles. I'm just so tired. She moves to my side, sliding an arm around me. We can't control their fear, but we can stand firm together. I believe you'll find a way to seal the gargoyles if they rise. You've always been stronger than you realise. Her unwavering faith cracks open my chest. I lean into her shoulder, letting a single tear slip free before I sniff and compose myself. "Thank you, Alicia. I need that reminder right now." She returns the embrace, murmuring reassurances. A flicker of hope warms me. Despite the suspicion riddling the coven, I'm not alone. Alicia stands by my side, and the matriarch hasn't cast me out. We might yet overcome the darkness. Still, Veilen's face hovers in my thoughts. His wounded expression, the urgent need in our shared moment. My cheeks burn remembering that stolen intimacy. A complicated tangle of longing and guilt pulses. He's out there, wrestling with his own loyalties. I sense it. But for now, I can't dwell on him. Duty calls me to defend my coven from the Red Purnas, brace ourselves for the gargoyle threat, and possibly unravel the spells that once bound them. I close my eyes, inhaling Alicia's comforting presence. The path ahead is steep, littered with enemies and uncertain allies, but at least I've reclaimed a measure of trust here. When I speak again, my voice is steadier. We'll gather what we can, and if the Red Purnas strike first, we'll be ready. Alicia nods, determination shining in her eyes. Yes, we'll face them, together. Outside, distant footsteps echo through the corridors, carrying the pulse of an anxious coven. I tighten my grip on Alicia's hand, silently vowing that no matter what storms rage beyond these walls, I won't bow to fear. Despite the swirling chaos, despite the prophecy, the Overlord's ambitions, and the Red Purna's fanaticism, I remain resolute. My people need me, And so, with hope and dread braided in my heart, I brace myself for the battles to come, uncertain whether I can truly seal the gargoyles or shield my coven from betrayal. One thing is clear: time is running out, and each choice I make may determine the fate of Prathika, along with the fragile bond blossoming in my chest. One linked to an obsidian-skinned dark elf I can't quite banish from my thoughts. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Prathika, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Prothika audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Prothika's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Prothika bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 12. Veilen. I stand within Orthani's grand audience chamber, the obsidian pillars rising like dark sentinels around me. Each column is engraved with runic patterns, swirling lines that catch and reflect the faint violet glow of arcane torches. The floor beneath my boots gleams with polished black marble, making me feel as though I'm poised on the edge of a bottomless lake. Normally, I might find a grim comfort in this austere environment. This is where I've reported countless victories to the Overlord. But today, dread coils in my gut like a living thing. 2 lines of dark elf soldiers stand to either side of the long aisle leading to the dais, their gazes hooded, expressions carefully blank. They know better than to whisper when Rython Vatoris awaits. My cloak, still damp from the relentless rains, feels heavy on my shoulders, and my side protests every movement. The half-healed wound throbs, reminding me of how far I've strayed from my usual composure. Overlord Rython stands before his throne in the chamber. The seat itself is carved from black stone, inlaid with silver filigree depicting serpentine shapes, emblems of his chosen patron among the 13. He's draped in rich indigo robes, platinum hair combed sleek down his back, and pale eyes that radiate detached cruelty. By his side slinks Charon Verthus, the advisor who always seems to hover near the Overlord's ear. I force myself to keep my stride measured, ignoring the urge to clutch the bandage hidden under my armor. My heart hammers with anxiety. I came here because the Overlord demanded it, because I can't conceal my failures forever. Perhaps I should have fled after letting Elira go, but where would I hide? And more importantly, I still hope to wrest some measure of control from this confrontation, even if the odds are stacked. As I reach the dais, I bow low, fists crossing over my chest in the dark elf salute. My Overlord! His voice echoes through the chamber, smooth as oil. Veilen Duskbane at last. He doesn't invite me to rise, prolonging the tension. I remain bowed, forcing myself to endure the humiliation. You have been elusive, and not particularly successful in capturing our dear Purna. Care to explain? The question brims with menace. I swallow hard and straighten. She's resourceful, I begin, careful to keep my tone neutral. The Red Purnas have also interfered, complicating my pursuit. I hesitate, searching for the right words. They've grown bold, even offering me an alliance of sorts. Rython's features remain impassive, but a faint twitch at his lips betrays his interest. The Red Purnas. He steps closer, robes brushing the polished floor. Indeed, they have become a nuisance, but I recall giving you a single, unambiguous order. Capture Elira, no matter the cost. Is that not correct? A chill trickles down my spine. Yes, Overlord. His eyes narrow, glacial. And yet she remains free. Perhaps you have an explanation for your oversight? My pulse thrums. No easy explanation will appease him. She had the help of monstrous creatures spawned by a wild spawn, I say, half truthful. I was wounded and she escaped. A terse silence follows, broken only by the hiss of the distant torches. Sharon, lurking to the side, smirks, evidently pleased to see me squirm. Rython tilts his head, gaze raking over my bandaged side as if noticing it for the first time. Show me your injury. It's not a request. I grit my teeth, unbuckling the top strap of my armor and tugging down my tunic. The bandage is still spotted with dried blood, the wound beneath partially healed thanks to my own meager chaos magic and the salves I managed to find. Rython clicks his tongue. You've grown careless, Veilen. Surprising, for someone with your heritage. Something in his tone sets off alarm bells. He rarely refers to my background directly. My wound will heal, I say, resecuring the straps. It's not lethal. He raises a pale eyebrow. Perhaps not, but your performance is lacking. He steps forward, circling me with a predatory air. And I have little patience for failure. The unspoken threat coils around my throat. I force my gaze forward, refusing to show fear. He halts behind me, so close I sense the faint whisper of his robes against my cloak. Sharon, he calls softly. Bring me the artifact. Sharon dips his head, turning to a small obsidian chest perched on a side table. From it, he withdraws a polished crystal sphere, similar to but larger than the scry stones used for communication. But this one pulses with a dark light, flickers of red dancing beneath the surface. My heart lodges in my throat. I've seen it only once before, years ago, when the Overlord first tested my loyalty through a painful ritual. Overlord, I begin, but Rython's hand claps down on my shoulder, cold magic seeping through his touch. Hush, he murmurs. Let us see how deeply your loyalty runs after all this time. If you've forgotten your purpose, we must refresh it. Recalibrate your devotion, so to speak. Panic flares. I recall the agony that orb once inflicted, how it latched onto my mind, intensifying the Overlord's magical conditioning. My body tenses, instincts screaming to fight or flee. But the lines of soldiers stand around us, and I'm in no state for a futile stand. I am caged. Rython moves around me to face me directly, cradling the sphere in one hand. Its glow casts a distorted crimson reflection on his platinum hair. You see, Veilen, it's time you remember who created you. He lifts the sphere, holding it at eye level. All those old rumors about your lineage, did you think them nonsense? My blood runs cold. I've suspected something for years. Glimpses of gargoyle-like visions in nightmares, flashes of monstrous strength that occasionally burst free in the heat of battle. But hearing him reference it so boldly sends ice through my veins. What did you do to me? I rasp. Rython's smirk curves cruelly. Nothing you need to fear, if you stay loyal. He inclines his head, allowing the orb's flickering light to dance across my features. When Pertheka was young, our people warred with monstrous creatures known as gargoyles. Some believed them extinct or dormant, but I knew better. I acquired certain relics of their power. Through dark experiments, I blended that power with dark elf blood, forging a hybrid warrior. You! My breath hitches. That's impossible. But my heart races, adrenaline spiking. The nightmares, the strange surges of primal rage, the roars echoing in my mind. They align too perfectly with what he's saying. Gods help me, Rython continues, a satisfied gleam in his eye. You've always wondered why your skill exceeds that of other dark elves. Why your body recovers from wounds more swiftly. Why you have those episodes of confusion. The gargoyle blood in your veins isn't dormant. It thrums just beneath the surface. The chamber seems to shrink, the pillars looming like malevolent watchers. I swallow convulsively, mind spinning. Gargoyle blood. Hybrid creation. My entire identity warps beneath the weight of that revelation. I am part monster. The Overlord holds the orb out, letting it hover mere inches from my chest. Immediately, A wave of stifling energy washes over me. I gasp, knees threatening to buckle. My gargoyle side, whatever that means, roils in response to the orb's malignant pulse. It feels as though something inside me tries to claw free. The Overlord's magic presses it down, shaping and controlling it. "Feel that?" Rython murmurs. "This sphere is key to the very essence used in your making. A failsafe, if you will, ensuring your obedience. Whenever you waver, I can remind you who holds the leash." Pain lances through my chest, a searing ache that radiates outward to every limb. I gasp, struggling to remain upright. My mind floods with chaotic images, stone wings, deep caves, monstrous roars. I see a blood-soaked ritual table in a dim laboratory, the Overlord's face twisted with triumph. Did that happen? Memory or illusion, I can't tell. Agony overrides my senses. Soldiers stand in silent formation, unmoved by my pain. Sharon looks on with cold fascination, arms folded. Rython's lips curl in satisfaction. "So you see," he says softly, "if you harbor any misplaced sympathies, they'll be burned out. I want Elira delivered. If you can't manage it, I'll find someone else to handle you and your powers." Tears sting my eyes. I clutch at the sphere, trying to push it away. My hand meets that pulsing surface, and the jolt of magical feedback sends me staggering. My side wound flares, fresh blood seeping under my armor. I bite back a scream, shame lashing me. I am helpless. The Overlord lowers the orb, though its dark radiance still glimmers ominously. Relief floods in, though my muscles quake with lingering tremors. I nearly sag to my knees, breath coming in ragged gasps. "Do you understand now?" Rython asks, each syllable dripping with control. "Your leash is short. Your purpose is singular. Bring Elira to me, or watch your own monstrous side tear you apart." I want to protest, to shout that I won't be his puppet. But the memory of that agony, the flicker of gargoyle essence surging beneath my skin, robs me of defiance. Instead, I force myself to stand straighter, though tears of pain blur my vision. I serve," I choke out, the words like broken glass in my mouth. His grin expands. "Good. Now go. Recover your strength and then return to the hunt. The Red Purnas are moving quickly, so you'd best outpace them. If they capture Elira, you'll have even more to answer for." I nod numbly. My entire body resonates with the aftershock of the Overlord's cruel demonstration. I glimpse Sharon's smug face as I turn away. The soldiers remain silent, forming a corridor of judgment as I limp back toward the chamber doors. Passing through that gauntlet of stoic guards, I feel more exposed than I ever have. Usually I stride out of Orthani's throne room with confidence, orders in hand. Today I leave battered, reeling from the revelation of my own monstrous heritage, part gargoyle. The thought lodges in my mind like a splinter. Beyond the chamber's massive doors, the hallway arches overhead, lit by faint arcane orbs. My breathing is shaky, my legs unsteady. Each step stings the wound in my side, intensifying the swirl of helplessness. I picture Elira's face, a fleeting balm to the dread. Then I recall the Overlord's promise of what will happen if I continue to fail. He'll unleash that cursed orb again, twisting the gargoyle blood inside me until I break. I manage to reach a small alcove near the fortress courtyard, leaning heavily against a stone column. My vision swims and I press a hand to my wound, warm blood slicking my palm. Damn. In my frayed state, I risk collapsing. I need medical attention, or at least a fresh bandage. A figure approaches one of the fortress healers, robed in black. She keeps her hood low, features hidden. "Veilen," she says quietly. "I saw you leaving the throne room. You're injured." I stiffen, reluctant to show vulnerability, but I can't dismiss her offer. "Yes," I reply tersely. "Help me rewrap it." She leads me to a narrow bench, guiding me to sit. With deft hands, she peels back the old bandage, wincing at the fresh bleeding. "The Overlord does not treat his loyal soldier kindly," she murmurs, voice laced with subtle defiance. I cast her a sharp look, but she averts her gaze. Perhaps she sympathizes with me, or maybe she's just stating the obvious. I keep silent, letting her apply salve and fresh wrappings. When she finishes, I test the wound gingerly, exhaling a shaky breath. "Thank you," I say, voice hollow. She nods, expression impossible to read under her hood. "Go carefully, Veilen. Whispers run rampant about you and the Purna. The Overlord might not be your only threat." With that cryptic remark, she slips away, leaving me with my battered thoughts. Once my head clears enough to walk, I leave the fortress. The fortress gates swing open, revealing Orthani's sprawling city. Black stone buildings, narrow streets patrolled by dark elf soldiers, and towering spires that pierce the storm-laden sky. My Zalkir stands in the courtyard stable, snorting impatiently. Its scales glint under flickering mage lights, and it paws at the ground as I approach. "Easy," I murmur, stroking its neck. My mind still whirls with Rython's revelations. Gargoyle blood. I've been a walking abomination all this time. I mount the Zalkir carefully, my sides stiff with new bandages. The stable hands avert their eyes, clearly sensing my foul mood. Guiding the beast through the iron gates, I pass into Orthani's main thoroughfare. Citizens part nervously, aware of my status as the Overlord's enforcer. Usually, that authority bolsters me. Now it feels like a chain coiled around my throat. I head for the city's outskirts, each clatter of hooves echoing a hollow feeling in my chest. The Overlord wants results. The Red Purnas want an alliance. And Elira, she's out there, trying to protect her coven from both threats. My battered sense of duty wars with my memory of her warmth, her kindness, her impossible resilience. Focus! The Overlord's ultimatum leaves no room for moral debate. If I don't deliver Elira, he'll tighten his monstrous hold, possibly unleashing the gargoyle side of me with that cursed orb. My breath grows ragged. I can't let him do that. I can't become a mindless beast. Once outside Orthani's walls, I urge the Zalkir into a swift canter. The air tastes of damp stone and ashes from the city's many furnaces. On the horizon, rolling plains stretch out, dotted with flickers of lightning in the distance. A fierce wind tugs at my cloak, reminding me of the storms I braved days ago. My thoughts drift to the orchard meeting the Red Purnas insisted upon. I told them I needed time to gather a squad, but after seeing the Overlord, I have no illusions about forging a real alliance with them. Rython simply wants me to use them if it helps trap Elira, and then discard them. Perhaps I can sabotage their plans instead. But the Overlord's new hold over me complicates everything. I recall how he used the orb to incite my gargoyle essence, vile feeling of raw power and savage hunger. Even now, my blood simmers with an unfamiliar heat. If he triggers it again, I might lose all sense of self. A wave of despair washes over me. I'm enslaved by my own veins. As the plains open wide, I slow to a trot, letting the Zalkir navigate a winding path. In the distance, I spot the silhouette of a lonely watchtower perched on a rise, an ideal place to shelter for the night and gather my wits. I angle the mount in that direction, mind churning with conflicting loyalties. Memories of Elira surface again, unbidden. The tremor in her voice when she insisted she'd never betray her coven. The way her eyes flashed when we fought side by side against monstrous spawn. Her gasp against my lips in that ruin. She stirs something human in me, something that defies the Overlord's shaping. My heart tightens with longing and fear that this bond will only doom us both. Dusk settles by the time I reach the watchtower's base. It's a squat structure of weathered gray stone ringed by scraggly bushes. A battered wooden door stands half off its hinges. Dismounting, I lead the Zalkir inside the outer yard, tethering it to a collapsed cart. Then I test the watchtower door. It creaks open under my push, revealing a musty interior. The spiral stairs inside lead upward to a partial second floor, though the roof appears to have caved in long ago. With a few quick spells, I conjure faint violet orbs of chaos light, illuminating dusty corners. No signs of bandits or travelers. Good enough for a night's rest. I gather broken timber scraps and dry grass to kindle a small fire in the corner. My limbs tremble with exhaustion, physical and emotional. The Overlord's revelations have left me raw. Collapsing onto a section of fallen beam, I press my palms to my temples, eyes sliding shut. What do I do now? I can't deliver Elira to Rython's clutches, but if I refuse, he'll use that cursed orb to break me, unleashing a monster inside I barely comprehend. My entire existence feels like a sick joke, made from gargoyle blood to be a perfect killer. The Overlord's puppet. The fire crackles softly, bathing the watchtower's crumbling walls in flickering light. The air smells of damp stone and charred wood. My side thumps with dull pain, but it's nothing compared to the ache in my chest. Would Elira look at me with the same empathy if she knew I'm partly gargoyle? Maybe she'd recoil. Maybe she'd see only a monster. My throat constricts. I rub my arms, trying to chase away the chill creeping through me. Outside, the wind whistles through cracks in the stone, as though echoing the despair curdling in my gut. My eyes drift to the small fire, remembering the first time I saw Elira's illusions dance around flames. She was so graceful, and even in her panic. My breath catches, a pang of longing flickering behind my sternum. I should drive these thoughts away. Yet, I can't. Each recollection of her is a lifeline against the Overlord's suffocating hold. Perhaps that's why I cling to them. She stands for everything I was trained to suppress. Compassion, autonomy, the possibility of forging my own destiny. I imagine her fiery eyes if I told her about the gargoyle blood. Would she scorn me, or would she see the broken man behind the Overlord's creation? A frustrated growl escapes my lips. I'm pinned on all sides. The Overlord demands results, or threatens to unleash my monstrous nature. The Red Purnas circle like vultures, wanting to manipulate me or wipe me out. The gargoyles themselves stir beneath the earth, a ticking bomb. And at the center, Elira holds a power that might seal them or free them. My role? Her captor or her ally? Possibly both in a twisted sense. I rake my fingers through my hair, ignoring the dull throb in my ribs. Eventually, I force myself to rummage in my pack for a ration of dried meat and stale bread. Chewing mechanically, I stare at the wavering flames. The Overlord's ultimatum still burns in my mind. Bring her, or lose yourself. The horror of that orb's presence lingers, making my skin crawl. When I finish eating, I rise, pacing the tiny space. The second floor is half collapsed, the stairs leading to a rubble-strewn platform open to the sky. I climb them anyway, seeking fresh air. At the top, the night wind buffets my face. Dark clouds shift above, revealing glimpses of stars. Orthani's distant lights glow on the horizon, a reminder that Rython's seat of power never sleeps. I lean on the stone ledge, breathing deep. My side protests, but I welcome the sharp pain. It's real, grounding me. What next, Veilen? The question has no easy answer. I suspect I'll track Elira again, but not to deliver her like a lamb to slaughter. Instead, I'll warn her, help her, or gods, I don't know. The Overlord's orb is a looming threat. Even if I find her, can I protect her from him? Protect myself? An unexpected wave of hopelessness surges. I press my fist to my chest, recalling that moment in the ruined temple, the closeness we shared. A flicker of warmth seeps into me, a memory of how her breath hitched when she whispered my name. That bond might be my only chance at redemption. But if the Overlord tightens his hold, I might become a monster that destroys her. The very thought makes me quake with revulsion. Lightning flashes far off, painting the nightscape in stark white. A thunderous rumble follows, distant but resonant. I close my eyes, letting the wind whip my hair around my face. My tears slip free, hot against my cheeks, though I quickly rub them away. I am not weak. but each breath tastes of despair. At length, I force myself to descend the stairs, returning to my modest fire. I can't linger in self-pity. Dawn will bring another day of searching, another day of playing this deadly game between the Overlord, the Red Purnas, and my own fractured conscience. I settle against the rubble, letting the fire's warmth lull my trembling muscles. The Zalkir shifts outside, probably dozing while standing. Sleep is slow to come. Every time I drift, I see glimpses of the Overlord's orb, that malevolent red glow. I feel the phantom pain of gargoyle essence clawing at my mind, urging me to unleash savage strength. Then I see Elira's face, eyes wide, lips parted in a silent plea. Don't become that monster. Jarring awake, I realize my fists are clenched, nails digging into my palms hard enough to bleed. By the time true sleep claims me, the fire has died to embers. The watchtower's darkness envelopes me like a grave, and my last coherent thought is the echo of Rython's voice. You belong to me. I want to scream that he's wrong, but the memory of that orb's agony binds my defiance. Tomorrow, I think, in the delirium between waking and slumber, I'll find a way to resist, no matter the cost. Yet even as the vow forms, a deeper terror lurks. What if my gargoyle blood awakens in full? The Overlord holds the leash, and I've glimpsed the monstrous power thrashing inside my veins. If that day comes, I might be lost entirely, a hybrid abomination with no memory or mercy. And that, more than the Overlord's threats, chills me to the bone. Exhaustion finally pulls me under, leaving me with nightmares of stone wings and red orbs, illusions melding with scattered memories. I dream of Elira standing on a precipice, calling my name with tears in her eyes, while the Overlord laughs, orb in hand, yanking a chain attached to my chest. I reach for her, but each step draws me deeper into a labyrinth of shadows. My heart pounds with the knowledge that if I don't shatter these chains soon, I will become the monster Rython designed me to be, and in doing so, lose the only glimmer of hope I've ever known. So I sleep, fitful and tormented, the watchtower's broken walls providing scant shelter from the storm within my soul.
Chapter 13. Elira. A single iron gate looms at the base of Orthani's fortress, its bars slick with nighttime rain. My heart thunders as I press myself against a half-collapsed wall across the narrow courtyard, scanning for guards. 2 dark elf sentries stand to the left, each gripping a halberd, whose blade flickers with faint arcane light. I swallow hard. It's almost midnight, and the city's swirling fog clings to the streets like a shroud, muffling footsteps and lending an eerie hush. Drawing a trembling breath, I reach inward for my magic. The tingle of illusions and space-time power dances just beneath my skin, battered by weeks of exertion but ready if I push hard enough. I came here to rescue Veilen. The vow propels me forward, no matter the cost. My coven would call this insanity, creeping into the Overlord's stronghold, risking capture or worse. But after reading half a day's worth of broken texts on sealing gargoyles, I couldn't shake the feeling that Veilen's captivity would spell doom for us both. The Overlord's monstrous hold on him is tightening. If Veilen slips fully into that twisted gargoyle nature, all hope might vanish. I still shiver remembering how I learned of Veilen's predicament. Rumours from travellers trickled in. The Overlord summoned him back to Orthani, punishing him for his failure to capture me. Then a hushed courier from an unnamed source reached my coven's outskirts, bearing a message that Veilen was imprisoned within the fortress walls, locked in a battle against some vile conditioning. My heart clenched reading those words. Despite the suspicion from the coven, I refused to let fear stop me. He saved me once. Now it's my turn. Lightning snaps across the clouds overhead, briefly illuminating the fortress's towering spires. The guards at the gate glance upward, momentarily distracted. Taking my chance, I shape a thin veil of illusions around myself. warping the dim courtyard into a deeper swirl of shadows. My illusions aren't perfect. If the guards stare too hard, they'll see through me. But with the rolling fog and flickering torches, I hope it's enough. I slip across the muddy ground, careful to avoid stepping on loose rubble that might crunch underfoot. My heart roars with each step, pulses of adrenaline fueling me. A few paces from the gate, I pause, inhaling the sharp scent of wet stone. Focus. I weave a faint trick of air manipulation, coaxing the wind to howl from behind the guards. They turn, halberds at the ready, attention pulled away from my path. With a trembling exhale, I slide through the narrow gap at the edge of the portcullis. The illusions swirl around me like a watery distortion, almost dissolving under my pounding nerves. Once inside, I duck behind an upturned cart by the fortress's side, pressing a hand to my racing chest. I'm in. The courtyard behind the gate is a sprawling space lined with stables and storerooms. Lanterns sputter in the drizzly wind. Most of the Overlord's troops presumably rest or patrol deeper inside, but pockets of guards roam here. Each passing minute intensifies the risk of discovery. I recall Veilen's whispered descriptions of the fortress layout from our tense nights on the run. He once admitted to me how the Overlord's throne room sits in the highest tower, with a labyrinth of corridors beneath. Veilen's private quarters or a small cell might lie deeper underground or in some side corridor. I pray the rumours are correct, that he's not simply locked away in public view, but hidden somewhere only a few loyal enforcers can access. Another lightning flare reveals a broad doorway to the left, flanked by ominous statues of coiled serpents. That might lead to the lower levels. Steeling myself, I scramble toward the doorway, illusions wavering as raindrops pelt my hood. When I reach the threshold, I peer inside. The corridor slopes downward, lit by arcane torches that cast purplish glows on the slick walls. My nostrils pick up a faint odour of damp stone and something sharper, like chemicals or potions. This has to be the right direction. I press forward, footsteps echoing lightly on the polished floor. The corridor branches off at intervals, each passageway suffused with that same eerie violet light. Occasionally voices drift from behind closed doors, harsh instructions or clipped conversation. I flatten myself against the wall whenever I sense movement, illusions pressing me into the gloom. My shoulder twinges from old bruises, but I ignore the pain. I have to find him. At last, I reach a heavy iron door etched with runic symbols. Faint arcs of energy shimmer across it. A ward, no doubt. 2 Miu soldiers stand guard, each armed with swords and wearing the Overlord's sigil on their breastplates. My illusions waver dangerously close to them, but they don't stir. Perhaps they're half asleep or not expecting an intruder. I bite my lip, considering my options. I can't barge in. They'll raise an alarm. Instead, I close my eyes and mould a subtle transformation in the lock mechanism, coaxing the metal inside to warp as though it's worn with age. If it works, the bolt might slip free. Gently I guide my magic into the door, feeling my pulse hammer with each second. The transformation flickers in my mind's eye, turning rigid steel pliant enough to shift. A soft click echoes. The lock slides open. My heart leaps. The soldiers perk up, glancing around, halberds angled. I freeze, illusions hugging me close, and hold my breath. They exchange uncertain looks. One tries the door's handle from the outside, confusion obvious when it doesn't move. I realise I must have only half unlatched the bolt. Damn. Slowly they settle back, likely dismissing the noise as the fortress's old bones. Grateful for their complacency, I inch closer to the door, magic swirling in my fingertips. Carefully, I push the door inward just a crack, enough to slip through. The illusions ripple around me as I squeeze past. The guards remain oblivious, though my heart nearly explodes when one shifts his stance mere inches from me. Inside, the air grows even colder, the wards etched along the walls glowing with sinister intensity. A broad staircase descends into flickering gloom. Each step resonates with my pounding pulse. This must lead to the deeper cells, or the Overlord's arcane chambers. My thoughts drift to Veilen's battered face, the quiet torment in his eyes. I have to believe he's still alive. I take the stairs, illusions flickering with each new wave of tension. At the bottom, a dim hallway stretches left and right. At the far end, an iron gate stands open, revealing a small antechamber beyond. Low voices murmur, though I can't make out details. I focus on the timbre. One belongs to Charon Verthis, the Overlord's advisor. My gut twists. If he's here, Veilen might be close. Pressing myself to the wall, I inch down the hall. The flickering torchlight reveals etched runes upon the floor, like snaking lines that lead toward whatever arcane experiments the Overlord conducts. Whispers swirl in my head about his rumoured cruelty and twisted breeding programs. My teeth clench. They're hurting him. When I reach the gate, I peer into the antechamber. Charon stands by a small pedestal, fiddling with an orb that pulses red, an orb reminiscent of the one others described, the cursed device that augments the Overlord's hold. My heart clenches. So it's true. Then I see Veilen. He's on his knees, arms shackled by metal cuffs etched with runes, the chain looped through a ring in the floor. His midnight hair hangs limp across his face, obsidian skin marred by bruises. My chest tightens at the sight of him, battered and pale. Gods! Charon's voice drifts across the stone. The Overlord wishes you to remain here until we hear from the Red Purnas. You're not to leave again. You should have run away the first time you got the chance to hide in that watchtower. Once they have a lead on Elira's location, you'll be unleashed. Consider this your penance for letting her go. Veilen raises his head, eyes dazed with pain, but flickers of raw defiance burn behind them. He says nothing, lips pressed tight. Charon sets the orb on the pedestal, adjusting its position so the swirling red energies reflect on Veilen's face. A spasm contorts Veilen's features, like something inside him writhes in response. My nails dig into my palms. That's the Overlord's vile method for controlling him. Heart pounding, I slip through the gate, illusions hugging me close. Charon must sense something, because he pauses, brow furrowing as he surveys the antechamber. I hold my breath, praying he dismisses the flicker in the torchlight. Seconds feel like eons. Eventually, he exhales, seemingly unconvinced of any intrusion, and returns his focus to Veilen. I seize the moment. Without hesitation, I unleash a soft wave of illusions around Charon, conjuring a swirl of phantom movement at the corner of the antechamber. He spins, startled, reaching for a dagger at his belt. Veilen's gaze snaps to the swirling illusions, confusion crossing his face. Charon marches toward the illusions, cursing under his breath. I slip behind him, silent as a ghost, and hasten to Veilen's side. Up close, I see the lines of pain etched into his features. He senses me before he sees me. His eyes widen in shock. My illusions fade around my face so he can recognize me. Elira, he chokes out, voice raw. My chest constricts with relief, but there's no time to dwell. Stay quiet, I whisper, fumbling with the shackles. They're etched with wards, likely keying into Veilen's gargoyle side. I press trembling fingers to the runes, coaxing my transformative magic to warp the metal. Sparks of feedback sting my palms, but I clench my teeth. Come on, come on. Veilen shudders as the orb's glow intensifies. He's in my head, he rasps. I can't fight it much longer. A pang stabs my heart. I glance back. Charon stands at the opposite corner, slicing through illusions with an arcane blade. He'll realize the trick any second. I force more power into the shackles, ignoring the searing pain in my veins. The metal groans, runes flickering. At last, with a snap, The left cuff pops open, then the right. Veilen collapses against me, free of the chain but drained. Karen whirls, eyes blazing with fury. "Purna!" he snarls, brandishing his dagger. The orb's red glow pulses behind him, saturating the room in malevolent light. Veilen tries to stand, but his legs buckle. I can't fight both Karen and that orb's power in normal ways. Desperation pushes me to a choice. I recall the deeper technique I studied in the old texts about space-time magic, a method of creating a bubble of slowed or folded reality. If I can isolate Veilen and me from Charon's immediate influence, we might sever the Overlord's hold, but it requires contact, deep, intimate contact. Gritting my teeth, I haul Veilen upright, wrapping an arm around his waist. "Trust me," I murmur, voice trembling. He meets my gaze, half delirious, but there's a flicker of recognition in his eyes. I do. Karen lunges forward, dagger raised, but I call upon my space-time magic, shaping it with trembling hands around Veilen's body and mine. The ambient air distorts, swirling like a vortex. The chamber's walls blur, the orb's red glow fracturing into streaks of colour. My illusions meld with the raw warp of time, forging a bubble that encloses us. We stand at the bubble's centre, reality warping in a slow ripple. Karen's face contorts on the edge of the distortion, his movements halting to a crawl. The arcs of red light from the orb sputter at the boundary, unable to penetrate. My heart seizes with exertion. This technique devours power, mental and physical. Veilen groans in my arms, trembling as if struggling with unseen chains. Elira, I can still feel the Overlord in my mind. I steel myself, pressing my palm to his chest. "Focus on me," I plead, letting illusions and space-time currents merge within us. It's an intimate weaving, my essence pouring into him, forging a link that might drown out the Overlord's conditioning. His eyes flutter shut, sweat beading on his forehead. "You don't know what you're risking," he gasps. "That orb, it's bound to my gargoyle blood." My throat tightens. "I won't let him twist you," I vow. "We do this together." Space and time swirl like a vortex around us, everything else receding into a haze. My magic crackles, a ferocious hum that merges with his battered aura. Where my hands touch his skin, a current of energy sparks. Fear pounds in my veins. This is almost like stepping into the same torrent that created gargoyles long ago. But I recall the texts describing how melding energies can temporarily sever external bonds. This must work, or we lose him. Veilen's breath hitches, his eyes flicking open. A raw vulnerability glimmers there, desperation and gratitude. Our gazes lock, and an undeniable pull draws us closer, merging magic with something deeper, older, an ache that's built between us for weeks. My lips part, a tremor racking me as I lean in. This time it's not simply desire, it's a frantic bid for unity, a final stand against the Overlord's chains. Our mouths meet, the kiss igniting with a surge of magic that pulses through every nerve. My illusions shimmer, melding with the space-time bubble, forging a pocket outside normal constraints. The world warps into a dreamlike haze. Veilen's arms slip around my waist, his grip fierce as though clinging to the last thread of sanity. My body hums with an otherworldly force, the swirl of his gargoyle side brushing my consciousness. It's frightening, a savage current of power, but also enthralling. I pour my calming energy into him, weaving illusions that shield his mind from the Overlord's voice. Each brush of our lips crackles with tension, electric, intense. Sweat beads on my eyebrow as I concentrate, forcing the Overlord's hold away. "Let me in," I urge silently, channeling everything I have into stabilizing him. His mouth claims mine in a desperate motion, half pain, half raw need. Our hearts race in unison. The corridor's edges vanish. We stand in a place that exists only for us, the bubble of magic offsetting time and space. Karen's outraged shouts fade to distant echoes. The orb's red glow flickers, overshadowed by the shimmering union of illusions and gargoyle-born chaos swirling within Veilen. He groans against my lips, tension radiating from his muscles. I can feel it, the Overlord's anchor loosening. Don't stop. My chest clenches at his plea. I deepen the kiss, one hand tangling in his hair, the other pressed to his chest, magic coursing from me to him. His skin warms, the rigid lines of his face easing as he finally wrests free from the Overlord's mental lash. Our closeness transcends mere physical sensation. It's a fusion of our essences, a chaotic swirl that redefines us both. A ragged moan slips from me, half agony, half exultation as the power surges. The link is nearly overwhelming, a kaleidoscope of emotions and memories. I sense Veilen's pain from childhood, his forced conditioning, and that gnawing fear of losing control to the gargoyle side. In return, he feels my longing for freedom, my terror of the prophecy, and the flickering hope I cling to. Our bodies tremble with the strain, pressed tight, hearts pounding in a frantic rhythm. Magic pulses around us, drowning out the rest of the world. The sensation is frighteningly intimate, deeper than any normal union. I gasp into his mouth, tears spilling from my eyes as I absorb the raw anguish he's carried, and he cradles my face like I'm the only tether he has left. At some point, it becomes too much. My illusions waver, the space-time bubble flickering. But I sense victory. The Overlord's mental hold recedes, a door slammed shut. Veilen shudders, burying his face against my neck, exhaling in a shaky rush. Elira, you did it. I feel the shift in his aura. His gargoyle nature subdues, no longer yanked by that malevolent orb's power. Relief floods me, tears blurring my vision. Our lips seek each other again, gentler this time, a quiet affirmation of the bond we've forged in this swirl of magic and vulnerability. We cling together in the hush, the storm within us settling into a breathless calm. Slowly, the reality around us reasserts itself. The corridor's walls come back into focus, the flicker of torches once more visible. Karen's outraged shout pierces the air from beyond our bubble, and I realise how precarious our situation is. The Overlord's fortress won't remain oblivious for long. I break the kiss, panting. Veilen's eyes glisten with a mixture of awe and lingering pain. We have to go, I whisper, voice raw. He nods, still clutching my arm. I can stand. Gingerly, he tests his footing, wincing but determined. Your magic, it cut off the Overlord's anchor. I help him upright, illusions flickering around us again. Karen stands on the far side of the antechamber, spitting curses as he struggles to push through the receding space-time distortion. The orb's red glow flares wildly, but it no longer envelops Veilen's mind. Come on, I murmur. We won't have long before reinforcements arrive. Still trembling with aftershocks of our spiritual unity, we dart toward the corridor. Each step is unsteady. Veilen leans on me, his side evidently throbbing. My illusions swirl, half-formed, but enough to confound Karen for precious seconds. We push up the staircase, hearts pounding, the distant clank of armour echoing. The Overlord's fortress stirs like a hornet's nest. I grip my teeth. We'll never reach the main gate unnoticed. Is there another way out? Veilen hisses a breath, forcing away pain. There's a side passage in the eastern wing, old catacombs leading to a cliff exit. Risky, but better than fighting an entire garrison. We careen into the upper corridors, ignoring the startled cries of a lone guard we pass. My illusions flicker, cloaking us in partial invisibility. The guard yells an alarm, but we're already gone, footsteps echoing down a side hallway. Dark elf soldiers converge from the main corridor. halberds gleaming. I tighten illusions around us like a shifting veil. A staccato of shouts bounces off the stone walls. Veilen takes the lead now, guiding me through narrower passages, each lined with battered doors and dusty alcoves. At a T-junction, he wavers, colour draining from his face. I steady him, heart clenching at how weak he seems. Even severed from the Overlord's control, he's not invincible. "Here," he mutters, pointing to an iron door scrawled with archaic runes. A guard stands there, half dozing. He spots us too late. Veilen lunges, driving an elbow into the guard's helm, knocking him unconscious. I stifle a cry at the ferocity in Veilen's eyes, a flicker of gargoyle feralness. But it fades as he sags against the door, panting. We push through. A damp spiral staircase plunges downward, air growing musty and cold. No torches light this way. It smells of abandonment and old secrets. The door slams shut behind us. "They'll follow soon," Veilen mutters. "We must hurry." The catacombs unfold in a maze of crypt-like chambers, stone sarcophagi littered with cobwebs, columns cracking under centuries of neglect. My illusions glow faintly, offering just enough light to navigate. Each step makes me even more anxious. One misstep, and we could be buried or cornered. When footsteps resound behind us, a chorus of shouting soldiers, Veilen curses. "They're close!" My mind races. We can try my space-time magic again, but I'm nearly drained. I don't know if we can hold them off for long. He grimaces. We might not need a full distortion, just enough to confuse them while we slip outside. I nod, adrenaline spiking anew. We pick up pace, ignoring the burn in our muscles. The labyrinth eventually narrows into a tunnel that slopes upward, water dripping from the ceiling. At the far end, I glimpse faint moonlight seeping through cracks in a grated exit. We're almost free. But the Overlord's soldiers pour down the staircase behind us, their voices echoing off the catacomb walls. I sense them closing in, illusions or not. Blood roars in my ears. One last push. We break into a run, feet splashing in shallow puddles. The exit looms, an ancient grate secured by heavy iron bars. Veilen coughs, pressing a hand to his side. I dash forward, illusions swirling as I press my palms to the grate. Transformative magic sparks again, turning the bars pliant. My arms tremble with exhaustion, but I force the metal to warp just enough for us to squeeze through. "Go," I rasp. Veilen slips past the twisted bars first, then reaches back, yanking me through. The catacomb air behind us explodes with shouts as the soldiers round the final bend. We have seconds. The moment we're both outside, I let the bars snap back, sealing the gap. The soldiers pound on them from within, cursing and slashing. Veilen and I stagger away, panting in the moonlit wilderness. We stand at the end of a steep ravine, the fortress walls towering above us on an outcrop. The swirl of night air stings my lungs. We've escaped, barely. I slump against the damp rock, illusions flickering into nothingness. Veilen rests a trembling hand on my shoulder. For a few heartbeats, neither of us speaks. Our gazes meet, raw emotions swirling between us, relief, shock, and the lingering echo of our magical union. My cheeks heat, recalling how intimately our essences merged. A flush of something like longing washes over me, even in this precarious moment. Veilen's voice, low and hoarse, cuts through the hush. "Elira, you freed me from that hold. I owe you my life." I swallow, tears threatening. "Don't say it like that. I couldn't bear leaving you there, not after—" My words trail, the memory of our desperate closeness still vibrating in my chest. He steps closer, brushing off the pain in his side. "That power you unleashed, space-time illusions and your life magic, it severed the Overlord's chain. I can still feel his presence at the edges, but it's muted, like a door slammed shut." I nod, emotion thick in my throat. "It won't last forever. He'll try again. That orb. Veilen's mouth quirks into a grim line. I know. He lifts a hand, tentatively brushing knuckles across my cheek. It's such a tender gesture, surprising me. My pulse quickens. Still, you gave me a chance to fight back. My lips curve into a weak smile. We can't linger here. The fortress's forces will fan out soon. We need to put distance between us and Orthani. He sighs, jaw tight. Yes, you're right. Then quieter. Thank you for risking everything. I reach up, curling my fingers around his. The memory of that frantic, intimate magic enveloping us resurfaces in a wave of warmth and sorrow. We'll figure out the rest once we're safe. With difficulty, we navigate along the ravine's edge, the fortress looming behind us like a dark omen. Torches flicker atop its walls, and faint shouts drift on the wind. Rain drizzles anew, soaking our clothes. Veilen clenches his teeth, pressing a hand to his ribs as we pick our way over jagged rocks. Once or twice he slips, nearly toppling, but I steady him, illusions flickering to hide us from any passing patrol. At last we reach a narrow trail descending the ravine, each step precarious on the wet stone. Lightning flashes overhead, revealing the vast plain below, dotted with stunted trees. The city lights of Orthani glimmer to the south, a stark reminder of what we just left behind. We need to vanish from their grasp. Eventually the slope levels out into a small hollow sheltered by rock overhang. Exhaustion crushes me, knees trembling, illusions nearly spent. Veilen leans heavily on a boulder, gasping for air. I rummage for a scrap of cloth to bandage his side anew, ignoring my own trembling limbs. He flinches as I press the cloth to his reopened wound. I'm not sure I can keep going tonight, he admits, voice laced with frustration. I'm half convinced we should keep moving, but my body disagrees. My heart twists at his vulnerability. We'll rest here until dawn, I say softly. I'll cast illusions to conceal us. We can't push further without collapsing. He nods, eyes clouded with pain. I offer my half-torn cloak as a makeshift cover on the rocky ground, and we settle side by side, battered bodies craving warmth. The drizzle peters out, leaving a chill in the air. Shadows shift across Veilen's face, his obsidian skin bruised and scraped, yet somehow still achingly familiar. A lump forms in my throat as I recall the intense intimacy we shared in that corridor. My cheeks flush. We might never speak of it plainly, but the memory hums between us. The Overlord's fortress, the shimmering bubble of space-time magic, the desperate melding of our powers, and that frantic, consuming kiss. It wasn't just a kiss, it was a forging of something deeper. Elira, Veilen murmurs, drawing me from my thoughts. His voice sounds small in the hush of the ravine. I don't know how to repay what you did. I close my eyes, resting my head against the damp rock. Don't repay me. Just stay true to yourself. Don't let the Overlord warp you again. He lifts his hand, hesitates, then gently takes mine. Warmth pulses where our fingers intertwine. Neither of us mentions the improbable bond growing between us, but it fills the silence with unspoken promise. In this dire world of monstrous threats and endless betrayal, maybe we can find some measure of hope. We rest, hearts still thrumming from near disaster, bodies pressed for warmth against the cold night. My illusions weave a faint shimmer around the hollow, hiding us from prying eyes. Lightning arcs in the distance, the sky rumbling a muted threat. I remain hyper-aware of Veilen's laboured breathing, the faint brush of his shoulder against mine. Despite everything, a sense of solace nestles in me. At some point, our gazes lock in the flickering shadows, a silent acknowledgement passing between us. We're bound by more than circumstance now. That second moment of intimacy in the fortress changed everything. Fear still coils in my stomach. Fear of what the Overlord will do next, of the Red Purnas' looming threat, and of the gargoyles that stir in Protheka's depths. But for the span of this night, I cling to the fragile connection that might see us through. Eventually, exhaustion drags us under. Veilen drapes an arm around me, his body trembling slightly from cold and pain. I whisper a minor warming spell, letting illusions cradle us in a cocoon of heat. Our shared breath mingles in the quiet, and I drift into a fitful sleep, lulled by the steady drum of his heartbeat beneath my ear. We're alive. We're together. For now, that's enough. Morning will bring new horrors. The Overlord's forces surely hunt us already, and the fragile severance of Veilen's bond might not hold forever. Yet in the hush of pre-dawn, as we lie entwined under a battered cloak, I dare to hope we've carved out a chance, to stand against the Overlord, to thwart the Red Purnas, and perhaps to shape a fate that defies the prophecy's grim promise. When my eyes finally close, I dream of silver wings and bright illusions, of Veilen's murmured gratitude, and the faint glimmer of sunrise across an uncharted horizon.
Chapter 14. Veilen. I guide Elira through the narrow crevice, one arm braced against slick stone, the other supporting her weary steps. We've traveled the better part of the day, shrouded by illusions whenever we dared cross open ground, and now the last rays of dusk fade across the mountains. The wind's chill seeps into my muscles, aggravating my half-healed injuries. My mind churns with jumbled thoughts, but I force my body onward. We need shelter. At last, the crevice broadens into a shadowy cavern. Its yawning mouth gapes beneath an overhang of jagged rock, half concealed by a tumble of boulders. Inside, the air tastes of damp earth and lingering darkness. It's not cozy or welcoming, but it'll offer cover for the night. My breath hitches as I recall what the Overlord did to me, what he revealed about my gargoyle blood. A pang of self-loathing mixes with an odd yearning that stirs whenever I'm near Elira. I am a walking contradiction. She leans against me, shoulder pressing into my side, quiet exhaustion marking her every movement. My chest constricts at how her body trembles, still recovering from the intense magic she unleashed to free me from the Overlord's control. I haven't forgotten the closeness we shared, the merging of minds and hearts that still blazes in my memory. But after all that, can I truly stand beside her? I'm part monster. We pause in the cavern's entrance. The meager light from the clouded moon trickles inside, enough for my keen dark elf sight to discern a wide rocky chamber sloping downward. Loose rubble litters the floor, hinting at ancient collapses. "Careful," I murmur, voice raw. "Stay behind me in case the ground's unstable." Elira nods, the faint shimmer of her illusions flickering around us. "I'll conjure a bit of light," she says softly. Even that small act seems to strain her. She raises her hand, summoning a pale orb that glows with a mellow warmth. The cavern's walls come into focus, streaked with mineral deposits, glistening with trickles of moisture. I help her settle onto a low shelf of rock, then let go, stepping back to confirm the cave is empty. My side aches at the slightest shift, a dull reminder of every violent confrontation, every ill-advised mission to corner her or rescue her. The lines blur. I exhale, scanning for signs of animals or hidden threats. The echoes of dripping water and a faint scuttling from deeper within suggest bats or harmless rodents. Nothing more. "We can rest here," I say quietly, returning to her side. "It's out of sight, and it doesn't reek of predators." She nods, brushing damp hair from her cheek. "Thank you," she murmurs, meeting my gaze for a heartbeat before looking away. Our eyes carry the weight of unspoken tension. We've been so close, yet so much remains uncertain. I crouch, rummaging through the satchel I grabbed during our hasty escape. Most of my supplies vanished in Orthani's fortress, but I managed to salvage a few scraps of dried rations, plus a small flint for sparks. My movements feel mechanical, yet my mind is a roiling storm. The Overlord's experiments, the cursed orb, my monstrous lineage. Elira shifts on the rock ledge, wincing as she massages her shoulder, Guilt seizes my gut. Is the wound from earlier bothering you? I ask, forcing gentleness into my tone. She gives a tired half-smile. It aches, but I'll manage. You're the one who endured that blasted orb's torment. Her voice quivers with concern. I swallow. Her compassion stings me in ways I can't articulate. My words catch in my throat. I'm fine? I'm not fine at all. I'll survive. I stare at the rough ground, an uncomfortable heaviness settling over my heart. The silence stretches, broken only by dripping water. Finally, I gather the courage to speak. Elira, I say, almost a whisper. She turns her head, luminous eyes reflecting the orb's glow. You risked everything to save me, I continue, my voice trembling with unmasked gratitude. I don't understand why. She inhales slowly as though centering herself. Because it felt necessary, she admits. I couldn't just leave you there, not after. She cuts herself off, her cheeks flushing at the memory of our frantic closeness. That single, unfinished sentence ignites confusing emotions in my chest. Tenderness, guilt, fear. I am undeserving of her rescue. I'm half gargoyle, a creature the Overlord molded into a lethal weapon. The revelations churn anew, fueling my self-loathing. She picks at a loose thread on her sleeve, teeth worrying her lower lip. I can sense you pulling away, Veilen. Please, talk to me. I clench my fists, gaze dropping to the floor. I'm trying, I admit, voice hoarse. But everything I thought I knew about myself is a lie. The Overlord, he told me how I was created, that my blood is tainted with gargoyle essence. I'm not fully dark elf, I'm a monster. I let the final word hang, bitterness lacing every syllable. She flinches as if slapped. You're not. How can you say that? I snap, rising to my feet in a sudden surge of frustration. My wounded side protests, but I ignore the pain. You haven't seen what lies beneath my skin. The Overlord has a leash on me, Elira. He can yank that power anytime he chooses, turn me into a mindless beast that obeys his will. If not for you, I'd already be lost. I left the city days ago, but they caught me while I was in the watchtower. She pushes off the rock ledge, illusions flickering around her as though they share her agitation. But you fought back, she insists, stepping closer. You risked everything to break free of him. And you wouldn't be here if you were a monster. My jaw tightens, resentment tangling with shame. That's the problem. I am a monster who wants to be something else. But wanting doesn't change the reality. My voice echoes, the cavern amplifying the bitter edge. Her gaze flickers over me, heartbreak visible in her eyes. She lifts a hand, hesitates, then carefully touches my forearm. Veilen, maybe you carry gargoyle blood, but what I've witnessed in you is more than that. Compassion, courage. You saved me from the Red Purnas, from monstrous beasts. You let me go when you could have dragged me to Orthani. I swallow a lump in my throat, mind drifting to the memory of letting her slip through my grasp instead of delivering her to the Overlord. I didn't want to see you hurt, I admit, voice raw. I care about you more than I care about obeying him. A subtle warmth fills her expression. Then hold on to that, she says softly. Because this gargoyle aspect doesn't define you. Maybe it grants you strength, but your choices shape who you are. Emotions swirl, too big to contain. The urge to close the distance between us wars with the instinct to recoil for her safety. I want to wrap her in my arms, bury my face in her hair, surrender to the comfort her presence offers. Yet the memory of that cursed orb, the Overlord's savage grin, the echoes of monstrous roars in my head remind me how dangerous I could become. Before I can respond, a low rumble resonates through the cavern walls. My heart lurches, dread coiling in my gut. Elira's illusions flicker with alarm. What was that? She whispers, eyes darting to the cavern's mouth. I strain my hearing. Another sound follows. A distant roar, deep and resonant, unlike any normal creature. My blood chills. The gargoyles? Elira's face pales. "They're waking," she murmurs, voice tight. "My coven feared this moment. I prayed we had more time." A sickening knot forms in my stomach. We've heard rumors for weeks, but now the evidence seems undeniable. Gargoyles stirring in the depths, their stony sleep cracking. A new roar reverberates, closer this time, echoing across the mountain ridges. My gargoyle blood roils in response like a dark cord thrumming at the core of my being. Nausea twists my insides. Elira curses under her breath. "If they break free..." She doesn't finish. We both know the devastation that might follow. They were once unstoppable. Only a lethal spell sealed them away. The tension in the cave thickens. We're battered, uncertain, and the gargoyles might be on the verge of rampaging across Prothika. I sense the same grim realization in Elira's eyes. We can't remain hidden for long. She steps back, running a hand through her hair, illusions flickering again in ragged pulses. We can't handle an entire gargoyle horde in our condition. I nod, trying to steady my breathing. Your coven is searching for a way to seal them again, right? The old rituals? She sighs. Yes, but the magic is dangerous. It requires insane synergy, massive power, and a willingness to sacrifice. I'm not even sure my coven fully trusts me after all that's happened, let alone harnessing your help, a half-gargoyle enforcer. Her words sting, though I know she isn't insulting me. She's just voicing the truth. If it's the only way, we'll find a path. Or we risk letting them roam free, destroying everything. My mind reels with images of gargoyles unleashing their ancient fury upon villages, enslaving or slaughtering innocent lives. Isn't that exactly how the Overlord sees me? A living weapon? Elira crosses her arms, gaze distant. But first, we have to regroup. Maybe contact my coven anyway. Prove you're not under the Overlord's control. She offers a hesitant smile. It won't be easy, but they might listen if we show up together. Show up together, I echo, tasting the meaning behind the words. A swirl of both hope and fear surges in my chest. Could we possibly stand as allies, not just fleeting partners bound by crisis? She steps nearer, the orb's faint glow illuminating her delicate features. The memory of our shared closeness in the fortress corridor returns, stirring a wave of longing I can't tamp down. Her brow furrows with concern. Veilen, are you with me in this? Truly? I need to know. Or we might as well part ways. My throat tightens. My gargoyle side stirs in the darkest corner of my mind, whispering that I'm unfit for anything but violence. But I can't deny the surge of devotion for her that's grown like a stubborn weed in my heart. I'm with you, I manage, voice catching. No matter how broken I am. She exhales a trembling breath, relief mingling with lingering uncertainty. We'll figure it out, she says, almost to herself. Then her hand finds mine, fingers intertwining. Our gazes meet. The moment stretches, weighted by tension and quiet yearning. I want to cradle her against me to forget the Overlord and gargoyles, but guilt rears its head. Do I deserve her warmth when part of me is monstrous? Elira senses my hesitation. She touches the side of my face, palm warm on my cheek. I see you struggling, she murmurs. I won't pretend I understand exactly what's inside you, but you're not alone. The tenderness in her voice breaks something inside me. My composure cracks. Before I realize it, my arms slide around her shoulders, drawing her close. She stiffens for a split second, then melts into the embrace. We stand there in the flickering gloom, bodies pressed together. Her heartbeat drums against my chest, a steady rhythm that soothes my ragged nerves. For a moment, everything else fades. But in the distance, another gargoyle roar echoes, rattling me to the core. I jerk slightly, inhaling a sharp breath. My gargoyle blood stirs again, responding to the sound like a faint call. Fear knots in me, Did you hear that? I whisper. She nods, leaning back just enough to meet my eyes. They're close, possibly awakened in some ruined keep or a hidden lair. The world is shifting under our feet, Veilen. I grit my teeth. Then we must shift with it. I release her slowly, hating the loss of contact, yet determined. We can't remain here. If the gargoyles roam, if the Overlord hunts us, if the Red Purnas lurk, we must move swiftly. She nods, though fatigue etches her features. Agreed, but tonight we rest. We have no other choice. Dawn might bring clarity. I glance deeper into the cavern. There's a slight recess at the far wall, partially shielded from the main entrance. Let's settle there. We can stay hidden until sunrise. She follows me, illusions swirling in faint eddies around her ankles. The orb of light shifts, revealing a smooth stretch of rock wide enough for us to share. It's not luxurious, but it's better than the open wind. We lower ourselves onto the cool stone, side by side, half leaning against the cavern wall. A hush descends as we adjust. The intimate space draws attention to every breath, every beat of our hearts. The tension of the day's flight lingers in my muscles, making them ache. I want to hold her again, but do I have that right? She breaks the silence first, voice soft. Veilen, earlier you said you feel undeserving. As if your gargoyle blood means you can't be with me. Is that what keeps you from meeting my eyes? Heat flushes my cheeks at her perceptiveness. I force myself to look at her, noticing the gentle curve of her face in the faint glow. I struggle to see how you could want me. After everything, I was shaped for violence. Part of me thirsts for it. The Overlord twisted me and my breath hitches with bitterness. I led him for years. She reaches out, fingertips brushing mine. You had no choice. And you've shown me a different side of yourself, someone capable of mercy and compassion. My heart clenches. But what if that savage part overwhelms me again? If he recaptures me, or if my gargoyle instincts awaken fully, I might hurt you. My voice trembles with the admission. That thought terrifies me. Her hand shifts, tangling with mine. Fear can guide us or paralyze us, she whispers, eyes shimmering with empathy. I'm afraid, too, of the prophecy, of the Red Purnas, of losing myself to forced obligations. But if we let terror dictate every choice, we've already surrendered. Our fingers lace together, a hesitant yet powerful gesture. The warmth of her hand feels like an anchor in a raging storm. My gargoyle side still churns in my veins, but I sense it as something that can be tempered, not necessarily unleashed in brutality. Maybe she's right. Maybe I can be more than a tool. She inches closer, the soft rustle of fabric echoing in the hush. We only have one night to breathe before we face everything again, she murmurs, her breath warm against my jaw. Stay with me. Just for these hours while the world holds its breath. Let's gather strength from each other. Tears prick my eyes. I nod, my throat too tight for words. My arm slides around her shoulders, drawing her against my chest, and she comes willingly, her body molding to mine. Her hair brushes beneath my chin, that maddening floral scent wrapping around me like a spell. My heart hammers part fear, part need, all of it raw. All right, I rasp. I'll try. To be present, not hide behind my shame. Her fingers trace the line of my collarbone, feather-light, before she lifts her face. Lips parted, eyes dark with unspoken hunger. When our mouths meet this time, there's no hesitation, just heat. Her tongue slides against mine, slow and deliberate, and a groan tears from my throat. I pull her tighter, one hand fisting in the fabric at her back, the other cupping the nape of her neck. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprothika.com.
browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks, and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
A lump swells in my throat. I kiss her brow in a silent reply, hearts pounding in the stillness. If only this night could last. But I know dawn will bring fresh trials. The gargoyles' roars echo in my memory, a potent reminder that destiny looms. Exhaustion drapes us both, so we settle against the cavern wall, huddling close for warmth. Our entwined hands rest in my lap, each of us too drained for further conversation. My eyes flick shut, listening to the slow pulse of her breath. I can't fight the Overlord alone, nor can she resist the Red Purnas or gargoyles by herself. Maybe together we can hold back the tide. Sometime in the restless hours, a distant roar once again filters into the cavern, rattling the stone. Elira stirs, illusions flaring with momentary alarm, but we remain pressed together. I cling to her presence, determined not to let fear drive me away. If I do, I'll slip back into the Overlord's shadow, a gargoyle puppet with no heart or future. As the night drags on, my mind drifts. Shadows of old memories swirl, harsh training in Orthani's citadel, the Overlord's pitiless gaze. Yet over those images, new recollections layer themselves. Elira's defiance, her laughter in fleeting moments of calm, the protective way she held me when I was broken. Am I allowed to want more? Finally, sleep claims me in broken fragments. I dream of soaring winged shapes, their stone hides cracking open to reveal luminous eyes. I see the Overlord's orb, gleaming with red malevolence. My gargoyle instincts scream at me to destroy everything in sight. But then Elira's voice resonates in the dream, calling me back from the brink. I cling to that voice like a lifeline. I wake to a faint gray light seeping through the cavern's entrance. Elira shifts beside me, arms still around my waist, illusions flickering out as she stirs. My muscles ache, but I draw a shaky breath. The memory of that second gargoyle roar lodges in my mind. The day is here. We must move. She opens her eyes, offering a small smile. "Morning," she murmurs, though her tone suggests we're far from comfort. The bleak set of her features affirms that the gargoyle threat weighs heavily on her soul. I brush a knuckle over her cheek, voice raspy. "We should get going soon. If the gargoyles truly roam, we can't remain idle." She nods, inhaling to summon her strength. "Let's find my coven, or at least send a message. If we can muster allies, we might stand a chance at sealing the gargoyles again, or at least warn the innocent villages in their path." I stand, helping her to her feet. A rush of dizziness hits me, but I swallow it back, ignoring the stabbing pain in my side. My eyes linger on her slender form, bruises and exhaustion marking her, yet fierce determination glowing in her gaze. She's strong enough to challenge entire armies of monstrous spawn, and still, she spares compassion for me. We gather what meager belongings we have, some ration scraps, a battered cloak. Before we head out, Elira places a hand on my chest, expression solemn. "Veilen, whatever your blood may be, you're not alone." Her words tighten my throat. I press my palm over hers, a wordless agreement. Then we step into the early light, the world chilled and still damp from the night storms. The mountain ridges loom, and the wind carries faint echoes. My gargoyle sighed to Purnas, sensing distant roars. My jaw clenches. We have to hurry. Leading her out of the cavern, I scan the horizon. The Overlord's domain sprawls behind us, shrouded in haze. No sign of immediate pursuit, though I suspect their search parties comb the region. I turn my attention to the rugged terrain ahead, a path that might lead us closer to the Purna coven. Our new day of travel begins in quiet tension. She occasionally lifts illusions to cloak us, especially when we traverse open slopes. We speak in hushed voices, mindful of watchers. The memory of our intimate closeness lingers in each unspoken moment, forging a bond that unsettles and comforts me all at once. While we pick our way across a rocky defile, a distant rumble cracks through the sky. At first I think it's thunder, but then I realize it echoes from the deep valleys, a guttural roar that makes me anxious. Elira curses, illusions flaring. "They're truly awake, Veilen," she hisses. "Not just one or two." That sounded like multiple gargoyles. My gargoyle essence stirs again, a nauseating swirl that leaves me gasping. The Overlord wove that essence into me. If these beasts roam free, will they sense me as kin or as prey? The thought makes my stomach knot. Elira sees my distress. She wraps an arm around me, illusions flickering around our combined forms. We press against a boulder to avoid detection from overhead. The sky is overcast, but I swear I see large shapes flitting at the edge of vision. Could gargoyles fly again after centuries of stone slumber? My blood chills. "We have to keep moving," she says firmly. "We're close to the pass leading to my coven's territory. If we can reach them, we'll stand a chance at forming a plan. Possibly alert other allied Purnas or any sympathetic humans." I nod, reining in my fear. "Lead the way," I manage, voice tight. Hour by hour we push on, weaving through narrow trails and hidden valleys. The tension in my head builds, each distant roar or echo setting my gargoyle side on edge. My mind reels with conflicting impulses, a feral urge to climb the mountains and greet my monstrous kin, and the rational part that recoils in horror. Elira's presence is the only thing keeping me anchored. Her illusions occasionally ripple across my vision, reminding me of the fragile hope we share. By late afternoon, we crest a ridge that overlooks a wide valley. She halts abruptly, staring in silent horror. I follow her gaze, breath catching at the sight of massive winged silhouettes moving among the cliffs in the distance. Even from here, I see them loping around a cluster of crumbled ruins, huge forms with stony skin glinting in what remains of sunlight. Real gargoyles. Elira's hand tightens on mine. "We're out of time," she whispers. "They've begun claiming territory or searching for something. My coven is to the north of this region. If the Red Purnas or the Overlord's forces clash with gargoyles, it'll be chaos." Fear thrums in my veins. I recall the Overlord's dogma about controlling all power in Protheca. He'll attempt to enslave or destroy these gargoyles if they cross his path. Meanwhile, the Red Purnas might try to harness them. The idea of a three-way war makes my gut twist. Elira stands stiffly, lips pressed. Then, slowly, her eyes flick to mine. "Veilen," she says, low and urgent. "I know you're grappling with your own battles, but I need you. My coven won't trust you easily, but if we show them we're united, maybe we can rally a defense that doesn't rely on bloodshed alone." A wave of doubt claws at me. My monstrous half churns, wanting to recoil from the world. But the memory of her unwavering acceptance bolsters me. If I refuse, she'll face gargoyles, Red Purnas, and the Overlord alone. I can't allow that. I square my shoulders. "I'll stand with you," I say, voice steady despite the storm inside me. "We'll find a way to stop this, whether it's sealing the gargoyles or forging alliances with those who see reason." Her tense expression softens, relief evident. She reaches out, lightly brushing her fingers across my cheek. "Thank you," she breathes. Heat flushes my skin at her touch. The sense of being an undeserving creature lingers, but I push it down, focusing on the resolve she inspires. As we descend the ridge, stepping carefully to avoid tumbling into a gorge, another gargoyle roar ripples across the sky. We exchange grim looks. The world is changing faster than we can adapt. Once again, we seek a hidden hollow to rest as dusk settles, mindful of the roars echoing in the far distance. My side pulses with renewed pain. Each step forward reaffirms that I can't revert to the Overlord's pawn. My feelings for Elira might be my only compass in this chaos. When we finally set up a tiny camp at the base of a scraggly pine, night has fallen. We share the last scraps of rations, chewing in silence. The distant howls of gargoyles never quite fade, sending intermittent chills up my spine. I suspect Elira's illusions cloak us from prying eyes above. I don't question her, simply trusting her skill. We rest again in a precarious hush. As we settle side by side in the gloom, I sense her gaze on me. When I meet her eyes, a subtle warmth passes between us. The events of the day, my turmoil, her unwavering belief, the roars in the distance, press down. But so does the memory of our closeness. I long to hold her again, to find solace in her arms. Yet guilt tugs me back, reminding me of the beast beneath my skin. She notices my hesitation. "It's all right," she whispers, shifting closer. Her illusions swirl, forming a faint glow that cradles us in a private world. We don't have to figure out everything tonight. I exhale a shaky breath, letting her head rest on my shoulder. My arm hesitantly loops around her waist, drawing her near. It's a small comfort in the face of monstrous forces, but it's enough to steady the ragged edges of my soul. For now, we cling to each other as a shield against the darkness. The night drags on, gargoyle roars occasionally breaking the silence. Each time, dread flickers in Elira's eyes, and the gargoyle essence in me stirs uncomfortably. But we remain together, hearts pounding in uneasy unity. I don't know if I can truly cast off the Overlord's hold forever or subdue my gargoyle instincts, but in the warmth of Elira's presence, hope flickers. It might be enough. And so we endure, battered and unsure, haunted by roars from newly awakened horrors, yet bound by a fragile bond. A bond we both need more than we dare admit. I drift into restless half-sleep, Elira's gentle heartbeat echoing in my ears, the only lullaby in this desolate wilderness. Come morning, we'll trek onward, battered hearts braced against the oncoming storm. But tonight, in the cavern's hush, I allow myself the sliver of belief that perhaps, despite my monstrous blood, I can stand at her side, not as a hound of Orthani, but as a man forging his own destiny. Even if that destiny leads me into the jaws of slumbering gargoyles, I'll face it with Elira's hand in mine.
Chapter 15. Elira. I wake at dawn to the soft light filtering into our cavern, the distant echoes of gargoyle roars still buzzing along my spine. My eyes flutter open to find Veilen's arm draped across my waist, his breathing slow and warm against my shoulder. My heart clenches at the memory of everything we've endured. Battered bodies, an uncertain alliance, and a bond that has grown deeper than I ever thought possible. For a moment, I let myself revel in his closeness. Despite the cold stone beneath us and the tang of damp air, a faint glow of contentment stirs within me. He's here. We're alive. We have a chance, however fragile, to shape our fate. But the prophecy looms, tangling my stomach in tight knots. We can't hide forever. Gently I shift, trying not to rouse him. My muscles ache, bruises from past battles throbbing in protest. The faint light reveals Veilen's angular features, silver hair still tangled from restless sleep. Something inside my chest tightens at the sight of his calm face, free from the torment that usually shadows his eyes. Part of me wants to linger, to press my lips to his cheek and pretend we have a lifetime of mornings like this. But reality tugs, reminding me of the chaos waiting beyond these cavern walls. As I edge away, Veilen stirs, blinking in confusion until recognition softens his gaze. "Elira," he says quietly, voice hoarse. His arm retracts, as though he's unsure whether he can keep holding me. I offer a small, comforting smile. Good morning. My pulse quickens at the intimate memory of our bond, how we fused magic and hearts to break the Overlord's hold. The knowledge that I'm part of the reason he's free both humbles and terrifies me. If I fail him, if I fail all of us. No, I can't dwell on that. He sits up, wincing at the strain on his ribs. Another day, he murmurs, exhaling a heavy sigh. Have the gargoyles grown louder? I pause, straining my hearing. The wind outside the cave whispers over the rocky slopes, carrying no immediate roars. Yet dread lingers, as though something monstrous prowls at the edge of hearing. Not at the moment, I reply, shaking my head. But that doesn't mean they're gone. They might be prowling lower terrain, or resting, if gargoyles even do such a thing. He grimaces. We should get moving soon. I nod in agreement and rise, gathering my battered cloak. Our meagre possessions fit easily into a single satchel. I'm tucking away a leftover strip of dried fruit when a sudden wave of dizziness hits me, accompanied by a familiar tingle of telepathic magic. My mind lurches. Someone from my coven is reaching out. Elira. The voice resonates inside my skull, urgent and layered with static. I stagger, leaning against the cavern wall. Veilen springs to my side, concern etched across his face. What's wrong? He asks, brow creased. I hold up a hand to silence him, focusing on the telepathic thread. It's the matriarch's voice, crackling with distance and strain. Elira, she repeats, hear me if you can. The gargoyle warlord has emerged. The Red Purnas have allied with the Overlord. They're marching on. The connection crackles, nearly slipping away. I push more focus into bridging the distance, ignoring the pounding in my skull. Matriarch, I'm here. I project silently, heart racing. What do you mean the Red Purnas allied with the Overlord? Her response is faint, clipped. They struck a deal for power. Our wards are compromised. The gargoyle warlord has awakened in the old fortress of Galarak. He's leading the others. Elira, the prophecy is culminating. We need you. Only you can stand against them. Fear coils in my gut. A fortress, an army of gargoyles, and a twisted alliance between my worst enemies. My teeth clench. I'll come. I'll bring help. Where are you? Retreating to the mountain pass north of the coven, she replies, voice laced with desperation. We plan to fortify, gather loyal Purnas. Hurry! Then, as abruptly as it began, the telepathic link severs. I stumble forward, gripping Veilen's arm for support. A shudder racks me. My whole body hums with the residual magic of that forced connection. Elira, talk to me, Veilen insists, eyes dark with worry. I inhale shakily, meeting his gaze. We have no time, I manage, breath unsteady. My matriarch just contacted me telepathically. The Red Purnas, they've allied with the Overlord. The gargoyle warlord is awake, leading an army. My coven is in retreat, trying to regroup. She needs me. His jaw sets. So that's their plan, combining the Overlord's resources with the Red Purnas' inside knowledge. If they harness the gargoyles, or pit them against your coven, it'll be slaughter. I nod, swallowing bile. We can't let it happen. The prophecy states I can seal or free them. If the Red Purnas and Overlord seize me, they'll force me to wield my magic in the worst possible way. My voice quavers. I won't become a puppet. I'd rather die. Veilen's expression hardens. Then we face them head-on, forging alliances of our own. A trembling breath escapes my lips. Yes, my coven is mustering loyal Purnas, but they'll need more. Humans in nearby villages might help if they realize the Overlord and gargoyles are the bigger threat. Maybe we can rally them. It's not much, but it's something. He straightens, ignoring the pain in his side. I'll stand beside you. For a split second, relief surges in me. I'm not alone. My lips part, wanting to thank him, but I clamp them shut, reminded we have no time for sentiment. Then let's go, I say, pulling him by the wrist. We leave the cavern, stepping into a dawn sky tinged with ominous grey. The wind scours the rocky slopes, and a faint echo of distant roaring prickles my ears. A swirl of illusions envelops us as we descend, making our footsteps blend with the terrain. Each passing hour makes my gut clench in anxiety, every flicker of movement across the mountains suspicious. Our first stop is a cluster of small farmland nestled in a sheltered valley. Low stone walls enclose fields of stunted grain. From a distance, we spot a few human farmers loading up wagons, likely preparing to flee. The Overlord's presence in these parts has always been heavy-handed, but gargoyle rumours must have them terrified. Veilen and I exchange glances. If we can persuade them to join us, or at least not ally with the Overlord, it could help, I murmur. He nods, though tension radiates off him. Walking into a human settlement while travelling with a dark elf, especially one known as an enforcer, could be disastrous. But if these humans realise the Overlord is forging pacts with monstrous Purnas and ignoring the gargoyle threat, maybe they'll choose self-preservation by siding with us. We approach carefully, illusions rippling around Veilen's obsidian skin to dull his unmistakable features. Still, as we draw near, a young farmhand spots us and yelps, dropping a crate of produce. His alarm spreads quickly. Within moments, 6 villagers gather, crude weapons in hand. "Stand back!" one man shouts, brandishing a pitchfork, eyes wide. "We've got no quarrel, but we won't be taken by dark elves again." My illusions dim, revealing me clearly, just a travel-worn woman, albeit with a swirl of magic in her eyes. I hold up both palms, voice urgent. "We're not here to harm you. Please, listen. Gargoyles have awakened. The Overlord is allied with radical Purnas. If you stay, you risk being caught in the crossfire. I can lead you somewhere safer, or help you fortify if you want to fight." A ripple of fearful murmurs passes through them. An older woman with grey-streaked hair steps forward. "You claim gargoyles are real? Nonsense. That's children's tales." Veilen's jaw tightens. He steps closer, illusions dissolving enough to show his dark elf features. Gasps erupt. He lifts his hands in a placating gesture. "I know you have little reason to trust me," he says, voice low. "But I've seen them stir with my own eyes. If you remain unprepared, they'll sweep through like a storm. And the Overlord won't protect you. He's too busy forging alliances with those who want to enslave everyone, be they humans or Purnas." At his words, the crowd shifts uneasily. One woman whispers, "But where would we go? We have no safe place." Elira and I share a look. My heart aches for these people who cling to a meagre existence. "If you join with my coven or loyal enclaves," I say, stepping forward, "we can stand against the Overlord, the Red Purnas, and the gargoyles. It's not a sure victory, but you'll have a chance. Otherwise, you risk being alone when the armies clash." Silence. Then the old woman sighs, lowering her pitchfork. "You're from the Purnas. I see it in your eyes. My father told me once they help travellers hide from the Overlord's raids. If you're truly forging alliances, perhaps we'll try, but we can't fight. We have only farm tools." I force a reassuring smile. "Every pair of hands helps. If you can gather supplies, we might send you to a safe route. The rest can choose to stand with us or protect families further north." Gradually, suspicion ebbs from their expressions, replaced by fear and a faint spark of hope. They begin discussing among themselves, voices hushed yet urgent. I guide them to gather necessary provisions while Veilen stands at my side, his posture stiff, as though expecting betrayal at any moment. But the villagers seem to sense we aren't here to enslave or rob them. We're urging them to flee or unite. Time is short. Once we confirm a handful are willing to attempt travel to my coven's territory, we sketch directions in the dirt, explaining hidden trails. They vow to move quickly, within a day, packing their wagons and making the journey with what meagre animals they can spare. It's not a perfect solution. They face danger on the road, but at least they won't be sitting ducks. As we depart, a nervous farmhand tugs at my sleeve, voice trembling. If we see any dark elf patrols, what do we do? My throat tightens. Hide if you can. If they corner you, feign ignorance. Don't mention us. The Overlord might be busy with bigger ambitions, but his soldiers won't hesitate to subjugate you. If you must, claim your fleeing gargoyle raids. He nods, swallowing hard. I press a small defensive talisman into his hand, one I hastily conjured with leftover energy. It might help conceal your presence for a short while, I murmur. He offers a trembling smile. Thank you. Goddess watch over you both. Veilen and I move away, illusions swirling once more. We stick to the foothills, each stride quickening as we near the pass leading toward my coven's territory. My heart throbs with anxious energy. The matriarch's telepathic summons echoes in my memory. The Red Purnas are with the Overlord. The gargoyle warlord has emerged. My nightmares spin to life. Somewhere around midday, we crest a ridge offering a panoramic view of the valley below. Dark shapes cluster at a distance. Hard to distinguish, but it might be gargoyles mustering near an ancient ruin. My stomach churns. They're organising. Possibly under that so-called warlord's leadership. Veilen's eyes narrow, gargoyle essence flickering in his gaze. I sense his internal conflict, but he keeps stride with me, a grim resolve hardening his features. We'll need more than farmers with pitchforks, he mutters. I nod. My coven has Purnas skilled in battle magic, illusions, and protective wards. If the Overlord and Red Purnas unite, we'll have to gather sympathetic enclaves of humans and maybe lesser-known tribes. Waira or drifter clans, if we can find them in time. He exhales, lips thinning. It's a tall order. My heart clenches. I know, but what choice do we have? We resume our trek, conversation lapsing into tense silence. By late afternoon, we reach the outskirts of my coven's domain, jagged mountain paths guarded by hidden wards. I sense them in the air, subtle vibrations that ripple across my magical awareness. Usually these wards are invisible to outsiders. Now I see them flicker, partially undone. The Red Purnas' betrayal must have compromised them from within. A cluster of figures waits at a rocky outcrop, all in simple cloaks. My pulse leaps. These are Purnas loyal to the matriarch, presumably stationed as lookouts. The moment they spot us, illusions shimmer around them, and they brandish staves. My illusions fade in response, revealing Veilen and me plainly. Elira, one of them calls, stepping forward. It's Alicia. Relief fills me at the sight of her fiery curls, though her face is drawn with tension. Another wave of Purnas fans out behind her, expressions wary. Their gazes snap to Veilen. Anxiety flares in their stances. I raise a hand. He's with me! I shout, climbing the last rocky step. We come in peace to speak with the matriarch. Alicia rushes over, staff lowered. Elira! She breathes, voice cracking with relief. Thank the goddess you're alive. The matriarch's telepathic summons nearly flattened half the coven with urgency. We thought you might not. She cuts herself off, glancing sideways at Veilen. I place a hand on her shoulder, meeting her gaze. We made it. The Overlord and Red Purnas unites. Gargoyles are rising. We have little time. Her brow furrows. We know, the matriarch is gathering everyone in the High Valley, preparing defences, but we're disorganised. Some Purnas fled, others refuse to fight. She's hoping you can tip the balance, especially with, well, the prophecy. She grimaces, eyes flicking to Veilen's obsidian skin. I steel myself. I'll do whatever I must. One of the Purnas behind Alicia, a stern-faced woman named Veilen, crosses her arms. "And him?" she demands, voice laced with suspicion. "The Dark Elf Enforcer, after everything we've heard?" Veilen stands tall, posture guarded. "I stand with Elira," he says simply, though tension underlies his words. Alicia glances between us, doubt warring with hope in her expression. I force my tone calm. "We can't afford old grudges. Veilen is free from the Overlord's control. He helped me. We need every ally to stand against the combined threat of gargoyles, Red Purnas, and the Overlord's armies." A hushed silence follows, then Alicia nods, stepping aside. "The matriarch said to bring you straight away. Let's go." We ascend a winding path carved into the mountainside, illusions from the guard Purnas rippling to mask us from overhead threats. The journey is grueling, but adrenaline propels me onward. Veilen's breathing grows shallow, though he stubbornly keeps pace. My heart twists at the memory of how battered he's been, how far we both have to push ourselves. Finally, we reach the high valley, a broad plateau ringed by jagged peaks. Normally, the coven's central halls nestle here, wards shimmering around communal gardens and carved dwellings. But now signs of conflict scar the land, collapsed walls, scorched patches of earth, and Purnas hurrying to reinforce barricades. A cluster of novices huddles near an improvised infirmary, while a senior witch tends to them with shaky hands. My throat tightens at the devastation. Alicia leads us through the chaos to a large clearing overshadowed by spires of rock. There, the matriarch stands with a cadre of elders, each radiating a mixture of dread and resolve. The moment she spots me, her eyes flick to Veilen, a fleeting shadow of distrust crossing her features. Yet she beckons us forward without hesitation. "Elira," she greets, voice subdued but warm. "You received my summons. Good. The situation is worse than we feared. The gargoyle warlord, Bladrick they call him, has awakened in the fortress of Galarak. Rumour says he's begun assembling his kin. The Red Purnas offered the Overlord an alliance, promising him domain over these lands if he helps them subdue or exploit the gargoyles." Veilen stands at my side, fists clenched. "If that alliance holds, they'll sweep across Protheca. The gargoyles' numbers alone might dwarf what your coven can muster." The matriarch nods grimly. "We've lost many Purnas to the Red Purnas' treachery. Our wards have been compromised from within. Humans in the outlying settlements are terrified or fleeing. We must unify any remaining enclaves if we hope to stand a chance." I exchange a look with Veilen, recalling our brief success persuading that small farmland. We can do more. I step forward, voice wavering with the weight of the prophecy. "We'll face them head on. I'll gather what loyal Purnas remain, plus any humans or allies who'll join us. We can't let the Overlord and Red Purnas harness the gargoyles. The cost would be unimaginable." A murmur spreads among the elders. Some look uncertain, others relieved to see me take the lead. The matriarch's gaze rests on Veilen. "And you, Dark Elf? Do you truly stand with us?" He meets her eyes without flinching. "I do. The Overlord betrayed me as well. He made me into a monster, but I refuse to do his bidding." His voice grows tight. "Elira saved me from his control. I owe her my life. I'll fight to protect her coven, if you'll let me." A tense hush follows. The matriarch studies him, then finally inclines her head. "Very well. We have no luxury to turn away capable help." Relief courses through me, though I sense some elders stiffening at the idea of a half-gargoyle dark elf among us. The matriarch extends a hand, beckoning me closer. "Elira, the prophecy has always pointed to you. Whether we like it or not, the final stand revolves around your ability to seal the gargoyles or free them. Right now, the Red Purnas and Overlord want to exploit that power. The gargoyle warlord likely wants to destroy you out of vengeance. All converge here. A tremor seizes my legs, but I force myself to stand tall. "I won't run," I whisper, voice tight. "We'll gather an alliance, stand against them. I might not be fully prepared, but we have no choice." Her stern features soften, a flicker of pride in her eyes. "Then let us begin. We'll send scouts to the human enclaves, to wandering tribes, even to rumoured orcish settlements if they'll listen. Meanwhile, we fortify what remains of our wards, especially around the pass to Galarak. If we can intercept the gargoyle forces there, we might keep them from sweeping across the continent." "Thank you, matriarch," I say quietly. "We'll need your best Purnas. I can't do it alone." An elder steps forward, Quelina, her hair pulled tight in a severe bun. "We'll stand with you. But remember, the Red Purnas know our tactics. They'll be ready to counter illusions and transformations. We must be creative." Alicia joins, folding her arms. "Count me in. I'm done letting them terrorize us from the shadows. My flames will keep those gargoyles at bay." A flicker of confidence sparks in my chest. I turn to Veilen. "It's time we trust each other completely. No more secrets. If we're to unify these scattered forces, we need your insight into the Overlord's tactics and how the Red Purnas might manipulate them." He dips his head in agreement. "I'll share everything I know about supply lines, potential weak points in the Overlord's armies. As for the gargoyles, my blood might sense them before they strike. It's an edge, though an unsettling one." I nod, ignoring the pang in my heart at that reminder of his cursed heritage. "Then let's move quickly. We'll assign Purnas to each region, gather any humans willing to stand with us. The rest can fortify these mountains." The matriarch touches my arm, voice low. "Elira, we have a plan, but the final piece is the ritual you discovered. If it comes to it, if the gargoyle horde pushes us to the brink, we'll rely on you to seal them away again, as our ancestors once did. That will require a circle of powerful Purnas, possibly sacrifices." A chill crawls down my spine, recalling the grim details from the scrolls. I understand. My hand slips into Veilen's, seeking reassurance. His grip tightens, silent promise swirling between us. Within the hour, the plateau hums with urgent preparation. Purnas rush about, preparing travel kits, marking wards on parchment, studying old tomes. The matriarch issues swift commands, dispatching small teams to rally humans or guard strategic passes. Alicia volunteers to handle communications, sending flares of elemental magic into the sky as signals. Quelina organises novices, ensuring they have basic illusions to cloak vulnerable caravans. Meanwhile, Veilen and I gather near a makeshift table outside the largest rock hall. We pore over a rough map of the region, my illusions lighting the surface as we plot potential infiltration routes for Red Purna forces and the Overlord's armies. Veilen speaks in clipped tones, describing how the Overlord might deploy scouts or set traps. I note each threat in a ledger, fighting the tightness in my chest. At one point, Alicia appears, breathless. Elira, some loyal Purnas in the far valley, manage to convince a band of human travellers to join. They're heading here with supplies, and a handful of orcish scouts have been spotted near the western ridges. We might persuade them too, if we can prove we're not their enemies. I bite my lip, a flutter of optimism stirring. This is good. We might forge a decent coalition if everyone unites. Veilen sets a hand on my shoulder. "We can do it. We just have to hold off the Overlord long enough. If the gargoyles attack soon, though..." He trails off, the weight of his words unspoken. We might be overrun. I muster a nod. We face them head on, exactly as the matriarch said. As dusk settles, I stand near the edge of the plateau, gazing at the distant lights of small fires in the valley below. Each flicker represents another group of Purnas or humans converging. My heart swells with a strange mix of terror and pride. We're forging an army from scraps. Footsteps approach. Veilen. He stops beside me, cloak rustling in the wind. We exchange a sombre look. "We made our choice," he says quietly, "to fight, even if it's likely we'll stand against impossible odds." I exhale, leaning my head against his shoulder. That's what the prophecy demands, I guess. But it's our choice too, to save rather than destroy. He slips an arm around my waist, gaze distant over the twilit sky. The hush that follows wraps us in a moment of delicate intimacy. Despite the swirl of voices behind us, the scraping of Purnas hauling supplies, it feels like we're alone on this cliff, hearts colliding in a single breath. My mind flashes to the fortress corridor where we first truly connected, the desperate magic that fused our souls. The memory stirs warmth in my chest, banishing the chill of impending war. He lowers his voice, so soft only I can hear. "Thank you for trusting me." Tears prick my eyes. "You've earned it, Veilen. Together maybe we can tip fate in a better direction." The rumble of distant thunder echoes across the mountains, or perhaps it's the roar of gargoyles prowling Galarak's peaks. Either way, it's a stark reminder that time is short. I pull away, squaring my shoulders. "We should finalise plans with the matriarch. Tomorrow at dawn, we march to intercept the gargoyles or meet any threat along the pass. We can't let them break through to the human lands." He sets his jaw. "I'm with you." We rejoin the coven's elders by a large bonfire stoked on the plateau. Shadows dance across determined faces. The matriarch stands at the centre, staff in hand, her silver braid swaying in the wind. She acknowledges our approach with a nod. "Elira, Veilen, are we ready?" I glance at him, then face the gathered Purnas. My voice carries more confidence than I feel. "Yes." At dawn we move out. We've rallied who we can. The Red Purnas and Overlord might march from the east, the gargoyles from Galarak. We'll intercept them in the valley if possible. If the gargoyle warlord emerges, we confront him directly. A murmur of both dread and agreement sweeps the circle. Alicia steps up, shoulders tense. We'll position illusions to mask our numbers, lure the gargoyles away from any villages. Meanwhile, a second unit wards our flank against the Red Purnas. If the Overlord's troops appear, we rely on Veilen's knowledge to undermine them. Veilen inclines his head, ignoring the uncertain glances from a few Purnas. "I'll do my part." Quilina sighs, gripping her staff. "We face monstrous odds, but if we stand united, perhaps it won't be a complete slaughter." The matriarch's gaze sweeps us, solemn yet resolute. "Stay vigilant. The gargoyles have an ancient cunning, and the Red Purnas know our tactics. Elira, if the warlord attacks in force, you may need to attempt the sealing spell. The rest of us will support you." A shiver crawls along my spine, remembering the lethal cost of that spell. So be it. I lift my chin. "I'll do what I must, matriarch." With that, the council disperses, Purnas hurrying to make final preparations. I stand by the bonfire, flames casting wavering light across Veilen's features. He stares into the embers, expression distant. Gently, I slip my hand into his. He squeezes back, a silent acknowledgement of the uncertain road ahead. Above us, the night sky spreads thick with stars, no moon in sight. The wind whistles across the plateau, carrying faint echoes of monstrous roars. We stand on the brink of war, yet I cling to the fragile alliance we've built. My heart beats with renewed determination. I choose to fight, to believe we can save each other from the darkest fates. When I look at Veilen, I see more than the Overlord's forged weapon or a tortured hybrid. I see a man struggling to define himself beyond chains, forging a path anchored by the tenuous bond between us. And when he looks at me, I hope he sees not just a prophecy-laden witch, but someone willing to defy her own fate to protect what, and who, she loves. As the bonfire crackles, I lean against him, letting his warmth ease the trembling in my limbs. Tomorrow, we head into the fire of prophecy. But tonight, we hold each other, hearts aligned in fragile unity, resolved to stand against a storm that threatens everything we hold dear. Near midnight, I retreat to a small alcove prepared for me in the communal barracks, an old chamber carved into the mountainside. Most Purnas sleep fitfully, or not at all, anticipating dawn's march. I settle onto a simple cot, illusions conjuring a soft glow across the rough-hewn walls. My muscles ache, and my mind buzzes with 1,000 worries. Footsteps approach. My pulse quickens, half expecting it to be Veilen. Instead, Alicia appears at the threshold, lips pressed in a thin line. "Thought I might find you awake," she murmurs, stepping inside. I sit up, tucking my legs beneath me. "Couldn't sleep," I admit. "Too many thoughts." She folds her arms, eyes flicking over me with concern. "This is big, Elira. The final stand. The gargoyles, the Overlord, the Red Purnas. We're outnumbered, but seeing you and Veilen together, it gives me hope." My cheeks flush. I sense the half-question in her voice. He's my ally," I say simply. Ally, confidant, perhaps more. My chest tightens. I know how it looks, trusting the Overlord's former enforcer, but he's proven himself. A slight smile curves her lips. "I believe you, and from the way he watches you, I suspect there's more than alliance between you." Heat spreads in my cheeks. I can't deny it, but I manage a small nod. "Yes, but let's not dwell. We have a war to fight." She huffs a soft laugh. "Fair enough. Just be careful. The prophecy weighs heavily on you." I exhale shakily. "I will. Tomorrow we face them all. It's terrifying, but I'm ready." Alicia squeezes my shoulder, then departs, leaving me stewing in my tangled feelings. My illusions flicker along the walls, reflecting my anxious heartbeat. Eventually, exhaustion claims me, and I lie down, letting darkness drift over me in a restless haze. The next morning, dawn breaks in pale gold across the mountain peaks. A clamour arises throughout the plateau, Purnas grabbing staves and scrolls, novices rushing to distribute last-minute charms, 6 newly arrived humans forming small militia groups under supervision. The air tastes of tension and adrenaline. I stand at the centre of it all, Veilen at my side. The matriarch and elders finalise the battle lines, illusions to confuse gargoyles, wards to repel the Overlord's soldiers, a strike force to handle Red Purna infiltration. My mouth goes dry. These plans might crumble in the first wave of chaos. But we must try. We set out just after sunrise, the entire force trickling down the rocky paths. A hush falls, broken only by the rustle of cloaks and the dull clank of improvised weapons. Veilen keeps pace with me, ignoring the stares from Purnas still uneasy about his presence. I sense his tension in the rigid set of his jaw. Halfway down the slope, I pause at an outcropping, scanning the horizon. In the distance, beyond the rolling foothills, a dark shape blots the morning light. Galarak Fortress, I presume, where the gargoyle warlord bides his time. My stomach twists. I won't let them enslave me or subjugate entire realms. Veilen stands with me, quiet. Then he reaches for my hand, lacing our fingers together in plain view of the Purnas behind us. A faint murmur ripples through them, but I ignore it. Right now, I need his closeness more than I fear their judgment. His voice is low, nearly lost in the mountain wind. "We'll face them, together." I nod, heart pounding. Yes, we fight. I accept the prophecy's burden, forging a fragile alliance to challenge the horrors of gargoyles, Overlord and Red Purnas. Stepping forward, I raise my chin, illusions swirling in a subtle display of resolve. The entire column of Purnas and allies halts, glancing my way for guidance. My throat tightens with nerves, but I find the courage to speak. "Listen," I call, voice resonating across the rocky terrain. We face an impossible threat. Gargoyles have awakened, aided by powers that would see us enslaved or destroyed. But we stand with loyal Purnas, with humans seeking freedom, even with a dark elf who broke his chains. I pause, meeting Veilen's gaze for strength. We choose to protect each other. We choose to fight for a future that defies tyranny, that defies monstrous fate. A subdued roar of agreement ripples through the crowd. My heart swells with gratitude. They believe, or they want to believe. That's enough. We resume our march, adrenaline burning in my veins. I recall the matriarch's urgent telepathic call, the Red Purnas' alliance with the Overlord, and the gargoyle roars echoing across the land. No more hiding, no more fear. By midday, we approach the lower valleys, where we plan to rally or intercept any incoming threat. As we descend, Veilen squeezes my hand. I glance at him, reading the unspoken question in his eyes. Are we truly ready? I press a trembling kiss to his knuckles, letting illusions shimmer around our entwined fingers. My heart floods with a fierce love that transcends fear. We are, I whisper, voice thick with emotion. He exhales, relief flickering in his eyes. In that moment, I realize fully. I trust him, monstrous blood and all. Whatever the prophecy demands, I'll stand with him, forging a path that might save Prothika from descending into utter ruin. The day stretches long, the slope behind us now lost in swirling mist. Each step thrums with tension, yet my resolve only grows. This is the break into 3, I think, recalling how stories often pivot at such moments. A final push toward destiny. And so, hand in hand with Veilen, I lead an army of frightened but determined souls to the front lines of a conflict that might reshape our world forever. We might fail, we might die. But I refuse to bow to terror. Because in Veilen's eyes, in the loyalty of my coven, in the fragile alliances we've built, I see a spark of something unstoppable. Hope. And so, as we march toward a horizon darkened by gargoyle wings and the Overlord's looming shadow, I lift my chin, illusions rippling, blood racing with unwavering conviction. I choose to fight. I choose to believe we can save each other, and save a broken world that teeters on the edge of destruction. Let the prophecy come. We're ready to face it head on.
Chapter 16. Veilen. I adjust my cloak in the pre-dawn chill, watching the makeshift camp stir to life around me. A smoky haze drifts across the valley as Purnas, humans, and scattered allies emerge from ragged tents and flickering fires. Their faces reflect tension and determination. Some sharpen old weapons, others double-check newly etched wards on armor or staves. Nearby, a group of novices huddles around Alicia, practicing illusions to hide supply carts. The hum of anxious whispers reminds me we're on the brink of a confrontation that could reshape Prothika. Elira stands at the center of it all, guiding volunteers to their posts. The wind stirs her dark hair, revealing the silver streak that frames her face, a mark of her rare gifts. Each time she speaks, illusions shimmer faintly around her, as if her magic is restless. I sense the tremor in her movements, but she cloaks it with resolute calm. My heart aches for her. We're forging a fragile alliance from scraps of loyalty and fear, facing an enemy that includes monstrous gargoyles, a treacherous overlord, and the Red Purnas. And now, I must add my own gargoyle heritage to the maelstrom. A bitter taste forms in my mouth at the memory of yesterday's revelations. The gargoyle warlord Bladrick apparently knows I share his blood. He wants me. A wave of nausea roils my stomach at the thought. Will I betray everyone by succumbing to that primal call? Or can I twist it to our advantage? I step away from my vantage point near the supply wagons, heading toward Elira. She sees me approach and offers a weary smile, relief mingling with the determination in her eyes. Good, you're here, she says softly. We're nearly ready to move. The scouts report that Blodric's forces have advanced from Galarak. Some gargoyles have been spotted near the southern ridges. My chest tightens. So he's on the move sooner than expected. She nods, glancing at the slope where a few humans in patched armor prepare to march. Yes, the Red Purnas and Overlord soldiers might also converge, so we must keep our lines flexible. The matriarch is forging smaller squads to guard vantage points. We want to funnel the fight to a more favorable terrain, if possible. My gaze sweeps over the ragtag army. Purnas gripping staves glowing with runic energies, farmers clutching spears, a handful of orcish scouts scowling warily. The Overlord's cruelty inadvertently pushed them together. Will it be enough? My gut twists at the memory of gargoyle roars, the savage might they wield. Elira steps closer and whispers, Alicia told me something urgent. One of our scouts overheard mention that the gargoyle warlord specifically asked about the hybrid dark elf. That must be you. My pulse quickens. So Blodric truly knows about my gargoyle lineage. Her eyes reflect worry. Apparently he wants to recruit you, use you as proof that the gargoyle race can be reborn or expanded. Some rumor about forging a new brood. The Overlord's experiments gave them ideas. The warlord might even offer you a place of power if you abandon us. I snort, bitterness coating my tongue, as if I'd betray you for an existence I never asked for. But a chill scrapes down my spine. Could that savage part of me be swayed? She touches my arm, illusions flickering around her fingertips. Veilen, I know you, but we can't underestimate how the gargoyle call might sway your blood. Her voice trembles with concern. That's why we must have a strategy in place. I exhale slowly, recalling how I offered to meet Blodric alone if it would buy Elira time to organize. My conscience balks at the risk. Blodric might tear me apart or sink his claws into my mind. Yet I see no other path. If the gargoyles crash against our hodgepodge forces at full strength, we'll be annihilated. If I buy time by parleying, we might funnel them to terrain better suited for illusions and wards. I'll go, I say, voice low, my heart hammering. I'll meet him on neutral ground. If I can stall him long enough, you and the coven can set traps or position yourselves advantageously. Elira's grip tightens on my arm, eyes flashing with anxiety. It's too dangerous. He's no simple gargoyle. He's their warlord. He might sense your fear or your gargoyle side and use it against you. My chest constricts. I'm aware, but if we face them head-on with no plan, we might lose everything. She studies me, conflict etched on her face. Then she nods with quiet acceptance. All right, but promise me. Promise you won't go alone without some plan of escape. My lips curve into a wry smile. Escape is all I've done lately. But yes, I'll do what I can to survive. Reluctance fills her gaze, but she leans in, pressing her forehead against mine. For a moment, the chaos around us fades, overshadowed by the gentle warmth of her closeness. Her illusions brush against my senses, tinged with frantic devotion. She doesn't want me to risk my life. A distant horn blasts, jolting us. Alicia appears, panting, staff glimmering with faint flame. Elira, Veilen, scouts have sighted a gargoyle vanguard crossing the next ridge. We must move now or lose the advantage. Elira draws back, stealing one last soft glance at me. We'll march in half an hour. Are you sure about meeting Blodric? I square my shoulders, forcing courage into my tone. Yes, I'll find him. Give your forces the time they need. The next hour is a whirlwind. Purnas dismantle the campsite, novices weaving illusions over supply lines to keep them hidden from any gargoyle scouts. The matriarch organizes squads of Purnas to reinforce specific choke points. Some humans and orcs, armed with rudimentary weapons, guard flank paths. Elira is a constant presence, her illusions flickering in controlled bursts as she coordinates. She casts me worried glances each time we pass. My chest throbs with conflicting impulses. The desire to stay by her side, protect her from the chaos, and the conviction that I must confront Blodrick alone. Eventually, I gather a small kit of supplies, including a handful of bandages, a water skin, and a steel dagger etched with minor runes. A pathetic arsenal against a gargoyle warlord, but stealth and cunning might serve me better. Near midday, as the Allied forces mobilize, Alicia directs me to a rocky trail leading east. Scouts say Blodrick's main force is further north, but he's sent a delegation or vanguard to test our strength. They might be near that gorge. If the warlord himself isn't with them, he'll be close by. I nod, exhaling a tight breath. I'll find him. Stall him. Give Elira time. She nods, eyes flickering with uncertainty. Be careful. If he senses your gargoyle blood, he might try to provoke it or bind it to his will. I know, I reply, swallowing dread. We part ways. On the outskirts of camp, I find Elira waiting with arms folded tight, illusions dancing around her ankles in nervous Purnas. My heart warms at the sight, but it's tinged with sadness. We might not see each other again if this goes wrong. She meets my gaze, saying nothing. I step close, letting the hush envelop us. Then, tentatively, she reaches for my hand. I'll station illusions along the ravine, she says softly. If things go bad, run to the marked path. You'll see my illusions as faint white lights. They'll guide you to our lines. We'll cover your escape. My throat tightens. She's giving me a route back. Thank you, I manage, voice cracking. She lifts her other hand, brushing the edge of my jaw. Her eyes shimmer with unshed tears. You saved me from the Overlord's fortress. Let me return the favor, if it comes to that. Unable to find words that match her sincerity, I lean in, pressing a gentle kiss to her brow. The world around us fades for a moment, just the rhythm of our breath, the press of her body against mine, the regretful knowledge that I must leave. I break away, forcing a steady exhale. I'll come back, I promise, even though fear gnaws at me. Wait for me. She nods, stepping aside. My chest feels hollow as I turn and start along the rocky path eastward, illusions swirling faintly to keep me concealed from airborne scouts. Each step weighs on me. Am I walking into a trap? Very likely. But if this can stall the gargoyles, it's worth the risk. The terrain grows harsher. Craggy spires jut from the earth, cliffs tumble into deep ravines. Occasionally, I spot swirling shapes in the distance, gargoyle scouts perhaps gliding on leathery wings. My gargoyle blood bristles each time they pass overhead, a nauseating tingle that sets me to an almost nervous breakdown. They can sense me, or I can sense them. Near a jagged ridge, I find a narrow pass leading down into a rocky basin. My illusions flicker, but I let them thin in case Blodrick's scouts interpret my concealment as hostility. If I want to talk, they need to see me. Heart pounding, I descend, each footstep echoing in the still air. A thunderous roar reverberates off the canyon walls, startling a flock of crows into flight. I tense, hand creeping toward my dagger. The roar is followed by a rumble of sliding stones. Then a massive shape appears atop a stone outcrop, a gargoyle, 7 feet tall, wings folded behind a bulky torso of living stone. Its eyes blaze golden in the midday glare, and it regards me with a sneer. I swallow, ignoring the fear that prickles my skin. I'm here to speak with Blodrick, I call, forcing my voice steady. He wants me. Then let him show himself. A guttural snarl passes the gargoyle's lips. We know you, half-breed. The words are rough, but comprehensible. Blodrick said you come. Follow me. He leaps from the outcrop, landing with a crunch that rattles stones. His tail swishes and the faint stench of sulfur emanates from his hide. My instincts scream to run, but I clench my jaw and stand firm. This is why I came. He beckons with a clawed hand. I cast one glance behind me at the ridge. No illusions from Elira, yet she must be waiting further out. Sighing, I follow the gargoyle deeper into the basin, each step a silent prayer. The stone walls close in, overshadowed by jagged peaks. After a few winding turns, the pathway opens into a wide hollow strewn with boulders. Dozens of gargoyles occupy the space, perched on rocks or crouched on ledges. My stomach flips at the sight. So many monstrous forms, each easily capable of tearing me apart. Their eyes track me with predatory curiosity. I've never felt so out of place, even among dark elves. At the center stands a towering gargoyle with broad wings and a crown of stony horns. He's nearly 8 feet tall, muscle-bound, his skin mottled like basalt. A ragged scar crosses his chest, likely from some ancient battle. The aura around him crackles with raw power. Blodric, the gargoyle who guided me, bows low before him. "Warlord, the half-breed has arrived." Blodric's golden eyes lock onto me. A smirk reveals fanged teeth. "So you're the Overlord's experiment." His voice resonates deep, each word dripping with contempt. I straighten, ignoring the tremor in my limbs. I was never his willing creation. He twisted me. Blodric steps forward, each footfall making the ground tremble. "Yet you stand here, alive, proof that the gargoyle blood stirs in your veins. We can sense it." He inhales, nostrils flaring. "Yes, I feel it raging beneath your elf skin." My pulse spikes, the gargoyle side roiling in response. Focus. I came to speak, not to join you. His laughter echoes among the gathered gargoyles. Some grunt or hiss in response, as though amused by my boldness. "Speak," Blodric echoes. "What use do we have for talk? We are awakening to claim what was stolen. Your Purna ancestors cursed us, forced us into stone slumber. Now we break free to rule as we were meant to." I recall Elira's warnings. Blodric wants a war of vengeance. They sealed you because you ravaged their lands. If you continue, countless innocents will die. Blodric snarls. "Innocents? The Purnas twisted us from our original forms. The Overlord's experiments mocked our heritage. We owe them nothing but destruction." His molten gaze narrows. "Yet you are proof that our blood can thrive, even in a bastard vessel. Join us, embrace your true nature. Help us shred your weak elfkin and these human pests." A shudder ripples down my spine. My gargoyle instincts pulse, a primal thrumming that resonates with Blodric's aura. Part of me wants to join. No, I can't allow that. I recall Elira's face, her unwavering acceptance. "I'm no ally of the Overlord, nor do I want to destroy the world," I say, voice trembling with suppressed emotion. "My loyalty is my own." Blodric advances, wings half spread. "So you spurn your blood? Pitiful. The Overlord wants to enslave you. The Purnas want to twist or kill you. But I offer you belonging. We are your kin, half-breed." He lifts a taloned hand as though beckoning me to stand by his side. A wave of dizziness clutches me, that black swirl of gargoyle essence shrieking in my veins. I gasp, dropping to one knee under the sudden pressure. Gargoyles around me hiss in excitement, sensing a struggle. My vision blurs with monstrous shapes, echoes of roars. Focus on Elira. "No," I manage, forcing my mind to latch onto the memory of her gentle voice, the warmth of her illusions. "I won't help you slaughter innocents." Blodric's lips peel back in a feral grin. "Then you fight us?" An image of an entire gargoyle horde rampaging across the land sets my nerves on fire. "If I must," I breathe, summoning what courage I can. "But I came to propose a different path. Stay out of this war. Don't let the Overlord manipulate you or the Red Purnas. You're free now. Why wage mindless destruction?" A hush falls among the gargoyles. Blodric's eyes flash. "You dare speak of freedom to me, half-breed? Our vengeance is centuries overdue. The Purnas will try to seal us again. The Overlord wishes to command us. We respond by crushing them first. This is our world to reclaim." My heartbeat thunders. They won't back down. But I must stall them. The Overlord uses you, or tries to, I say, voice raw. He allied with the Red Purnas. They might offer you illusions of power, but in truth, they want to harness your might for their own ends. Bladrick tilts his head, considering. We are not ignorant. The Overlord's approach is cunning, but a temporary alliance can amuse us until we've grown strong enough to tear him apart. Their single-minded thirst for devastation chills me. You'll face an alliance of your own Purnas, humans, maybe even orcs, I warn, hoping to sow caution. We're not as weak as you think. He sneers, baring fangs. We relish the challenge. And will you stand against us, or bend your knee? Gargoyles close in, hissing, claws scraping stone. My illusions flicker, but I can't hope to cloak myself from so many. Fear clenches my throat. Yet, at the center of that terror, a flicker of defiance burns. I have Elira's trust. I can't let the gargoyle side devour me. Taking a shaky breath, I glare at Bladrick. I stand with those who want to protect, not destroy. If that means opposing you, so be it. An echoing roar tears from his throat. Then you die with the rest, he growls, stepping closer, claws extended. My muscles tense, every instinct screaming to flee, but I hold my ground. I accept that risk. For a moment, I sense a wave of admiration from some gargoyles, as though they respect my audacity. But Bladrick's lips curl in contempt. You waste your potential. He raises a taloned hand, energy crackling around his stony skin, some savage magical force. Your gargoyle side calls to us, yet you deny it. I will show you our power. Panic surges. Elira's illusions are far away. No rescue in sight. My only hope is to stall further. Wait, I gasp, stepping back. Fight me if you must. But let me speak to your clan. Many of them might prefer to avoid an unwinnable war. You risk facing two armies at once. He huffs a humorless laugh. Arrogant. You pretend we'd fail. We overcame slumber and cursed wards. A bead of sweat slides down my temple. You overcame ancient wards, yes, but your numbers might be fewer than the combined forces arrayed against you. If you rush in blindly, the Purna's new sealing spell could trap you again. His eyes narrow at that, a flicker of caution crossing his gaze. They plan to bind us again? It's their last resort, I say, but they'll use it if forced. If you'd only wait, avoid the Overlord's manipulations, perhaps find a path that doesn't end in another bloodbath. Some gargoyles behind Bladrick exchange uncertain looks. Bladrick, however, snarls, bright eyes raging. Our path is vengeance, half-breed. I offered you a place at my side, and you spat on it. Get out of my sight before I tear you limb from limb. My chest heaves. I sense the moment slipping away. He won't yield, but maybe I've sown a seed of doubt among his kin. Then I go, I say, mustering calm. But remember my warning. The Overlord and Red Purnas use you as a weapon. They'll discard you once they have no more need. Bladrick advances another step, towering over me. My gargoyle essence quivers, but I lock my knees, refusing to flinch. He leans in, breath hot with the reek of sulfur. If we meet on the battlefield, I'll claim your gargoyle side myself, and you'll beg for mercy. A tremor runs through my limbs. Then I'll see you there, I manage, voice tight. He snorts, dismissing me with a flick of his claws. Begone! The gathered gargoyles part, some snarling, others eyeing me with curiosity or disdain. Heart slamming in my chest, I spin and make my way back up the rocky path, illusions flickering around me. Each step feels like a victory and defeat all at once. I'm alive, but I've failed to dissuade him. At least I delayed his immediate wrath. Elira, I hope you're ready. The sun hangs low in the sky by the time I crest the ridge. Anxiety churns in my gut. Did I buy enough time for Elira's forces? The Overlord and Red Purnas remain a wild card, and the gargoyles, led by a merciless warlord, are poised to strike. My mind replays Bladrick's snarling threat, the savage pull of gargoyle blood. I feel it even now, a throbbing echo in my veins. Suddenly, illusions flicker up the slope, faint white lights. Elira's signal. My breath hitches. She must be near. Thank the goddess. I follow the illusions around a bend, scanning for her or the allied Purnas. In a shallow ravine, I spot the glint of metal, armed humans, orcs, and Purnas forming a defensive line. Elira stands at the forefront, cloak whipping in the wind. Relief surges at her sight. She rushes to meet me, fear and hope mingling in her gaze. You made it. Her chest heaves with tension. What happened? I grimace, stepping aside so we're somewhat out of earshot from the watchers. I found Blodrick. He wanted me to join him, threatened me when I refused. They planned to march soon. But I sensed a flicker of hesitation among some gargoyles. He might not speak for all. Elira's jaw tightens. Then we have a chance to splinter his forces, if we can hold them off or sow doubt. I nod, though Blodrick's unwavering hatred lingers in my thoughts. He made it clear they want vengeance, especially against Purnas. The Overlord might be offering them resources or feeding that hatred for his own ends. She exhales, illusions rippling with stress. The Overlord and Red Purnas could arrive any moment from the east. We scouted glimpses of their banners near the old trade route. Gargoyles approach from the west. We're caught in the middle, but we're dug in with illusions and wards. If Blodrick tries to push through or join forces with the Overlord, we'll do everything to stop them. A hush forms between us, the enormity of the upcoming clash pressing down. I ache to draw her into my arms, to whisper that we'll survive, but the presence of so many watchers stays my hand. Instead, I settle for a gentle brush of my knuckles against hers. I told him we'd fight if forced. Her eyes soften. Thank you, she whispers, voice low enough that only I catch. Turning, we join the others. The matriarch stands atop a small outcrop, scanning the horizon with practiced calm. At her nod, Purnas begin forming units behind makeshift barricades. Humans gather in flanks, hearts pounding, while a few orcish warriors scowl impatiently. In the distance, thunder rolls, or perhaps it's the echo of gargoyle wings beating the air. We don't have long to wait. A scout rushes up, panting. They're here. Gargoyles cresting the western ridge, at least 50. Possibly more behind them. And from the east, banners of the Overlord's legion, accompanied by Red Purnas in crimson robes. A chill grips me. Blodrick is making his move. The Overlord and Red Purnas, too. Elira steps forward, illusions coiling around her ankles like restless serpents. Positions, she calls, voice trembling with authority. The allied force shifts, Purnas' staves aglow, novices forming illusions to conceal a part of our ranks. Humans tighten their grips on spears, faces pale. My heart thuds against my ribcage as I take my place near Elira, every nerve braced for chaos. The sun dips lower, bathing the valley in blood-red light. Then we see them, massive silhouettes, gargoyle forms leaping from rock to rock, wings half spread. At the same time, a column of dark elf soldiers emerges from the eastern slope, red-robed figures among them. I spy the Overlord's crest fluttering in the gloom. An unholy convergence. A hush falls, broken only by the rasp of breath and the distant roar of gargoyles. The line between friend and foe has never been clearer. Monstrous gargoyles seeking vengeance, the Overlord's forces craving domination, and we, a ragtag alliance fighting for survival. And me, a hybrid straddling both worlds. I sense Elira's hand tremble on her staff, illusions swirling in a bright halo. She looks at me, eyes shining with final resolve. This is it, Veilen, she whispers, voice carrying an odd tenderness. Thank you for returning, for standing with us. Emotion constricts my throat. I promised, I rasp, and I will not break that promise again. A thunderous roar splits the sky as gargoyles descend the ridge, their war cries echoing across the valley. Far opposite, the Overlord's horn sounds and his troops surge forward, Red Purnas chanting malevolent spells. Caught between these converging threats, our allied lines brace. My gargoyle side flares, surging at the presence of so many of my monstrous kin. My teeth clench, fear colliding with a fierce protectiveness for Elira and her people. Elira raises her staff. "Hold," she shouts, illusions rippling out to camouflage our flanks. The allied Purnas chant protective wards, novices unleashing illusions of spiked barriers. Humans grip spears, hearts pounding. Orcish scouts crouch, weapons ready. The final confrontation looms. I step forward, drawing my blade. This is the moment my entire life has led to, resisting the Overlord, denying the gargoyle warlord, choosing my own path. The ground vibrates under stampeding forces. Through the swirl of illusions, I see monstrous forms leaping in, and behind them the glint of dark elf steel. Elira stands at my side, eyes aflame with resolve. Our alliance is fragile, our odds grim, but the spark of unity across Purnas, humans, orcs, and one half-gargoyle enforcer might be the key to defying fate. As the roar of battle ignites, I sense the stirring of destiny. Despite the fear that thrums in my veins, I grip Elira's hand briefly, letting that single contact steady my soul. Then we break apart, each ready to face the onslaught. The prophecy culminates, our hearts battered yet undaunted. I will not bow to my monster side, nor to the Overlord's chains. With a final breath, I surge forward into the fray, illusions swirling, wards igniting, and the thunder of gargoyle roars enveloping us all. The finale has begun.
There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me. Chapter 17. Elira. I feel the earth tremble beneath my feet as our makeshift army pours onto the ancient battleground. A vast plateau ringed by jagged cliffs, etched with the scars of an age-old conflict. Runes carved into crumbling stones glimmer faintly, remnants of the old wards my ancestors once used to seal away the gargoyles. Now, with monstrous roars echoing across the wind-scoured rocks, that ancient power resonates in my bones like a distant drumbeat, warning of the doom that could unfold here again. At my side, Veilen grips his sword, grim determination etched on his face. He glances my way, and I see the agony of his gargoyle blood flickering behind his eyes, an unspoken war he fights within. I ache to reach for his hand, to ground us both against the storm building around us, but I hold my focus on the battle lines forming. Now is not the time for tenderness, though I sense the warmth of his resolve in every stolen glance. We stand at the forefront, flanked by Purnas from my coven, some from the main body, others from smaller enclaves that have come to join us. A handful of orc warriors prowl behind, sniffing the air warily, their tusked expressions set in scowls. Humans clutch makeshift spears, spines rigid with fear. And somewhere off to our left, Alicia organises another squad, her fiery hair catching the morning light as she confers with Orcish scouts over the terrain. I swallow, praying we can stand firm when the chaos ignites. The wind shifts, carrying a faint stench of sulphur and decay, My heart pounds. The gargoyles are close, I think. Glancing toward Veilen, I see a flicker of tension in his posture, as though he too senses them. But the gargoyles aren't our only threat. Beyond the far edge of the plateau, the Overlord's dark elven banners flutter in the wind, sleek black pennants slashed with arcs of silver, accompanied by the crimson robes of the Red Purnas. My stomach clenches at the sight. The Overlord and Red Purnas, united in cruelty. Lightning fractures the clouded sky, thunder rolling a heartbeat later. It's as though the world itself braces for what's about to happen. The matriarch stands a short distance away, staff raised high, illusions swirling around her. She meets my gaze, nodding once, a silent signal. We are as ready as we'll ever be. I exhale sharply, calling illusions to me. They swirl around my ankles, flickering like spectral serpents across the broken stones. My coven sisters and brothers draw on their own magic. Some brandish staves that crackle with elemental forces. Others whisper incantations of protection, weaving half-seen wards into the air. Every muscle in my body tenses as we brace for the approaching armies. A roar reverberates from the western crags. The first wave of gargoyles emerges, bounding across jagged rocks with terrifying speed. Their massive frames reflect the lightning overhead, wings folded or half spread. My illusions spark in my periphery, responding to my surge of fear and determination. They're bigger than I imagined. There must be dozens, maybe hundreds. And overshadowing them all, I spot a mountainous figure with a crown of stone horns. The gargoyle warlord, Bladrick. My blood runs cold. At the same time, from the east, the Overlord's soldiers march in disciplined ranks, halberds glinting. Red Purnas weave shimmering spells overhead, scarlet illusions that flicker like embers in the rain-damp air. My jaw tightens. They'd prefer to pick us off while we're distracted by the gargoyles. Shouts erupt among our allied lines. My novices clench their staves, illusions winking as their nerves threaten to destabilize the spells. Alicia's voice rings out, rallying the younger Purnas. Veilen steps nearer, pressing the back of his hand lightly against mine in a silent show of support. I meet his gaze, and for one breath, I see everything we've fought for. His battered trust, my battered heart, both entwined. Then the first gargoyle leaps forward, bellowing a challenge that echoes off the cliffs. "Steady!" I call, illusions rippling around me in a curtain of pale light. Several Purnas beside me plant their feet, readying spells of binding or illusions meant to confuse. Thunder booms once more, and in a heartbeat, the gargoyle vanguard slams into our forward line. Chaos detonates. I fling out illusions in a wide arc, twisting the visual field in front of the gargoyles so that the rocky ground appears to drop away. A few gargoyles snarl in confusion, slamming their claws into illusions that break like mist. But others, guided by primal cunning, see past my tricks and surge forward, wings flaring. One of them, a hulking brute with scarred flanks, plunges straight for me, claws extended. Veilen intercepts, sword flashing. Steel meets stone flesh in a shriek of sparks. The gargoyle roars, staggering back from the impact. Veilen doesn't relent. He thrusts again, ignoring the shards of rock-like hide that splinter under his blade. My heartbeat gallops with both fear and admiration. He's unstoppable. But behind Veilen, another gargoyle leaps from the side, aiming to flank him. I whip my staff around, summoning a bolt of pure force that slams the second gargoyle off course, sending it skidding across the shattered rocks. My illusions swirl with adrenaline, flickering in and out as I pivot, scanning for more threats. All around us, Purnas and humans clash with gargoyles in a brutal melee. Harsh growls and screams fill the air. Electricity from Alicia's staff crackles in the distance, illuminating the twisted forms of gargoyles struck by her elemental flames. Suddenly, I sense a surge of malevolent magic from behind me, a wave of scarlet illusions that burn like embers. Red Purnas. I whirl, spotting robed Purnas on an outcropping across the plateau, chanting in unison. Their illusions coil outward like serpents of living fire, striking at our lines from behind. A human fighter near me cries out, illusions searing his back as he collapses. My blood chills. They're using chaos illusions to sow panic among our ranks. A snarl of frustration leaves my lips. We're caught between two swarms, gargoyles from one side, overlords, and Red Purnas from the other. If we don't push back, we'll be surrounded. The matriarch's voice rises above the din, chanting an old award. I catch a glimpse of her staff glowing bright blue, a swirl of illusions forming a partial shield that blocks some Red Purna assaults. But we can't hold forever. I fling another wave of illusions at the Red Purnas, twisting the air so it fractures their line of sight. Some screech in irritation, illusions colliding with illusions in a storm of flickering images. Pain slices through my temples. Too much magic. Too fast. I push through it, gritting my teeth. A gargoyle roars to my left, bounding over a fallen orc. I whip my staff around, conjuring a net of transformation magic. For half a heartbeat, I imagine turning it fully to stone, but my mind falters. Fear that I might cause more monstrous creation if the spell goes awry. Instead, I force its limbs to seize, a partial petrification that leaves it sprawling. A human soldier lunges, finishing the beast with a spear. The clash intensifies, lightning arcs from Alicia's vantage, frying a cluster of gargoyles that tried to flank us. Orc warriors slam into Overlord soldiers, axes clashing against dark steel. The wind howls across the plateau, scattering ash from the illusions. My illusions waver, battered by the chaos, but I keep weaving them, forcing illusions to mask our weaker lines or to redirect gargoyle leaps. Then, in the swirling haze, I spot Veilen again. He's pushing deeper into the fray, sword slick with blood and stone shards. My heart leaps. He's headed toward the centre, where a towering gargoyle shape dwarfs the rest. Bladrick. The gargoyle warlord stands near a broken spire of ancient rock, roaring commands to his kin, spurring them to greater violence. Veilen, driven by something deep within, charges for him. Fear punches through me. Veilen might be strong, but Bladrick is the warlord. I start forward, illusions flaring, but a sharp, mocking laugh echoes from my right. Before I can react, scarlet illusions slam me sideways and I stumble. A robed figure emerges from behind a fallen pillar, eyes glinting with twisted glee. She's a Red Purna, one I recognise from fleeting coven gatherings. Nerissa's second in command. My throat tightens. So you're the one who betrayed our people for a dark elf, she sneers, illusions shimmering around her in vicious arcs. I snarl, forcing illusions to coil. You're the one who betrayed the coven, allying with the Overlord. She hurls a bolt of chaos illusions at me, flickers of snarling beasts that tear at my mind. I grit my teeth, countering with a swirl of illusions shaped as glimmering shields. The collision jolts me backward, my skull throbbing. She's strong. Nearby, my allied Purnas are too busy fending off gargoyles and Overlord soldiers to come to my aid. I'm on my own. Another wave of illusions from the traitor hammers my defences, forcing me to scramble behind a broken statue. Her mocking laugh rings out again. I gather my breath. This is not the time to hold back. With a fierce whisper, I channel the space-time magic, letting it spiral around my illusions. The ground warps under my feet, the air shimmering in a small bubble. She lunges around the statue, illusions forming a fiery serpent that lunges at me. I fling my bubble outward, slowing time at the serpent's edges, distorting its trajectory. It flails in mid-air, giving me an opening. My illusions shape into whips of force, lashing across the traitor's illusions. She screeches as my magic tears at her robe, scorching her illusions with raw power. Her eyes blaze with fury. You can't stop the prophecy from devouring you. The Red Purnas will harness your power, whether you like it or not. My heart clenches. You're deluded. I force more illusions around her, shaping a labyrinth of mirrored images. For a moment, she stumbles, disoriented by my illusions reflecting her every move. I seize the chance, summoning a binding spell that crackles along the ground. It reaches her ankles, tangling them in shimmering threads. She screams, twisting illusions in a final attempt to break free. I brace, sweat dripping down my brow, forcing the binding to solidify. With a flash of arcane light, she collapses, illusions unravelling. Bound but not dead. My chest heaves, exhaustion rattling me. No time to rest. I lurch back to my feet, ignoring the ache in my skull. Veilen. I sense his presence on the other side of the battlefield. I dash past a ring of orc warriors hacking at Overlord soldiers. My illusions flicker, half spent, but enough to keep me from being an easy target. Sparks fly as Purnas and Red Purnas clash overhead, illusions colliding in showers of colour. Gargoyles swarm the plateau, some wresting humans to the ground, others tangling with orc blades. The air reeks of ozone and sulphur, and the thunder of roars mixes with screams. So much chaos. Yet I focus on Veilen's silhouette, glimpsed near that towering rock spire. My heart thuds painfully. He's locked in combat with Bladrick, the gargoyle warlord's stony wings half spread, horns glinting. The two circle each other, exchanging fierce blows. Bladrick's claws slice the air with terrifying speed. Veilen parries, teeth bared, but I see the strain in his posture, that half-gargoyle energy flickering across his obsidian skin. He's struggling to keep control. Desperate, I sprint, illusions swirling in an attempt to reach them. A wave of Overlord soldiers blocks me, dark elf warriors with halberds bristling. They lunge. I fling illusions to confuse their lines, forging ephemeral doppelgangers of myself that scatter, drawing their thrusts away. My staff cracks one soldier across the helm, illusions tangling his legs, sending him sprawling. Another soldier roars, slashing at me. I duck, forcing him off balance with a hastily summoned gust. I have no time to kill or maim them all. I just need to get past. At last, I break through, panting. Veilen's roars match Bladrick's as they collide in a frenzy of steel and stone. Bladrick's tail whips out, striking Veilen's ribs, sending him tumbling. My heart lurches. He crashes against a broken pillar, coughing blood. "Veilen!" I scream. Bladrick snarls, wings flaring menacingly as he advances on Veilen's prone form. Something inside me snaps. My illusions flare with raw intensity, space-time magic crackling at my fingertips. I hurl a wave of illusions at Bladrick, forging towering walls of shifting glass-like surfaces. He growls, smashing through them with brute force, but I buy enough time to race to Veilen's side. He groans, blinking at me blearily. Blood trails down the side of his face. No. My chest seizes with dread. "Veilen, hold on," I murmur, illusions coiling around us in a protective swirl. His eyes flick to me, but they're unfocused. "Elira," he rasps. "He's too strong." I swallow a wave of panic. We must retreat, or find a miracle. Bladrick roars again, already regenerating from illusions I threw at him. The ground shakes beneath his fury. My illusions flicker as my strength wanes. Goddess, how do I save him? Before I can act, more Red Purnas appear. Two robed figures, illusions crackling around them. They fling spells of chaos at me, knocking me aside. I slam into a fallen statue, agony lancing my shoulder. No, not now. Veilen tries to rise, but Bladrick seizes him, claws digging into his collar, hoisting him off the ground. My blood turns to ice. Bladrick's laughter booms. "So fragile, half-breed. Join me or die." Veilen spits, even as his face contorts with pain. I'd rather die. A savage snarl from Bladrick. He rips Veilen's sword away, tossing it aside. I choke down a scream. The Red Purnas close in on me, illusions swirling in a net that pins me to the statue. My tears blur my vision as I thrash, desperately trying to break free. They hiss, chanting incantations to keep me bound. Elira, one of them sneers. So much power wasted on you. I fight with every ounce of magic I have left, illusions fracturing their net. But they reinforce the threads, scarlet arcs sizzling across my arms. My staff lies out of reach. I can't fail now. Across the broken stones, I see Veilen's eyes flaring with gargoyle energy, lips peeling back in a half-snarling expression. But Bladrick's grip tightens, claws drawing blood. Any moment now, I fear he'll crush Veilen's throat. A wave of fury surges through me. I refuse to lose him. The Red Purna's illusions sear my mind, but I latch onto a deeper reservoir of magic. Space-time. My heart drums. One last push. Closing my eyes, I shape a swirling distortion around my own body, forcing time to warp. The Red Purnas cry out as the net unravels in slow motion, illusions bending under my paradoxical wave. My entire being throbs with pain, but I break free, stumbling forward with a gasp. Bladrick roars again, lifting Veilen higher as though to slam him into the earth. "Submit!" the gargoyle warlord bellows. "No!" I scream, illusions igniting around my staff as I yank it from the ground. Summoning a raw transformation spell, I unleash it at Bladrick's outstretched arm. The stone-like flesh of his forearm stiffens. He snarls, momentarily immobilized. Veilen drops from his grip, coughing and wheezing. "Veilen!" I dash forward, illusions coiling protectively around us both. He staggers, trying to regain his footing. Bladrick wrestles against the partial petrification on his arm, cracks spiderwebbing as he tears free. Our illusions can't hold him forever. The Red Purnas close in again, chanting. Grit fills my mouth. We have to retreat or... Suddenly, a horn blares from across the plateau. My heart leaps. Reinforcements. Sure enough, a swarm of allied Purnas led by the matriarch rush into the clearing, illusions blazing. Alicia flanks them, hurling arcs of lightning that slash into the Red Purnas. The Overlord's forces, scattered by orcish and human strikes, struggle to regroup. Gargoyles, momentarily distracted, pivot to face the new threat. I grab Veilen's arm, illusions swirling around us both to hide our retreat. He's breathing hard, battered but conscious. I half-drag him behind a half-collapsed obelisk. Another gargoyle leaps overhead, snarling. Our illusions confuse it long enough for a pair of Purnas to strike it down with combined elemental force. We slump behind the obelisk, hearts hammering. My eyes dart around, seeing the scale of the chaos. Gargoyles rampage, Red Purnas fling illusions that collide with our wards in explosive bursts of colour. The Overlord's banner still waves near the far edge, suggesting he's directing his soldiers. All across the ancient battlefield, magic churns the air, sparks of illusions and elemental lightning colliding in kaleidoscopic bursts. Fallen bodies litter the stones, both witch and gargoyle, human and dark elf. My stomach churns with the horror of it. Veilen coughs, spitting blood, but a flicker of grim resolve lights his gaze. "We can't keep fighting like this," he rasps. "The gargoyles, unstoppable." I clutch his hand, illusions still swirling around my staff. "There's one chance," I whisper, voice trembling. The final sealing spell. The matriarch and I have dreaded this. If the gargoyle warlord or his army can be forced to a single focal point, I could attempt the ritual that once sealed them away. But it might cost me everything. Before Veilen can protest, a fresh roar shakes the plateau. Bladrick, enraged, tears through illusions and wards, heading directly for the matriarch's position. My eyes widen. He's going after her. If she falls... We lose the synergy needed to cast the final spell. Veilen staggers upright, grabbing a nearby fallen sword, his original blade lost in the melee. "I'll hold him off again," Go to the matriarch, prepare that sealing ritual or whatever you must. My heart wrenches. Veilen, you're injured. A fierce light burns in his eyes. And you're the only one who can seal them. If we let Bladrick kill the matriarch, you'll have no circle strong enough to cast the final spell. Stop worrying about me. Tears prick the corners of my eyes. Don't you dare die. He attempts a crooked grin, though pain etches his features. I'll do my best. Then he limps away, illusions flickering around him just enough to shield his approach toward Bladrick's rampage. I force back a sob, turning to the east where I see the matriarch battling a cluster of Red Purnas. With a surge of illusions, I weave through the chaos, slipping past gargoyles locked in mortal struggle with orc warriors. The Overlord's soldiers retreat from a wedge of Purnas hurling elemental blasts. The entire battlefield crackles with magic so thick it tastes like metal on my tongue. Gritting my teeth, I race to the matriarch's side, illusions whirling around me like a protective storm. She senses my approach, staff raised high. Elira! She gasps between spells. Bladrick is unstoppable, if we can lure him and enough gargoyles to the ancient runes. I know, I pant. We must cast the sealing ritual. Where do we form the circle? She nods toward a broken ring of stone pillars at the centre, ringed by half-buried runes. The old summoning circle. Our ancestors used it in the final battle centuries ago. We can reawaken the wards if we pool our magic. I nod, chest tight. Then let's gather those who remain strong enough to join the circle. I'll handle the focal incantation. Her eyes glisten with pride and sorrow. Yes, go. I'll rally them. I spin away, illusions fluttering. My mind blazes with the half-learned verses from ancient texts, the warnings about life force and synergy required to seal an entire army of gargoyles. There might be a heavy cost, but there's no alternative. With the matriarch, Alicia, and a handful of elders, we carve a path through the battlefield. Illusions and wards, clearing enough space near those ancient pillars. Overhead, lightning forks again, thunder shaking the stones. Gargoyles bellow, some wounded, others more frenzied than ever. The Overlord's banner flickers behind the lines. I glimpse him at a distance, masked by illusions, orchestrating Red Purna spells. My blood boils, but I tamp down the rage. Focus on the ceiling. We form a ragged circle around the runic pillars. Alicia stands at my right, flame crackling in her palms. Quelina and Ivara hold positions across from me, chanting a protective ward. The matriarch stabs her staff into the ground, arcane light radiating from it like threads of silver. We chant as one, weaving a sphere of illusions and elemental energy that aligns with the faint runes etched in the stones. The ground throbs with old magic, an echo of the first sealing. Just like the texts described. My heart races. We need Bladrick and his gargoyles in the circle. But how? That's when Veilen's roar slices through the storm of battle. I look up, breath catching. He's engaged in a brutal clash with Bladrick, drawing the warlord closer to us. Each swing of Veilen's blade sparks against the gargoyle's stony hide. Bladrick counters with fearsome claws. Their conflict rips through illusions and wards alike. Rallied by their warlord, more gargoyles converge, lunging at Veilen or the circle. Our allied Purnas intercept, illusions tangling them, orc warriors hacking at their flanks. Slowly, inexorably, Bladrick and his kin press nearer to the ring of pillars. My illusions swirl in a frantic dance, urging them on by creating illusions of vulnerable Purnas within the circle. They fall for it, lusting for an easy kill. Come closer. At last Bladrick steps into the ring, tail lashing. Veilen staggers after him, battered and bleeding, but unwavering. My illusions flicker dangerously, nearly spent. The matriarch meets my gaze. Now, she hisses. We chant in unison, forging a new wave of illusions combined with elemental might. The runes on the pillars blaze to life, arcs of old wards bridging from stone to stone. A powerful hum reverberates through the plateau. Gargoyles roar in alarm as the ring's interior warps with potent magic. Bladrick bellows, realizing too late he's stumbled into a trap. No! His claws tear at the runic lines forming in midair, but they hold, for now. More gargoyles try to drag him out, but illusions form shifting walls, blocking their retreat. Veilen slips free of the ring just in time, collapsing on the outside. My pulse hammers as I focus all my energy on the final incantation. The air crackles with lethal tension. My illusions meld with the matriarch's wards, weaving space-time distortion into a sealing force. The ring glows brighter, arcs of magic striking Bladrick and the gargoyles within. They shriek, wings thrashing, each gargoyle battered by illusions that threaten to petrify them anew. Pain lances my mind, the cost of drawing on such potent spells. The circle intensifies, each pillar shining with ancient runes. Gargoyles swirl inside, some turning to stone inch by inch. Bladrick resists, roaring defiance. My vision spots with black. Just a little longer. He lunges at the circle's edge, claws rending illusions. Elders cry out as the strain of holding him in place overwhelms them. The ground cracks. My illusions shiver, close to collapse. If he breaks free now, we're doomed. Summoning the last thread of my space-time power, I direct it at Bladrick, forcing a final wave of transformative petrification. A monstrous howl tears from him as stony flesh creeps across his chest, his arms locked mid-lunge. The rest of the gargoyles trapped in the ring likewise stiffen, reverting to living statues. My ears ring with the shrieks of those who attempted to escape too late, half inside, half out. The chaos of swirling illusions and wards erupts in a final blinding flash. I scream as the backlash slams into me, magic crackling across my body. Then, silence. My head swims, every muscle trembling. Slowly the light fades, revealing the ring of pillars scorched, runes smoking. The gargoyles inside stand frozen in half-turned stone forms, including Bladrick, his horned head contorted in a silent roar. A pang of grief and relief washes through me. It worked. We sealed them again, but at what cost? I collapse to my knees, illusions sputtering out. The matriarch and other elders sag in exhaustion, some fainting outright. Alicia rushes to my side, tears streaming. Elira, breathe, just breathe. I blink, chest raw with half-spoken sobs. We sealed them, I rasp, voice cracked. She nods, hugging me tightly. Yes, the threat from the gargoyles is contained for now. My eyes dart around for Veilen. Panic seizes me. He was outside the ring. Where is he? Alicia points through the settling dust. I see a limp shape sprawled near a shattered obelisk. My heartbeat stutters. No. Ignoring the pain in my body, I scramble to him, illusions flickering with every ragged breath. He lies on his back, sword clutched in a limp hand. Blood dribbles from his temple, his tunic shredded. My trembling fingers hover over his chest. Please. I sense a faint pulse. Relief makes me dizzy. Veilen, I whisper, cradling his head. He stirs, eyelids fluttering open. Pain shadows his expression, but a flicker of recognition warms his eyes. You did it, he murmurs, voice weak. The gargoyles, I felt them vanish. Tears spill down my cheeks. Yes, they're sealed again. He tries to smile, a pitiful sight with blood streaking his face. Then we survived. My illusions swirl around protectively. Past the ring of pillars, the Red Purnas or Overlord's forces might still threaten. But as I glance around, I see them in disarray. Many have retreated or been scattered by the Orcs and Purnas. The Overlord's banner is nowhere in sight, perhaps pulled back once the gargoyles fell. My heart quivers with relief. We won a crucial victory. A hush settles over the ancient battlefield. Broken illusions and wards flicker in the aftermath, casting surreal glows on the columns of petrified gargoyles. Some moan or groan in partial entrapment, but the ceiling is firm. The matriarch's exhausted figure kneels near the ring, trembling. Allies slump everywhere, battered but alive. The Red Purnas, leaderless or in disarray after the circle's success, flee into the crags or surrender. Cradling Veilen's head, I exhale a shaky laugh mingled with sobs. "It's over," I murmur, stroking his damp hair from his forehead. At least for now. He reaches up, brushing a finger against my cheek. "You look like you've just fought an entire war alone," he murmurs, trying for levity. I sniff, tears splashing his hand. "We fought it together. Don't you dare forget that." He chuckles weakly, then winces, pain flitting across his face. Guilt tugs at me. He needs healing. Gently, I help him sit upright. Alicia rushes over with a novice carrying a pouch of salves. "We'll tend him," she promises, breathless. I dip my head in thanks, illusions dimming further as I let exhaustion creep in. The sun breaks through storm clouds above, rays slicing across the bloodied stones. Survivors gather amid the rubble, checking on friends, searching for the fallen. My coven members, battered but defiant, form a huddle around the matriarch, exchanging tearful embraces. My chest feels hollow, remembering those who died in the chaos. Despite the tragedy, a fragile sense of accomplishment swells. The gargoyles are sealed. The Overlord and Red Purnas are beaten back. Though not destroyed, they'll think twice before another assault. For now, we have breathing space to rebuild. My eyes roam the battlefield's edges. Jagged columns of stone stand sentinel, each etched with new cracks from the magical collision. The ring in the centre glows with a faint aura. Bladrick and his gargoyles are silent, locked in stone slumber. A chill skates over my skin. I recall the prophecy that I might either seal or free them. I chose sealing, but that doesn't guarantee forever. We must remain vigilant. I return my attention to Veilen, crouching beside him while Alicia and the novice apply healing salve to his wounds. He grimaces at each touch, but a rueful smirk tugs his lips. "I've had worse," he jokes, though sweat beads on his brow. I cup his cheek, illusions softly swirling. "You're insufferable," I tease, voice trembling with relief. He leans into my touch. For a moment, the entire battlefield fades, and it's just us, two survivors who defied fate to stand side by side. My heart overflows with gratitude and love, a fierce ache that dwarfs the lingering fear. At length, the matriarch calls out, rallying the coven. The Red Purna remnants have scattered or surrendered. Overlord's troops fled. The gargoyles' unstoppable fury is contained. There's no immediate threat, but the cost is visible in the anguished faces around me. We'll need to tend the wounded, count the dead, piece our alliance back together. The future remains uncertain, but at least we're not overshadowed by monstrous wings or the Overlord's cruelty at this moment. I stand, offering Veilen a hand. He takes it, standing unsteadily, leaning on my shoulder. My illusions move around us, warm and gentle. His eyes meet mine, a silent question. What now? I let out a shaky breath, scanning the shattered pillars, the exhausted Purnas, the orcs and humans picking through rubble for survivors. Then I meet his gaze again, hoping he sees the same conviction that thrums in my heart. "We rebuild," I say softly. "We keep watch in case the Overlord tries again. And we carve out a place for ourselves in this world, free from curses, free from slavery." He nods, lips quirking in the faintest smile. "With you, I'll face anything." Emotion swells in my throat. The memory of his gargoyle side, the Overlord's hold, and the savage battles linger like shadows. Yet I sense a path forward, an unspoken promise in our entwined hands. I slip an arm around his waist, letting him lean on me, illusions forming a faint glow under our feet. Step by step, we move away from the group of petrified gargoyles, leaving behind the final confrontation that nearly claimed us. As we make our way to help the wounded, I catch glimpses of the battered alliance around us. Alicia cradles an injured novice, conjuring gentle flames to keep them warm. Orc warriors share water with exhausted humans, glaring suspiciously at any sign of Red Purna movement. The matriarch kneels by a fallen elder, eyes closed in silent grief. And overhead, the sky brightens with the last vestiges of storm clouds dissipating, as though the world itself exhales relief. The prophecy may have been fulfilled in part, but the scars remain. For now, the gargoyles slumber once more, the Overlord's plans disrupted, and the Red Purnas scattered. We hold on to a fragile peace in the wake of war, knowing full well that tomorrow brings new challenges. Yet in Veilen's warm presence, I find strength to believe we can face them. When we reach the cluster of survivors, I help guide Veilen to a rock where he can rest. Then I stand, illusions glimmering around my staff as I address the shaken Purnas and humans. We won this battle, I say, voice echoing across the haunted plateau. But we must remain united. The Overlord is not defeated, nor are the Red Purnas gone for good. We hold the gargoyles at bay, but only if we stand vigilant, side by side. Exhausted faces lift, some with tears, others with faint smiles. The hush that follows is heavy with shared resilience. Alicia, standing with a tear-streaked face, raises her staff, and a low cheer arises. Even the orcs let out guttural shouts, relieved at the end of immediate danger. My cheeks burn with emotion. I glance at Veilen, who watches me with a soft awe that makes my heart skip. Yes, we're battered, but not broken. At last the adrenaline ebbs, leaving only the hammering of my heart and the chill wind across the plateau. I step to Veilen's side again, letting illusions fade. He lifts a hand to my cheek, weariness etched in his face. "Elira," he murmurs, voice cracking. "Thank you for choosing to fight." My throat thickens. "Thank you for standing with me, even when your blood screamed otherwise." He musters a tired grin. "I meant what I said. With you, I'll face anything." The overhead clouds part, revealing a shaft of sunlight that gilds the ring of gargoyles in eerie radiance. A hush falls among the survivors, each of us realizing the weight of the moment. We've reshaped destiny in these ancient ruins. I lean forward, resting my forehead against Veilen's. The tang of sweat and blood mingles in the cold air, but the warmth of his closeness chases away the gloom. "We'll need to rebuild," I say softly, voice trembling with 1,000 unspoken hopes. "Repair wards, unify the coven, maybe forge real alliances with humans, orcs, even those open-minded dark elves. We might create a future free from the old hatreds, a place not overshadowed by monstrous curses." Veilen lifts a hand, brushing a streak of blood from my temple. "Then let's do it," he whispers, eyes dark with promise. "We'll show them all, Overlord, Red Purnas, or even slumbering gargoyles, that we refuse to be pawns of fate." Tears well in my eyes. He's no longer the Overlord's enforcer, and I'm no longer a witch cowering from prophecy. We stand as equals. In that shared resolve, I see the seeds of what might become a new dawn. Distant moans and cries remind me we have wounded. I pull away, illusions stirring around my staff. "Come on," I say, voice shaking with compassion. "We have people to save." He nods, pushing to his feet, still favouring his side. "Lead the way." And so, with the petrified gargoyle forms towering behind us, silent witnesses to the final confrontation, we move across the battlefield, aiding the injured, comforting the grieving, ensuring the Overlord's scattered troops and Red Purnas have indeed retreated. Each act of mercy, each pang of loss, cements our unity. The lines once drawn between dark elf and witch, orc and human, blur under the necessity of shared survival. By day's end, the plateau grows hushed, survivors setting up temporary shelters near the ring of pillars. No one dares approach the gargoyles' statues yet. We all recall how swiftly slumber can become a new onslaught. The matriarch and I perform reinforcing wards around the ring, ensuring Bladrick and his kin remain sealed. I sense Veilen's presence behind me, watchful. The Overlord's hold on him may have shattered, but the gargoyle essence remains. He stands tall, refusing to yield to that monstrous heritage, forging a future at my side. Night falls once more, the sky a tapestry of stars over the eerie silhouettes of petrified gargoyles. Campfires flicker across the plateau. The orcs, battered and weary, share strong drink with humans, an unlikely camaraderie born from facing a mutual nightmare. My coven members exchange hushed stories with novices about glimpses of the final ceiling, how illusions and wards merged with space-time magic in a swirl of catastrophic beauty. Some weep for fallen friends, others vow to rebuild in their memory. I drift among them, offering solace or healing spells where I can. My body screams with fatigue, illusions faltering at the corners of my eyes. Yet a fierce joy burns in my heart. We did the impossible. We sealed the gargoyles again, thwarted the Overlord's alliance with the Red Purnas. For now. Our world isn't saved permanently, but it's given a chance to breathe. At last, I find Veilen standing at the edge of camp, gazing over the silent valley. The glow of distant torches highlights the bruises on his face, the faint silver tint of his skin, and the shadows under his eyes. I approach quietly. When he senses me, he turns, a faint relief in his expression. Without words, I slip my arms around him, pressing myself to his chest. He sighs shakily, arms folding around my shoulders. "We made it," he murmurs, voice tinged with disbelief. "Yes," I whisper, burying my face against him. "Because of you, because we refuse to give up." He kisses the top of my head, a gesture so tender it draws tears to my eyes. Tomorrow, the Overlord may regroup, the Red Purnas might hatch another plot, but for tonight... I tilt my head, meeting his gaze. Tonight, we rest, and we dream of a world we can shape, free from monstrous curses or cruel overlords. His lips curve into a small, hopeful smile. Slowly, gently, he dips his head, capturing my mouth in a soft kiss. Unlike our frantic, desperate embraces before, this one is slow, warm, suffused with the promise of a new start. My heart thuds with a mixture of relief and longing. Relief that we survived, longing for the days ahead when we can finally explore this bond without a war overshadowing us. When we part, breath mingling in the cool night air, he rests his forehead against mine. "Elira," he murmurs, words thick with emotion. "I'm yours, if you'll have me." My throat tightens. So simple, so fraught with meaning. "I choose you," I reply softly. "Despite everything." He exhales, and I sense the weight of his dark heritage, the Overlord's manipulations, the legacy of gargoyle blood. Yet beneath it all is the man I've come to cherish. Hand in hand, we return to the camp's fires, illusions flickering around us like drifting fireflies. Survivors glance our way with tired smiles, some murmuring blessings. The matriarch nods in approval, though sorrow lines her features from the day's losses. Alicia waves us over to share a meagre meal. We join them, side by side, forging a sense of community in the aftermath. And high above, the cluster of petrified gargoyles stands silent under the moon, a monument to our victory and a caution that this evil can rise again if we falter. But for now, the prophecy is fulfilled in a way that spares countless lives. We can rebuild. We can stand together. As the fires burn low and the hush of the exhausted camp settles, Veilen and I find a quiet corner beneath a leaning pillar. He pulls me into his arms, illusions drifting around us in comforting whirls. My chest warms with every beat of his heart against mine. We've found a fragile peace in each other, a sanctuary after the storms. Tomorrow we'll shape a new future, one where Purnas and dark elves, humans and orcs can find common ground, where gargoyles remain sealed or, if ever freed, might be guided to exist without endless slaughter, where the Overlord's tyranny doesn't define us, nor do the Red Purnas' betrayals, where Veilen and I can walk in the open, hand in hand, forging something we dared not dream of before. He strokes my hair, his voice barely a whisper. Rest, Elira. You've earned it. I smile, closing my eyes against his shoulder. My illusions flicker, sliding into a gentle dimness, and exhaustion envelops me. I feel the steady thrum of his heartbeat, a soothing lullaby after so much violence. The memory of that final ceiling, the shimmering pillar of magic that locked Bladrick away, hovers at the deepest recesses of my mind. We've won, at least for now, and we did it together, forging a bond that defies our bloodlines and our pasts. In the quiet hush of the plateau, where the echoes of battle still linger in the air, I let myself hope that this fragile peace is a beginning, a chance to rewrite prophecies, a chance to choose love over fear, unity over division. My eyes flutter shut as I drift into dreams of dawn, breaking over a land free from monstrous shadows. Veilen's arm around me, the warmth of his breath against my hair. I dare to believe that we can carve out a future worth living, a future shaped by our own hearts, not by curses or crowns. And for once, the darkness that threatened to devour us both recedes, leaving only the echo of our shared vow to stand side by side against whatever horrors might yet come.
Chapter 18. Veilen. The ground quakes beneath my boots as I sprint toward the circle of shattered pillars, ignoring the agony ripping through my chest. The storm-black sky churns overhead, lightning forking between roiling clouds. All around me, shadows flicker with unnatural life. Purnas shout spells, illusions shimmer, and the battered allied forces cling to the ragged hope we carved out of the chaos mere hours ago. Yet I sense a shift, a terrible tearing in the wards that once held the gargoyles at bay. Slick with blood and sweat, I force myself to keep moving. My side throbs where Bladrick's claws tore me earlier, but I push through. In the near distance, the petrified gargoyles stand silent, those we sealed in the epic clash that seemed to grant us a respite. But that respite is shattering. A fissure of red light crackles up the largest statue, the one we recognized as Bladrick, the gargoyle warlord. My heart seizes at the sight. He's breaking free. Elira! I roar, scanning the battlefield. My illusions swirl around me in a half-hearted attempt to cloak my presence. Too many voices crash through my head. Distant cries from wounded orcs, the frantic chanting of Purnas reinforcing wards, humans calling for their loved ones. My gargoyle blood surges with dread, and I taste iron in my mouth. He's awakening again, and he's more furious than before. At last I spot Elira near the collapsed ring of pillars, illusions dancing around her in frantic bursts. She's at the center of a swirl of battered coven elders, their staves raised, chanting incantations to mend the wards. Alicia stands to one side, hurling arcs of flame at the creeping cracks in the stone. Their efforts appear useless, the centuries-old runes carved into the ancient monoliths flicker and die, one by one. My pulse pounds. If Bladrick breaks free now, everything we fought for unravels. I recall that moment we sealed him, the life-draining synergy of illusions and old magic that imprisoned him in stone. But the Overlord must be interfering from afar, or the Red Purnas are twisting the ward. Something is fracturing the circle of petrification. Before I can reach Elira, the stone face of Blodric's statue splits with a deafening crack. A roar resonates across the plateau, a deep, savage sound that rattles my bones. Pieces of petrified hide tumble away, revealing mottled flesh beneath. He lurches forward, half statue, half living gargoyle. My throat closes in raw fear. He's not fully free, but almost. "Elira!" I bellow again, staggering to her side. She tears her focus from the runes just long enough to see me. Relief and terror flood her eyes. I gasp, but I can't finish. She knows. She and Alicia redouble their illusions, weaving them around Blodric's half-stone form. Elders chant, arcs of defensive wards lashing the air. Yet the warlord's roar intensifies. Piece by piece, the stone cracks away, letting him flex massive wings. The ground trembles. My gargoyle side clenches in recognition. My blood hums, stirring a savage resonance that both enthralls and terrifies me. We tried so hard to deny it. "Elira, we have to," I start, but I see the strain etched in her face. She's spent, illusions flickering. The coven is battered from the last onslaught. Her eyes meet mine, a silent apology. They can't hold him. Blodric lurches free with a final heave, stone fragments raining down. He towers over the circle of pillars, horns scraping the dark sky. Gargoyles pinned in partial stone forms moan behind him, but Blodric is wholly alive, wings flaring, eyes molten gold with fury. The wards sputter and fail. A cataclysmic hush falls as he lifts his head to the heavens, unleashing a roar that curdles my blood. His gaze snaps to me. "Half-breed!" he snarls, voice rumbling like thunder. The single word carries a venomous hatred that sears my nerves. "You dared seal me!" Behind me, I hear Elira panting, illusions fracturing in luminous shards. She tries to rally the Purnas, but I see the hollowness in her eyes. They're exhausted from keeping the wards for so long. If Blodric rampages now, he'll annihilate us. I can't let that happen. For a heartbeat, I recall the Overlord's monstrous experiments, the forging of gargoyle blood in my veins. I clench my fists, nails biting into my palms. This twisted power might be our only chance. "I've got him," I rasp to Elira. Ignoring her startled gasp, she grabs my arm. "Veilen, you're wounded!" I turn, pressing a brief, fierce kiss to her forehead. My heart aches with longing and regret, suspecting the cost of what I must do. "If I don't, we all die," I say, voice shaking. "Trust me." Tears shimmer in her gaze, but she nods, illusions wrapping a protective swirl around me for just an instant. Then I pull away, stepping toward Blodric, the stone shards crunching beneath my boots. The warlord sneers, tail lashing. "Fool, you couldn't defeat me before. Your coven is spent." I meet his gaze, letting that dark part of me, my gargoyle heritage, unfurl. Pain lances my ribs, but a savage heat flares in my chest. My illusions shift in hue, tinted with primal energy. "You're right," I snarl, voice deepening with resonant power. "But I'm not just an elf, am I?" Blodric laughs, a rumbling sound. "Show me then. Let me see your true nature." My breath hitches. In my periphery, I sense Purnas pulling back, fear emanating from them. Even Elira stands transfixed, illusions flickering helplessly. No one can intervene without risking the entire allied line. This is my fight. With a guttural roar of my own, I surge forward, channeling the Overlord's twisted legacy, gargoyle strength conjoined with dark elf battle magic. My muscles burn as a monstrous force pours through me, bright arcs of energy crackling around my arms. The ground cracks under my steps. It's excruciating and exhilarating. Blodric lunges, claws scything the air. I parry with a slash of conjured blade energy, half illusions, half raw chaos. The collision sparks a shockwave, sending dust and debris spiraling. He snarls, reeled back, then slams a wing into my chest. Agony explodes, but I hold my ground, letting that gargoyle side rise. My nails lengthen, turning black at the tips. My teeth ache with feral intensity. How does it feel? Blodrick taunts, circling me. Your blood calls. Embrace it fully and stand at my side. You don't have to die with these pitiful Purnas. I snarl, ignoring the savage voice whispering that I could be unstoppable if I joined him. Elira, I remind myself. I'm hers. I fight for my own, I rasp, unleashing a torrent of illusions shaped like obsidian shards. They swirl around Blodrick, slicing at his stony flesh. He roars, wings beating in a furious attempt to dispel them. Lightning flashes overhead, illuminating the swirling illusions and the savage dance of our conflict. Each time he swipes, I dodge, channeling unholy strength to dash in, slash with conjured blade arcs. Sparks of power erupt where we clash, gargoyle might versus gargoyle might, fueling cosmic chaos. My entire body feels like it's ripping at the seams, the Overlord's conditioning unraveling under the raw collision of energies. Blodrick reels back momentarily, black ichor dripping from a wound in his flank. He eyes me warily. You dare wound me, half-breed. Then die. He hurls himself at me, talons outstretched. I brace, illusions forging a barrier. He smashes through with frightening ease. The shock rattles my bones, pain lancing my skull. Before I can recover, he slams me aside. My body crashes into a fallen pillar, stone shards embedding in my shoulder. White-hot agony streaks across my vision. Elira, I whisper, seeing her across the battlefield, illusions flickering anxiously. She tries to rush forward, but Alicia and the elders hold her back, yelling something about letting me fight. I must finish this. Blodrick leaps, pressing the advantage. I roll, just avoiding his claws. My illusions waver, near collapse. No choice. I tap deeper into the gargoyle side, pushing my body beyond mortal limits. A savage roar tears from my throat as I stand, black veins pulsing along my forearms. My nails lengthen into claws. I become half the monster they feared. Blodrick's eyes widen at the sight, but he recovers, lashing his tail with scorn. Yes, that's the power. Give in. I fling illusions in a wide arc, shaping them into a blade of crackling darkness, every bit of dark elf battle magic I command fused with the gargoyle might. My entire being vibrates, pain overshadowed by unstoppable force. Enough! I bellow, driving forward. We collide in a spray of dust and arcane sparks. My conjured blade slashes into his stony torso. He roars, wings beating a hurricane wind. I push with everything, my illusions flaring a blackish hue, swirling like living shadows around the luminous arcs of chaos. Each heartbeat feels like it tears my insides, but I can't stop. Finally, my blade finds purchase in the soft juncture beneath his wing. Blodrick howls, thrashing as black ichor spurts. His claws rake my chest, but I twist aside, ignoring the ripping pain. Summoning my last ounce of strength, I drive the blade deeper. The bellow that rivals thunder, Blodrick staggers, his massive form buckling. Lightning splits the sky again, revealing him sinking to one knee, stone-like hide cracking. I realize I've mortally wounded him, my illusions severed vital arcs in his gargoyle essence. He tries to rise, eyes blazing defiance, but black ichor flows from the wound, weakening him. A wave of hollow triumph crashes over me. I won! The gargoyle warlord is undone! But at what cost? Then my chest convulses, lightning-hot agony shredding my veins. The conflicting energies, the gargoyle power, the dark elf illusions clash inside me with cataclysmic fury. I stagger, dropping to one knee. My nails retract, illusions flaring wildly. The Overlord's breeding experiment pulls me in two directions at once, my mind fraying under the overload. It's too much. Blodrick stares, eyes dimming. You, he rasps, voice gargling in black ichor. This is not victory. It's your doom. With a final snarl, he collapses, stone-like flesh cracking away from monstrous wings. I taste blood, realize it's pouring from my mouth. My illusions flicker, then vanish. The ground tilts under me, and I pitch forward, gasping. I can't breathe. Somewhere behind me, I sense Elira screaming my name, her voice raw with panic. My heart hammers out of rhythm, each beat a fresh stab of pain. I'm dying. The powers inside me tear me apart. Elders rush in, Purna's chanting frantically, but I only see Elira's face, illusions swirling around her in frantic arcs. She drops beside me, arms sliding under my shoulders. My vision blurs, the world tinted red from the blood streaming down my chin. "Veilen, stay with me," she pleads, illusions flickering around her trembling hands. "I can fix this, just hold on." I want to speak, to reassure her, but my throat locks in a wet cough. Darkness creeps at the boundaries of my sight, the gargoyle side thrashing like a wounded beast in my chest. My battered heart stutters. The Overlord's conditioning, the gargoyle blood, the illusions, I try to contain them all, but they shred my soul in warring currents. Elira's tears drip onto my face. She presses a trembling hand to my cheek, illusions weaving in a desperate attempt to hold me together. I sense the swirl of space-time magic, as though she'd try the same technique that once severed the Overlord's hold. But it's too late. My body's unraveling from the inside. All I can do is gaze at her, memorizing her face. "No," she chokes out, illusions sparking around her eyes. "Don't do this." The hush around us thickens. I hear Alicia's muffled sob, the elders cursing in despair. Allies gather, forming a ring of shock and grief. I see orcs bowing their heads, humans kneeling, Purnas trembling. The petrified gargoyles overshadow the entire scene, silent witnesses to my final stand. I try to speak, but all that emerges is a ragged wheeze. Elira cradles me closer, illusions crumbling as she pours her last dregs of magic into me, searching for a spark that might keep me alive. My chest aches with longing. I want to tell her so many things. That she saved me from the Overlord. That I choose her over everything. That I'm sorry I'm leaving. My mind spins. Trapped between life and that monstrous realm, the gargoyle side beckons. Her hand trembles against my heart. She sobs, leaning down so her brow presses to mine. "Veilen, please," she whispers, voice thick with heartbreak. "Don't go. We can save you like before, let me." I sense her illusions forging a bubble of space-time again, but my battered body refuses. The energies slip and sputter, slipping through her grasp. Another cough racks me, spatters of blood painting her cloak. My soul feels half torn from my flesh, drifting in a dark tide. "Elira," I manage, forcing air through dying lungs. "You freed me from all of it. You gave me hope." My voice is no more than a whisper. Thank you." Her illusions swirl, tears streaming down her cheeks. She tries again to channel space-time magic, her staff glowing in a last-ditch attempt at resurrection or transformation. But the essence within me rages, unstoppable. The Overlord's monstrous design sees to that. My heart lurches in one final spasm, raw agony stealing my breath. My gaze locks on Elira's tear-filled eyes, illusions shimmering with frantic color. I lift a shaking hand, brushing a lock of hair from her cheek. She holds my hand there, lips parted in silent devastation. "I'm sorry," I want to say. "I love you." Then everything blurs. The battlefield's roar muffles, replaced by a rushing sound like a distant ocean in my ears. My chest stills, and warmth drains from my limbs. Elira's mouth forms my name in a voiceless cry. My senses fade in and out, glimpses of Purna's kneeling, the glow of illusions flickering around us. In the final flicker of consciousness, I see her face, heartbreak etched in every line. My soul hovers, caught between realms, half expecting to see a gargoyle realm or the Overlord's orb. Instead, I find only the memory of Elira's touch, her illusions, her unwavering faith in me. Darkness sweeps in. My last thought is a fragile hope that my sacrifice grants her a future unbound by monstrous curses. Elira, live for both of us. Then I'm gone, swallowed by a silence that no illusions can penetrate. I catch a fleeting impression of her sobbing, clinging to my lifeless body, illusions blossoming and dying around her in sorrowful sparks. She tries to whisper spells of resurrection or begs the elders for help, but my spirit drifts beyond their reach. The Overlord's twisted design achieved its final cruelty, ripping me away at the very moment we tasted freedom. If there is an afterlife, I sense only a drifting void. No roars, no illusions, no Overlord or gargoyle call, just emptiness and a faint echo of Elira's name reverberating in the darkness. I pray she'll find peace. Far below, on that scarred plateau, the Allied forces hush in mourning. Elira clutches my limp form, tears carving tracks through the dust on her cheeks. Alicia stands behind her, trembling, an outstretched hand that can't bridge the chasm of grief. The matriarch lowers her head, staff trembling in her grasp. Even orcs bow in silent respect. The petrified gargoyles stand as looming statues, their once warring presence stilled by illusions and ancient wards. The Overlord's armies, battered and leaderless, retreat into the distance. The Red Purnas scatter. Victory of a kind rests with the battered alliance, but at a terrible cost. And at the heart of it, Elira weeps, illusions flickering erratically, her sobs echoing through the silent ruin. No illusions can mask the raw heartbreak searing her spirit. In her arms I lie unmoving, my dark elf features softened by death, the monstrous gargoyle essence gone silent. She presses her forehead to mine, breath hitching in choked pleas for me to return. But the violent energies that sustain me have torn me apart from within. Time stretches. Allies gather in a loose circle, forming a protective ring around the pair. Some place hands over hearts, others chant prayers for the departed. The Purna's illusions shift to muted tones, reflecting their sorrow. Overhead the clouds part, letting a single shaft of sunlight illuminate Elira cradling me, as though the universe itself acknowledges our last moment. In that timeless hush, Elira presses a final kiss to my brow, tears falling onto my slack features. "You stubborn fool," she whispers, voice fractured. "You said you'd come back to me." Her illusions flicker out, leaving her powerless in grief's embrace. Gently, Alicia kneels beside her, resting a hand on her shoulder. "Elira," she murmurs, tears glistening in her own eyes. "He saved us all." Elira trembles, burying her face against my chest. I can't. She can't finish, the words strangled by sobs. Yet, somehow, the Allied forces find a somber unity in that heartbreak. Orc warriors bow, muttering respects for a fallen hero. Humans kneel in prayer. The Purnas, from novices to elders, hold staves aloft, their illusions swirling in a gentle, melancholic tribute. A hush drapes the plateau, broken only by the wind rustling across stone and the distant moan of petrified gargoyles locked in endless slumber. In that suspended moment I am gone, soul adrift. Elira's heartbreak pulses across the bond we forged, a final echo that might linger somewhere in the cosmic tapestry. She holds me with trembling arms, refusing to release. The battlefield victory feels hollow in her anguished hold. The matriarch approaches with slow steps, tears shining in her storm-gray eyes. She kneels, resting a hand on Elira's back. "Child," she whispers, voice cracked. "Veilen's sacrifice saved us. Let us honor him. Let us carry him from this cursed place." Elira can only nod, illusions sparking feebly around her fingertips, too grief-stricken to maintain any shape. Carefully, with Alicia's help, she relinquishes my body, though her fingers cling until the last possible moment. The Purnas gather me on a makeshift stretcher conjured from illusions and boards. A hush echoes through the crowd as they bear me away, each soul recognizing a hero fallen. Elira remains on her knees, face wet with tears, illusions guttering. Alicia kneels beside her, arms around her shoulders, murmuring broken words of comfort. All across the plateau, the watchers bow heads. The once thundering battlefield is silent, but for the faint keening of the wounded and the hush of the wind. Slowly the Allied forces begin to move. Some remain to tend to the injured, others gather the fallen. The orcs prepare a pyre for their own lost. The humans do likewise. For me, Elira has not decided, her grief too raw. She stands abruptly, illusions flaring, staggering after the stretcher. Alicia steadies her, whispering that they must tend the living, yet Elira's eyes remain locked on my still form. In the days that follow, they'll build a cairn or pyre, or some form of remembrance. They'll speak of how Veilen, the Overlord's creation, turned gargoyle strength upon the warlord to save them all. They'll tell stories of the final blow, how illusions and monstrous might collided in a flash that ended Blodric's terror. But in this first moment, it is only heartbreak, raw, relentless heartbreak for Elira, who sees me carried away, her illusions powerless to bring me back. And so ends the final confrontation on these ancient stones, beneath the gaze of petrified gargoyles. The Overlord flees, the Red Purnas scattered, and the greatest threat contained by a hero's ultimate sacrifice. In the hush that follows, Elira stands in the swirl of dust and tears, illusions shimmering in her sorrow. She has won a future for them all, but lost the man who claimed her heart in the process. The wind sighs across the silent pillars. No illusions can mask the emptiness left in my wake. No wards can conjure me back. Elira's sobs fade into the twilight, and my body, cold and still, is borne from the battlefield by those who loved me, or at least recognized my final deed. Far beyond mortal sight, my soul hovers briefly, yearning for Elira's warmth. But the threads of life are severed, and I drift into whatever realm awaits, carrying the memory of her illusions, her tears, and her love. And in that final release, I pray that she finds the strength to rebuild the world we saved, forging a new dawn upon the ashes of war, even if my place in it has ended. No illusions can rewrite the heartbreak. Yet the Allied forces, mourning a hero, vow to honor that sacrifice by preserving the fragile unity blossomed on a battlefield of stone. And Elira, though shattered, stands to lead them, her illusions flickering with grief, her soul carrying the echo of my final breath. That is how this cataclysmic chapter closes, with gargoyles resealed, an Overlord in retreat, the Red Purnas scattered, and my lifeless body cradled by the woman I loved in the last fleeting moments of life. The prophecy is written. My death seals it. Elira's tears christen a new era, one shaped by love's unwavering devotion, even in the face of monstrous blood and unstoppable fate.
Chapter 19. Elira. I'm kneeling on the makeshift funeral pyre when I realise I can't let him go. Dawn struggles to lift over the bruised sky, casting half-hearted rays through the ragged clouds. All around, the plateau lies devastated, dotted with the remains of the final battle. The towering pillars that once marked the ancient gargoyle ring stand cracked and silent, their magic spent. Broken illusions drift like fading fireflies, illuminating the jagged silhouettes of petrified gargoyles sealed once again. My coven sisters and brothers shuffle quietly across the battlefield, tending to the wounded or gathering the fallen. I can feel the pulse of grief running through every living soul on this plateau, witch, human, orc, even the occasional dark elf defector who turned on the Overlord. They're all exhausted, hearts bruised by the sacrifices demanded here. Yet none of their sorrow resonates as fiercely as mine, because laid upon a wooden bier, half sheltered from the icy wind, lies Veilen. His cheeks pale with death, his once fierce eyes closed forever. My breath shakes as I brush strands of midnight hair from his brow, remembering the way he'd gaze at me with unwavering devotion, even in the midst of turmoil. Tears sting my eyes. He's gone. The words gnaw my soul. He bled out in my arms scarcely hours ago, torn apart by the monstrous energies the Overlord forced into his body. He gave his final breath to destroy the gargoyle warlord, saving us all from Bladrick's fury, only to be stolen from me at the moment of victory. I press my forehead to his cold chest, illusions sputtering around me in grief-laced sparks. My magic reflects my heartbreak in jagged pulses of colour, though I can't quell this wave of despair. The hush of the plateau wraps us both, disturbed only by the occasional moan of survivors and the shuffle of worn boots on broken stone. From behind, I sense Alicia approach, her fiery curls dulled with ash, eyes rimmed red from tears. She lays a comforting hand on my shoulder. "Elira," she murmurs, her voice cracking. "The matriarch's preparing a farewell. He died a hero." Her sorrow thrums beneath her words. Anger and heartbreak twist my stomach. "I don't want him remembered as just a hero," I rasp, voice trembling. "I want him here, with me." She kneels beside me, illusions swirling at her fingertips, subdued by her grief. "I know," she whispers, eyes glistening. "But death is final, Elira. You can't change." "I can," I interrupt, suddenly certain. The words erupt from my lips, hammered by raw conviction I can't deny. "I won't accept this." Confusion knits her brow. "What do you mean?" Hot tears spill from my lashes, and I lift my gaze to the stormy dawn sky. The faint memory of centuries-old tomes flickers through my mind, scrolls referencing the darkest corners of Purna lore. "There's a ritual," I whisper, illusions rippling in agitation. "A forbidden rite that warps space-time magic to resurrect the dead, bridging soul and body. The texts called it abominable, a defiance of natural law." Alicia's breath catches. "Elira, that's madness. The matriarch has forbidden such attempts. The cost." "I know the cost," I snap, voice shaking. "But I won't let him slip away, not after all we survived. If the Overlord can twist life, if the Red Purnas can break taboos for power, why must we hold back when love hangs in the balance?" My illusions flare a savage pinkish hue, reflecting my desperate fury. Her hand trembles on my shoulder. "The matriarch will never condone it. If you fail, it might destroy you, or worse, twist Veilen into something monstrous." I gaze down at Veilen's still form, a pang of longing lancing my heart. "He was already part monster," I whisper, tears dripping onto his tunic. "But I loved him anyway, and he loved me. That's enough to risk anything." My illusions glow, spiking the air with tension. "I will defy every law if it brings him back." Alicia shakes her head, half in awe, half in fear. "Then let me help. You'll need a circle, a conduit. You can't do it alone." I press my palm to Veilen's chest, breath ragged. "We can't involve the entire coven. This is forbidden, Alicia." She meets my gaze, eyes fierce despite her grief. "I won't tell the matriarch, but you need me, my illusions, my flames, whatever synergy I can provide. The ritual demands at least two, right? An anchor and a conduit. You're the anchor. Let me be your channel, at least." My chest loosens with the faintest relief. "Thank you," I whisper, tears renewing. "I won't forget this." She stands, illusions swirling in determined arcs. "Then let's move fast, before the elders finalize the funeral rites." We slip away from the main camp, carrying Veilen's body on a cloth stretcher. Each step crushes my heart, his limp hand dangling from the side, his face colourless in the pale light. But I cling to the conviction fueling me. He won't remain dead. We find a secluded hollow beneath the plateau's edge, half concealed by a tumble of ancient boulders. The air here feels charged, perhaps a lingering echo of the battle's magic. The stench of smoke and blood still clings to the wind, but at least we're far enough from prying eyes. I set Veilen gently on the stony ground, illusions fluttering around his still form. Alicia stands behind me, staff in hand, eyes darting nervously. "All right," she says, voice taut. "How do we begin?" I inhale, recalling the scattered references from the restricted scrolls. We need a circle of illusions and space-time conjurations to anchor his soul to a remade body. We'll need raw life essence, some from me, some from you, to fuel it. The risk is if the soul resists or is trapped halfway. My voice trembles on that last note, imagining Veilen's spirit torn between realms. She nods, swallowing hard. "I'm with you. Show me the pattern." My illusions surge, weaving a faint circle around us. Despite my exhaustion, I shape the lines carefully, forging arcs of light and swirling runes gleaned from half-remembered texts. Alicia exhales flame-tinged illusions, reinforcing the perimeter with flickers of elemental fire. The circle glows faintly, crackling with potential. Veilen's body lies at the centre, motionless. My heart clenches with dread and hope in equal measure. "Okay," I say, shaking from head to toe. "Let's join hands and channel. I'll focus on bridging space-time, seeking Veilen's soul beyond. You feed me your illusions so I don't collapse from the strain." Her lips tighten, but she sets her staff aside, stepping into place. We kneel on either side of Veilen, our hands clasped across his chest. The circle brightens, illusions swirling in mirrored arcs. Sparks of flame dance around Alicia's fingertips, merging with the ribbons of space-time I conjure. I draw a shaking breath, letting my eyes drift shut. "Veilen," I murmur, voice quivering with love and desperation. "If you hear me, come back. Follow my call." My illusions spiral outward, sensing the boundary between life and death. A dark, echoing void that chills my blood. Alicia inhales sharply, channeling her illusions into me. I feel the pulse of her flame illusions bolstering my magic, giving me the power to pierce the veil. My chest aches as if an invisible hand squeezes my lungs. This is unnatural. The boundary between realms resists, but I push, imagining Veilen's face, the brush of his lips, the fierce devotion in his eyes. "Come back, come back." A swirl of cold rushes through my illusions. My heart jolts as I sense a flicker of Veilen's presence, a faint echo of his essence, drifting in the void. My illusions strain, forging a thread of connection. There he is. The weight of grief threatens to drag me under, but I grit my teeth, pulling that fragment toward me with every shred of will. "Anchor him!" Alicia hisses, illusions stuttering as she pours more energy into me. I shape space-time magic like a net, casting it into the darkness. Something snags, a trembling bit of Veilen's soul. He's battered, reluctant, as if the void clings to him. I sob, illusions flaring from my chest in bright streaks. "Veilen, let me in," I whisper, tears hot on my cheeks. "We can't do this without you." A spasm rocks me. His soul writhes, torn between realms. My illusions crackle. Alicia shouts in alarm, her illusions surging to keep the circle intact. The air thickens with pressure, so intense my ears pop. A low moan escapes Veilen's lips, though his eyes remain closed. Is that him, or just my illusions? No time for doubt. I channel raw life force from my core, funneling it through the circle. My veins burn as though set aflame. A dull roar fills my ears, thousands of ghosts protesting the breach of death's domain. My illusions tremble, on the brink of collapse. I have to do this. In a final burst of reckless love, I anchor Veilen's soul to the battered shell of his body, forcibly stitching them together with space-time ribbons. The agony scalds me from inside out. My illusions and Alicia's flames swirl in a storm of radiant energy, colliding with the gloom of death. Veilen's chest arches, eyes flying open. He gasps, a wretched sound that tears through the hush. My illusions intensify, tethering him, forging a living vessel from broken flesh. It's working. Or is it killing us both? Screams shred my throat as the magic rages, unstoppable. Alicia cries out, illusions flickering. The ground beneath us cracks, stones levitating as we warp reality. The circle glows, a maelstrom of swirling light and darkness. My entire being feels close to rupturing, overshadowed by the cosmic forces I've unleashed. And then, in one cataclysmic instant, the ritual ends. The illusions die away, the circle's glow fading to embers. I collapse onto my back, chest heaving. Alicia sprawls beside me, staff rolling from her grip. My vision flickers with spots, ears ringing. For a heartbeat, I dread we failed. He's gone. But then a soft cough pierces the hush. Slowly I force my head to turn, seeing Veilen's body stir. My breath catches. He shifts, limbs curling inward, drawing a ragged inhale as though it's his first. The flesh along his arms is different, no longer the silver hue of a dark elf, nor the stony texture of a gargoyle. Something new, pale as moonlight, faintly veined with silver runes. My illusions quake at the sight, sensing a new aura enveloping him. "Elira?" he rasps, voice frayed. Tears flood my eyes. He's alive. Somehow, we did the impossible. My limbs tremble as I drag myself to him, ignoring the ache in my soul. "Veilen," I whisper, cupping his cheek. His eyes flick open, no longer that icy hue, but a deeper swirl of colour I can't name. Like a horizon at twilight, tinged with faint gold. "Elira," he repeats, breath hitching. What happened? I collapse forward, burying my face against his chest, relief sobbing through me. "You died," I murmur, voice cracking, "and I refused to let you go." His arms, newly formed yet trembling with lingering weakness, circle around my shoulders. The warmth of his body is real. I can feel his pulse, faint but steady. A broken laugh escapes me. He's truly back. Alicia groans, rising to her knees. Her illusions sputter in relief. "You reckless fools," she breathes, tears shining in her eyes. It actually worked. Veilen tries to sit up, confusion marking his features. He glances at his skin, noticing the shift in hue. Horror and awe flicker across his face. This body, it's not what it was. I swallow, illusions shimmering in empathy. "You're new. The space-time power reshaped you, neither dark elf nor gargoyle, but something else." He flexes a hand, staring at the faint runic patterns swirling just under the skin. Then his gaze snaps to me, realization dawning. "Am I alive, or bound to your magic?" My heart clenches. Yes and yes. The scrolls said you'd be anchored to me, drawing from my illusions to remain stable. My voice wavers with guilt. "I'm sorry. I've condemned you to this." He lifts a trembling hand to my chin, illusions crackling between our touch. "Elira," he says, quiet but unwavering. "You saved me. You gave me another chance. I choose this, whatever it entails." A fresh wave of tears streaks my cheeks. I fold into him, illusions swirling around our entwined forms in gentle sparks, no longer savage or desperate, but softly luminous. Alicia exhales, wiping tears from her own eyes. "Then it's done," she murmurs. "He's back." But the hush is short-lived. A sudden tumult rises from the plateau above, shouts, stamping boots, and illusions clashing. We stiffen, realizing the world beyond hasn't paused for our miracle. Of course, the Overlord might attempt a final gambit, or the Red Purnas might still linger. "How do you feel?" I ask Veilen, brushing his hair back. He grimaces, testing his limbs. "Weak, but alive. My powers, they flicker at the edge of my awareness, like I can't control them yet." Alicia nods. "Lean on us if needed, but we must see what's happening." We scramble from the hollow, Veilen leaning heavily on me, illusions weaving a stabilising swirl around him. Rejoining the plateau, we find the Allied forces on high alert. The matriarch stands with a group of Purnas, illusions at the ready, facing a cluster of defeated Red Purnas. A hush echoes across the ravaged stone field. The Overlord is nowhere in sight, though I spot some of his officers bound in arcane shackles or fleeing in disorganised clusters. The moment the Purnas see Veilen walk, alive, they gasp, illusions flickering in shock. The matriarch's eyes widen. She glimpses the runic patterns across Veilen's arms, then flicks her gaze to me with a troubled mix of awe and dread. "Elira," she says, voice taut. "What have you done?" I swallow, illusions dancing around me in trembling shapes. "He died," I reply, forcing calm. "I couldn't let him go. I used a forbidden ritual, a resurrection that bound him to me." Gasps ripple through the onlookers. I sense Alicia stepping forward, illusions flicking defensively. "Don't blame her," she says. "We owe Veilen a debt. This was the only way to save him." The matriarch's gaze wavers between condemnation and compassion. Ultimately, she exhales slowly, illusions dimming around her staff. "You've defied the natural order," she murmurs, "but perhaps we owe him that debt indeed." She shifts her attention to the ring of statues beyond. The gargoyles remain sealed. The Overlord's forces are broken, many captured or fled. The Red Purnas are scattering. We hold the field, but at great cost. Veilen stands tall, though I feel him trembling. My illusions twine around his waist like supportive tendrils, helping him remain upright. He addresses the gathered coven and allies, voice rasping. If the Overlord survived, he'll regroup. The Red Purnas might lurk in the shadows. But we can stand united, dark elves who reject tyranny, Purnas who embrace freedom, humans, orcs, all forging a new balance. This time we do it without the Overlord's leash or the gargoyle threat overshadowing us. A subdued ripple of agreement passes among them. The orcs nod, some murmuring that they'll negotiate further cooperation with the coven. Humans glance at each other, hope easing their tension. The Purnas, though wary, seem reassured by Veilen's calm presence, despite the unnatural magic pulsing in his flesh. The matriarch lifts her staff, illusions shimmering in quiet acknowledgement. "Then let us rebuild. We will rest, heal, and see what the future holds." I step forward, illusions shimmering gold, mindful that I too bear the weight of this new era. We've driven back the Overlord and sealed the gargoyles once more, I say softly, voice echoing in the hush. We must remain vigilant, for old enemies may return. But together, we can shape a safer Protheka, free from monstrous curses and cruel overlords. That's what Veilen sacrificed everything for. A hush settles, then cautious applause, or the equivalent among orcs pounding weapons on stone. Purnas bow their heads in relief. The battered plateau, once a scene of slaughter, feels charged with the possibility of renewal. The petrified gargoyles, locked in slumber, stand as a warning of the cost. Finally, the matriarch lowers her staff. "We will gather the wounded, bury the dead. After that, we convene in the coven halls to discuss the next steps. Elira, you and Veilen rest. The entire coven owes you both a great debt." I nod, illusions reflecting a subtle glow of gratitude, though grief still weighs in my chest. "Thank you, matriarch," I whisper. "We'll help however we can." That evening, under a bruised sunset, we make camp on the plateau's edge. The Allied forces claim the terrain as a temporary base, forging rudimentary shelters among the shattered pillars. Makeshift pyres burn for the fallen, their smoke spiralling into the twilight. Though sorrow lingers, the tension of war has eased, replaced by cautious hope. I stand beside Veilen in a secluded corner, near a solitary pillar that remained unbroken. A gentle breeze carries the scent of ash and healing salves. He leans against the stone, chest heaving, illusions shifting softly around him as I support him. His new body glows faintly in the dusk, the runic lines beneath his skin catching the firelight. My throat tightens with emotion. "How do you feel?" I ask, voice hushed. He lifts his gaze, eyes shimmering with an uncanny brilliance. "Alive," he says softly, "but different. My gargoyle side doesn't rage like before. It's tempered, entwined with your magic." I nod, brushing my fingertips over the faint runes on his arm. A surge of warmth passes between us, illusions entwining. "The resurrection changed you. You're not fully dark elf or gargoyle. You're a new balance." My lips curve in a trembling smile, bound to me but free from the Overlord's chains. His hand covers mine, pressing it gently to his chest. A heartbeat thuds beneath. "I can't quite put it into words," he murmurs, "but I feel more at peace than ever, like my soul found an anchor instead of tearing me apart." Tears well in my eyes again, but this time they're tears of relief. "It's all I wanted," I whisper, "to free you, to bring you back." He draws me closer, illusions swirling around us in a soft dance of colour. "I'm sorry for the cost," he murmurs, voice heavy with concern. "That forbidden ritual could have killed you." I exhale, resting my forehead against his. "I'd risk anything for you. I think you know that." He smiles faintly, stealing a gentle kiss that burns with quiet devotion. My heart swells, illusions brightening around us in a hush of reverent colour. The battered plateau fades from my immediate awareness, leaving only the warmth of his presence, the assurance of our bond, the knowledge that tomorrow we face a new era together. Later, we gather near a central fire with Elira, the matriarch, a few orc chieftains, and a handful of human representatives. The conversation revolves around the next steps: how to secure the sealed gargoyles, how to push back against any Overlord resurgence, how to unify orcs, humans, and Purnas to maintain peace. Veilen sits beside me, occasionally gripping my hand beneath the table. His presence reassures me when doubts threaten to cloud my mind. Though the meeting is sombre, I notice sparks of camaraderie. Orcs exchanging respectful nods with Purnas. Humans offering bandages to wounded dark elves who defected from the Overlord's legion. A fragile unity, forged in shared struggle. The matriarch addresses Veilen with a new measure of respect. She asks for his insight into possible Overlord movements, and he provides earnest answers, no sign of the tortured enforcer who once bowed to Orthani's commands. When the session ends, the group disperses into the flickering shadows of campfires. I linger by Veilen's side, illusions flickering across my staff. The matriarch touches my shoulder as she passes, expression conflicted yet softened. "Elira, your actions defy many coven laws. But we owe Veilen. I see now the love that fuels you both. We won't hinder it." My throat constricts. I bow my head, relief and gratitude surging. "Thank you, matriarch," I manage. She walks on, illusions trailing in subdued arcs behind her. Night descends fully, the sky a tapestry of stars over the broken plateau. Quiet murmurs drift through the camp, survivors finding pockets of rest or whispering about the future. Veilen and I wander away from the main fires, illusions lighting a path among collapsed stones. We reach an outcrop overlooking the silent ring where Bladrick fell. That place is empty now. The petrified gargoyle remains carefully sealed by fresh wards. I take a trembling breath, illusions shifting with my heartbeat. "It's surreal," I whisper. To stand here victorious, having sealed the gargoyles and thwarted the Overlord, yet at such a cost. Veilen nods, sliding an arm around my waist. We lost so many, but we saved countless more from Bladrick's wrath. His expression darkens. And from me, if my gargoyle side had run wild. I press a hand to his chest, illusions flaring in gentle sparks. You never were the monster. You were shaped by monstrous forces, but you chose something else. That's who you are. He searches my face, eyes reflecting sorrow and relief. Slowly he leans in, pressing a tender kiss to my lips, a silent thank you. Our illusions mingle, weaving a soft glow in the darkness. My heart pounds, recalling the terror of losing him. I won't let fear overshadow us now. Where do we go from here? He asks quietly, resting his forehead against mine. A faint smile touches my lips. We rebuild. The coven, these alliances. We'll search for the Overlord and Red Purnas who fled, ensure they can't rally again. We'll guard the gargoyles' prison. And beyond that, my illusions flutter. We shape a life worth living, Veilen. Emotion tightens his features. He presses his cheek to mine, breath warm against my ear. If I can remain by your side, that's all I want. My heart stutters, illusions shimmering in agreement. Then stay, I whisper, voice trembling with renewed hope. He cradles my face, a gentle reverence in his touch. Always. The word always lingers between us, a vow wrapped in fire and breath. His hands, rough from battle, gentle for me, slide down my neck, tracing the line of my collarbone. My illusions flicker wildly, mirroring the pulse between my thighs.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprothika.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Prothika.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
Morning comes with a pale sunrise that bathes the plateau in gentle light, revealing the wreckage more starkly. But the air feels cleaner, free of the suffocating malevolence that once shadowed us. Purnas and orcs clear rubble. Humans cart away debris for pyres or rudimentary shelters. The field of petrified gargoyles stands as a silent testament to our triumph, and a warning of curses that might resurface if vigilance fails. I find Veilen near a circle of novices treating wounded. He's offering quiet words of encouragement, illusions sparking from his fingertips as he tests his new powers. The novices watch with wide-eyed curiosity, astounded by the runic lines beneath his skin. I see a flicker of sadness cross his face when he realizes how different he is, but he musters a smile. He's forging a place among us, however unorthodox. We meet eyes across the campsite, warmth flooding my chest at the devotion there. He strides to me, illusions flickering at his heels. Our alliance stands unbroken, deeper than any vow. Ready? He asks softly. I nod, illusions sparking in calm arcs. The matriarch wants us to travel to the main coven hall soon, to formalize treaties and help craft new wards for the gargoyle prison. We'll need to confirm the Overlord's exact status, locate the Red Purnas who escaped. There's so much to do. He offers a wry grin. We'll do it together. But first, rest. His eyes flick to my exhaustion, illusions swirling unsteadily. You nearly died bringing me back. A weary laugh escapes me. Worth every risk. But yes, rest. Then we rebuild. My illusions fade to a gentle halo as I lean into him, content in the hush of dawn's aftermath. For the first time in countless moons, hope kindles in my soul, unburdened by the prophecy's terror. We overcame monstrous curses, freed ourselves from the Overlord's tyranny, and resurrected Veilen from the void. If that's not defying fate, I don't know what is. We linger a final day on the plateau, burying our dead with solemn rituals, erecting a crude memorial for the fallen. The Purnas carve runes into a tall fragment of stone, listing names of those who perished in the gargoyle battles, each etched with illusions that glow at night. Orcs construct cairns for their warriors, humans do the same, and a hush of unity wraps every funeral rite. I stand with Veilen by a pyre crackling with gentle flames, illusions swirling across the smoke. Even as we grieve, we glimpse the healing power of camaraderie. Orcish chants blend with witch incantations and human prayers. The orcs vow to remain allied as long as we keep the gargoyles sealed. The Purnas vow to guard the land from future monstrosities, and humans pledge to hold a fragile peace. We stand on the threshold of a new era, forged by the blood spilled here. That evening, the matriarch calls a final gathering. We gather near the pillar ring, Veilen's hand clasping mine. Alicia stands with us, illusions flickering in subdued pastel. The matriarch addresses our battered alliance, voice echoing. We have endured catastrophe and heartbreak. Gargoyles remain sealed, but the Overlord and Red Purnas aren't vanquished. We must remain united, forging a future beyond the old hatreds and cruelty. Let this battlefield be our foundation stone, where we chose cooperation over division, where we resurrected hope in the darkest hour. A murmur of agreement spreads. Some cast glances at Veilen, seeing proof that miracles or abominations can arise from love. I feel the weight of their stares, but hold Veilen's hand tighter. We answer with unwavering resolve. When the moon rises, I slip away from camp with Veilen. We climb a gentle slope that overlooks the silent ring of gargoyles, each statue locked in mid-snarl or half-lunge. The runes carved into their bases glow faintly in starlight, wards newly reinforced by coven elders. A shudder passes through me, recalling how easily curses can break if neglected. But we'll watch them closely. Veilen's fingers trail across the petrified flank of a lesser gargoyle statue, illusions dancing at his fingertips. It's strange, he murmurs, voice reflective. I feel no kinship with them now. Once my gargoyle blood howled for acceptance, but since the resurrection, that roar is gone. I'm free. My heart squeezes with relief. I'm glad. You deserve peace. He turns to face me, illusions framing his features in soft luminescence. Elira, none of this would be possible without you. I was born to be a tool of destruction, created by the Overlord's twisted design. You shattered those chains, even defied death itself to bring me back. How can I ever repay that? Emotions swirl, illusions trembling at the edges. Love me, I say simply, voice hitching with the intensity of my feelings. Stand beside me in this new world we're forging. That's all the repayment I need. He steps forward, arms sliding around my waist. Then it's done, he murmurs, pressing a tender kiss to my lips. My illusions bloom in a warm shimmer around us, mirroring the rush of devotion. The night envelops us in a hush of starlight and possibility. At dawn, we depart the plateau for the coven halls in the high mountains. Our journey spans days, passing through ravaged foothills where remnants of the Overlord's forces lurk. Each time we encounter a threat, illusions swirl from me, and Veilen taps his new hybrid magic, staving off ambushes. His body continues to adjust, runic lines sometimes flaring with raw power, but I soothe him with gentle illusions, forging a balance in our synergy. The world sees him as a living testament that even monstrous origins can yield a heroic heart. Along the way, small pockets of humans greet us as saviours, sharing battered supplies or fresh water. Orc scouts nod respectfully, acknowledging our role in defeating the gargoyles. We sense the Overlord's shadow still looms, but for now he remains in hiding, his armies broken. The Red Purnas might regroup, but they've lost their momentum. Each village or enclave we visit shows timid hope. By the time we crest the final slope to the Coven's mountain stronghold, exhaustion clings to us like a second skin. Yet the sight of spired roofs carved from rock and adorned with newly renewed wards stirs a cautious joy. Purnas and novices line the stone walkway, illusions forming a gentle corridor of flickering light. They greet me with bowed heads and hushed gratitude. Veilen, once dreaded as the Overlord's enforcer, receives respectful nods. Some still eye him warily, but none can deny his part in saving them. We enter the grand hall where the matriarch awaits, flanked by elders who survived. They guide us to a newly erected dais, illusions dancing overhead. A hush envelops the chamber as the matriarch raises her staff. "Welcome home, child," she says to me, voice solemn, then turns to Veilen. "And you, Veilen, reborn in the fires of battle, we stand in a new dawn, uncertain but brimming with potential. You have a place here if you choose." Veilen looks at me, warmth in his gaze. "I accept," he says quietly, illusions flickering from his palms. "I'll aid the coven in keeping the gargoyles sealed and defending against the Overlord's remnants." A ripple of whispered relief and tentative acceptance fills the hall. My illusions flutter in pale pink ribbons, reflecting my gratitude. The matriarch steps down, resting her staff lightly on Veilen's shoulder in a gesture of blessing. He bows, chest tightening with humility. I sense he still struggles with guilt, but he's forging a new path. That evening, we gather in a wide courtyard high above the coven halls, overlooking sheer cliffs. Stars spread across the night sky, and illusions sparkle like constellations among the assembled Purnas. Orc and human representatives share a small feast, celebrating alliances forged. Soft music drifts on the mountain wind, a lullaby for battered spirits. Veilen and I escape from the crowd, illusions trailing in our wake. We find a quiet parapet where the wind whips our cloaks, the moon painting silver lines across Veilen's newly formed skin. He exhales, leaning on the stone battlements. "A new beginning," he murmurs, voice hushed with wonder. I sidle closer, wrapping my arm around his waist. "Yes, we must remain vigilant. There's still the Overlord, the Red Purnas, countless threats. But for now, we stand free from curses." My illusions dance in gentle swirls, lighting the wind-blown gloom. He turns to me, eyes brimming with a quiet intensity. "Elira, everything changed when you tore me from death. I feel tethered to your magic, your life. It's overwhelming and beautiful." He pauses, illusions flickering around his hands. "I hope I'm not a burden." My chest constricts, remembering how we nearly lost each other. "Never," I whisper, cupping his cheek. "You're my partner, my anchor just as much as I am yours. We'll face the future side by side, forging it with our own hands and illusions." He smiles, a genuine warmth that crinkles the corners of his eyes. Slowly, carefully, he dips his head, capturing my mouth in a tender kiss. My illusions flare, radiant in the night air, swirling around us like joyful fireflies. I let myself sink into him, heart pounding with a love no longer shadowed by monstrous fate. When we part, breathless, the hush of the mountain night envelops us. Far below, the lights of the coven halls glow like scattered embers. Over the ridge, the petrified gargoyles remain silent in their stone slumber, warded by fresh runes. No Overlord banners flicker in the distance tonight. No Red Purnas prowl the edges of our vision. For once, we stand in peace, albeit a fragile one. "Tomorrow," Veilen murmurs, resting his forehead against mine, illusions blending with mine in a swirl of pastel brilliance. We help rebuild, hunt down any threats, ensure no new horrors arise. But tonight, can we just breathe? Tears prickle my eyes. Yes, I whisper, pressing my palm over his heart, marvelling at the steady thrum beneath. Tonight, we live. And so we remain in that gentle hush, illusions weaving a cocoon of soft light around us. The wind ruffles our hair, the distant hum of the coven's quiet celebrations drifting up. In this tender, precarious moment, we are free. Free from curses, from prophecy's grim design, from the Overlord's manipulations. Our love transcended death, forging a bond that not even monstrous blood could sever. Later, as the stars blaze overhead, we rejoin the smaller circle of friends in the courtyard. Alicia teases me with tired laughter, illusions shimmering in teasing shapes as she tries to lighten the mood. Orcish scouts share a jug of potent brew with a few humans, forging an odd camaraderie. The matriarch watches from a distance, a solemn pride in her gaze. The talk is subdued but hopeful. Mentions of forging a stable alliance beyond these halls, suggestions of forming watchtowers near the gargoyle prison, employing illusions and wards to ensure no monster stirs without our knowledge. Whispers that if the Overlord tries to rebuild, we'll stand united to oppose him. Veilen stands by my side through it all, occasionally contributing insights about dark elf tactics or gargoyle vulnerabilities. The novices eye him with curiosity, some shy, some in awe that he's returned from death. He offers them patient smiles, illusions flickering in demonstration. My heart clenches with affection each time he glances at me, reassuring me with a look that we share this path. When the final embers of the evening's small celebration fade, we retire to a modest chamber within the coven's halls. Nothing grand, just a quiet space with a simple bed and carved stone walls etched with faint runes. Veilen helps me ease off my battered cloak, illusions flickering in gentle arcs around our feet. Exhaustion weighs on me, but so does a deep sense of serenity. We survived the unthinkable. Battles with gargoyles, betrayal by Red Purnas, the Overlord's torments, even the boundary of death itself. Now we stand on the cusp of a life chosen rather than forced. Veilen traces the runic lines on his forearm, testing his new body's sensitivity. I watch him with tender concern. Does it hurt? I ask softly, stepping closer. He looks up, eyes holding a warm glow. Not like before. It's more, I feel your magic pulsing in my veins, like a gentle tether. Instead of tearing me apart, it soothes me. A lump forms in my throat. I'm glad. He lifts a hand, fingers brushing the curve of my cheek. Elira, he whispers, illusions trembling around his fingertips. Thank you for everything. No words can capture what you mean to me. Tears gleam in my eyes. And I have no regrets. I'd do it all again. We lean in, our mouths meeting in a quiet kiss that speaks of infinite gratitude and relief. My illusions swirl in languid patterns, no longer frantic or desperate, but bearing the gentle promise of a future I thought impossible. His arms slide around my waist, holding me as though I'm the only anchor in a world that's perpetually shifting beneath us. The bed invites us to rest, to find solace in each other's warmth. We stumble toward it, limbs trembling with fatigue. I help him lie down, illusions flickering a soft glow as I settle beside him. He nuzzles into the crook of my neck, breath easing into a rhythm that soothes my own ragged nerves. We deserve this peace. Outside, the coven halls stir quietly, watchers patrolling the wards in case of lingering threats. But in our simple chamber, we exist in a bubble of fragile contentment. My illusions dim to a faint halo, letting darkness envelop us. Veilen's heartbeat thrums beneath my hand, a reassuring cadence that banishes the nightmares of losing him forever. My thoughts drift. Tomorrow we'll plan more thoroughly, forging alliances with orcs, humans, and any dark elves willing to break from Orthani. We'll keep vigil over the gargoyle prison, ensuring no resurrection of Bladrick's fury. We'll watch for the Overlord's next move. Yet behind every strategy, there's a quiet realization that no curse, no monstrous heritage, can stand against unwavering love. We proved that. I curl into Veilen's chest, illusions pulsing in drowsy flickers. His breath deepens, warmth radiating from his newly formed body. The runic lines glow faintly, a testament to the space-time magic binding his soul to flesh. I let my eyelids close, tears drying on my cheeks. We paid a harrowing price, but we claimed a life that's ours. As sleep claims me, I remember the moment I tore his soul from the void, guided by nothing but heartbreak and devotion. I recall how the Overlord's monstrous experiments once dictated Veilen's fate, and how we shattered that destiny together. In the hush of near slumber, I feel his arm tighten around me, illusions tangling in a languid dance above us. No prophecy foresees what we'll do next. We'll forge our own path, step by step, carrying a love stronger than curses, deeper than death. Eventually, we drift into dreamless rest, hearts beating in quiet harmony. Outside our chamber, the first hints of dawn bleed across the horizon, heralding a new day free from ancient horrors. And within these walls, we, Elira the Purna witch who defied prophecy, and Veilen the once dark elf, once gargoyle, now reborn in love, hold each other in a serenity we never dared hope for. So begins our resolution, a future shaped by defiance of fate. The Overlord and Red Purnas flee or hide, the gargoyles succumb to the renewed curse, and Prathika shifts toward an era of cautious unity. At our centre stands an unbreakable bond, sealed by illusions and anchored by devotion. And that bond, that living testament to love's power, stands poised to guide an uncertain world from darkness into a light of its own making. Chapter 20. Elira. 4 months have passed since the day I tore Veilen's soul from the void and remade him, binding his life to mine. Prathika has changed around us, just as I have changed within. The Overlord's armies withdrew to a few scattered strongholds, licking their wounds. The Red Purnas fled into shadow, their influence greatly diminished. Orcish allies, human enclaves, and the newly strengthened witch covens have settled into a fragile yet determined peace. High in the mountains of Praj, our coven bustles with cautious hope. Gone is the oppressive fear that once clung to these halls. In its place, I sense a budding optimism for the future. We've reclaimed rooms scarred by the war, cleared debris, and reinforced our wards to keep watch over the gargoyle prison. People of different races, orc, human, even a smattering of dark elves estranged from the Overlord, can be found exchanging knowledge or bartering for goods. I walk the familiar corridors, illusions dancing faintly at my fingertips, in a sign of contentment rather than frantic alarm. My steps echo on polished stone, the air carrying the faint hum of magical wards that shimmer overhead. 4 months have wrought so many changes. The novices who once trembled at the mere mention of gargoyles now practice illusions to strengthen our defences, and alliances once unthinkable have begun to flourish. At the darkened corner of the hall, Veilen leans against a carved pillar, talking to a group of orc scouts. He's explaining something about vantage points for patrolling the valleys. The sight of him always sets my heart thrumming with warmth. His appearance is different from the man I first met. A new complexion, faint runic patterns beneath his skin, eyes tinted with a twilight hue. But his posture, the quiet confidence, the fierce devotion in his gaze remain constant. The orcs nod, satisfied with his suggestions. They depart, leaving Veilen scanning the hall for me. Our eyes meet, and a gentle smile curves his lips. My illusions flutter in a wave of recognition, brightening the space between us. I approach, feeling that tug of our shared bond, the anchor we forged when I ripped him from death. He's not a gargoyle or dark elf anymore. He's something unique, a new being bound to my magic in ways neither of us fully predicted. Yet day by day we've found balance. He inclines his head in greeting. "Busy morning, Elira?" he asks, illusions sparking in his own hands, a playful mimicry of mine. 4 months of practice have allowed him to weave illusions with surprising ease, though the threads shimmer in a slightly different spectrum from typical Purna illusions. I exhale a soft laugh. Busier than I'd like. The matriarch had me reorganizing some older scrolls we recovered from the battlefield. She believes they might clarify the new wards around the gargoyle prison. Veilen nods, stepping closer so our shoulders brush. The contact warms me, illusions swirling between us in gentle flickers. "I can help if you want. I still owe your coven for, well, everything." My heart aches with fondness. "You owe us nothing. You've already done enough, defending these halls from stray Red Purnas, guiding orcish scouts. Most of all, you stood by me." My illusions pulse, reflecting a quiet gratitude. He lifts a hand, brushing a lock of my hair behind my ear. The intimacy of it makes my breath hitch. Even after 4 months, the nearness of him can leave me lightheaded. "I do it because I want to," he says, voice low. "This place, your people, they accepted me in a way I never knew possible." I cover his hand with mine. "We accepted you because you chose to be one of us, to protect and build instead of destroy." His gaze flicks to the illusions dancing around our joined hands. "Elira, there's something I've been meaning to discuss," he begins, voice faltering with uncharacteristic nerves. I arch a brow. "What is it?" Before he can reply, Alicia darts around the corner, illusions sparkling with excitement. She nearly collides with us, half out of breath. "Elira! Veilen! The matriarch wants to see you both in the main atrium. Something about new alliances or an urgent delegation from the Yavar tribe." Veilen sighs with a rueful smile, illusions dimming. "We'll talk later," he murmurs, giving my hand a final squeeze before we follow Alicia through the corridors. By midday, we stand at the centre of the coven's grand atrium, a vast, dome-like space carved from the mountain's heart. Etched pillars support the dome, each pillar inscribed with runic patterns that glow faintly. Sunlight filters through an oculus overhead, illuminating a mosaic on the floor depicting ancient Purna symbols. Gathered around are Purnas, orc representatives, and a handful of humans from the valley, all conferring on matters of trade, borders, and the watchful eye on the gargoyle prison. The matriarch presides over it all, seated on a curved stone bench at the far end of the mosaic. Her silver hair is braided into a coronet, illusions drifting around her in stately hues. She nods in greeting when we appear. "Elira, Veilen, good timing. We need your insights on coordinating with the Yavar tribe. They're willing to provide more scouts if we can offer them wards to protect their farmland." We move forward, illusions shimmering. I exchange a smile with Veilen. He's become our liaison with orcish and human enclaves, bridging gaps no one else can. He steps up to the dais, giving the orc spokesperson a respectful incline of his head. They launch into negotiations, discussing farmland boundaries, illusions for crop protection, potential caravans to Orthani's outskirts. The talk is brisk, occasionally tense, but overshadowed by mutual necessity. While they converse, I drift to the side, illusions swirling idly as I greet novices who gather in small clusters. They pepper me with questions about advanced illusions or the new wards. I share what I know, though my thoughts remain half-focused on Veilen. I sense an unusual tension in his manner, an undercurrent of anticipation. He wanted to speak with me earlier. At last, the meeting concludes in an exchange of scrolls and illusions. The orcs depart, satisfied, while the matriarch calls for an hour's recess. A hush spreads through the atrium as people scatter for tea, rest, or final errands. Veilen catches my eye, beckoning me over with a subtle gesture. We slip away through a side corridor that leads to a small courtyard open to the sky. The air is crisp, scented with mountain wildflowers that have begun blooming in the warmer season. A gentle breeze stirs the vines climbing the courtyard walls. Veilen paces, illusions flickering around his feet. "Elira," he starts, stopping when I approach. He grasps my hands, illusions dancing over my skin in delicate arcs. "Do you remember what we discussed weeks back about Purna vessels?" My heart clenches with a swirl of curiosity and nerves. "Yes," I reply softly. We'd once talked about how powerful Purnas sometimes take vessels, consenting partners who help them channel excess magic. Vessels can be purely pragmatic arrangements or intimately bonded. "Why do you ask?" He exhales, eyes flicking to the vines overhead. "I've been thinking about it, about us. Ever since you resurrected me, we've shared a deeper bond than I dreamed possible. But I know in your society, taking a vessel is not always about love or permanence. It's an arrangement. Yet there's also the tradition of Purna mating ceremonies, where the vessel and the witch form a spiritual and physical union." My cheeks warm, illusions shimmering in reflex. Yes, the matriarch sometimes oversees those ceremonies. It's a big commitment, forging a bond recognized by the entire coven. He nods, illusions flaring around his forearms. "I want that. For us." My heart jolts. "You want to be my vessel, officially?" His fingers tighten around mine. "I don't just want to stand at your side as an ally or a convenience. I want to be recognized in your coven as your mate, to share your burdens, your magic. I'm already bound to your illusions by the resurrection, but I want it to be a choice. One that we announce to the world, forging a new path for Purna and, well, for me." My throat constricts, tears gathering in my eyes. He's proposing a Purna mating bond. "Veilen, Are you sure? This is no small commitment." He offers a small, wry grin. "I've died and come back thanks to you. My entire existence is shaped by our bond. I can't imagine a greater commitment. But only if you want this too." My illusions quiver with emotion, shimmering bright as I fling my arms around him. "Yes," I whisper, face pressed to his chest. "I want it more than anything. You're everything to me, Veilen." He lets out a breath, wrapping me in a fierce embrace, illusions tangling in a swirl of colour. "Then it's settled," he says against my hair. "Let the coven see we stand as one." I tip my head back, blinking away tears. "We'll ask the matriarch to bless us. The ceremony can be done here, among our allies, like a bridging of all the new bonds forming in Protheca. It might set an example for orcs, humans, even rogue dark elves who remain open-minded." A warm flush creeps up my cheeks at the thought of a public vow. But the excitement throbs through me. He's asking me to be his mate. We kiss, illusions pulsing in radiant arcs. No words sufficient for the rush of joy in my heart. Over the next few weeks, the coven bustles with preparations. Rumours of our impending ceremony spread quickly, stirring curiosity. Some novices squeal in excitement, never having witnessed a formal Purna mating outside old scrolls. Orcish ambassadors, hearing of it, vow to bring gifts of smoked meats or carved charms. A cluster of humans from the valleys plan to attend, curious about the union of a resurrected dark elf hybrid and their saviour witch. The matriarch, though initially caught off guard, embraces the idea. She sees in our mating a symbol of new unity. If our bond can transcend race and monstrous heritage, then perhaps the entire realm can find lasting peace. I sense a quiet satisfaction in her, though she warns me about the spiritual intensity of the rite. It's more than a simple vow. It's a melding of magic and hearts. Veilen meets me often in the library, illusions dancing as we read up on the details. We learn the steps, how the Purna witch channels a circle of illusions, how the prospective mate stands at the centre, allowing her power to flow through him. Then the coven's blessings finalise the vow. Usually it's accompanied by a small exchange of gifts or tokens that reflect each partner's essence. The entire event can be as intimate or as grand as we wish. We decide on a middle ground, a public ceremony in the coven's grand atrium with close allies in attendance. We'll share vows, illusions, and the swirl of energy that cements him as my official vessel and mate. The night after, we'll complete the final spiritual merging in private, an epilogue to the public rite. My heart flutters with nerves, imagining the intense magic that might spark between us. At last the day arrives. The grand atrium is cleared of normal traffic, illusions woven in soft, glowing patterns across the polished floor. Overhead, enchanted orbs provide a gentle twilight hue, though it's midday outside. Rows of benches line the walls, filling with Purnas, orcs, humans, even a few curious dark elves who have renounced the Overlord. The matriarch stands at the far end, staff in hand, illusions shining in regal arcs. I wait behind a curtained entrance, wearing robes of pale lilac edged with silver thread. My illusions swirl in a gentle halo at my ankles, a reflection of my mingled excitement and jitters. Alicia stands with me, adjusting the final fold of my robe, illusions flickering with affectionate teasing. "You look radiant," she whispers, giving my hair a final tidy. "He'll faint when he sees you." I let out a shaky laugh, illusions brightening. "I just hope I don't trip over my own staff." She snickers, then sobers, eyes glinting with emotion. "I'm happy for you, truly. After all we've endured, this is a beacon of hope." Warmth pools in my chest. "Thank you, Alicia. I couldn't have done any of this without your help, your unwavering friendship." She touches my shoulder in a gentle squeeze, illusions swirling. "Go, your mate awaits." I inhale, illusions rippling with my breath, then I step through the curtain into the atrium. A hush falls over the gathered witnesses, illusions overhead dimming slightly to cast me in soft light. My eyes sweep the rows, novices wide-eyed, orcs standing with arms crossed in stoic approval, humans smiling. I spot the battered elders, each nodding with support. At the centre stands Veilen, turned to watch my entrance. My breath catches. He's clad in simple dark robes, embroidered with faint runic lines reminiscent of the patterns in his skin. The new colour of his flesh glows softly, illusions swirling around his shoulders. His eyes lock onto mine with such tenderness I feel a pang in my chest. He's breathtaking. I approach, illusions flickering in a trail behind me. The matriarch lifts her staff, illusions weaving a gentle fanfare of light across the dome. My heart races as I meet Veilen's gaze. He reaches out, taking my hand. The hush in the atrium is so profound, I can hear my own breathing. The matriarch begins in a formal tone. "We gather in the old traditions of the Purna. This day, Elira Vex claims her vessel, forging not merely a practical bond, but a union of hearts. Veilen, once an outsider, stands willingly in acceptance of this vow." She lowers her staff, illusions swirling around her. "Elira, step forward and call your illusions to form the circle. Veilen, stand at the centre and open your essence to her power." I swallow, illusions shimmering at my fingertips. I lead Veilen a few paces forward, our joined hands glowing. The crowd steps back, forming a ring around us. My illusions expand in a slow swirl across the floor, shaping a circle of silver-white arcs that encompass him. The runic lines under his skin glow in response, reflecting my magic. "Veilen," I say, voice trembling with devotion. I claim you as my vessel, not in servitude, but in partnership, that our powers and hearts might stand as one. My illusions intensify, arcs of space-time swirling around his ankles. He breathes in, illusions flickering over his arms. Elira, I offer myself freely, bound by no leash but love. I accept your claim, pledging my strength and soul to you as mate. A gentle gasp ripples through the assembly. The matriarch nods approvingly, illusions brightening. By the old vow, let illusions and space-time weave your spirits. Claim your union before all assembled. My pulse hammers. We step closer. I press my palm to Veilen's chest, illusions crackling in a delicate web. He leans in, resting his brow against mine. Our energies mingle, illusions swirling in radiant arcs. My staff resting at my side vibrates with the magic building in the circle. Veilen, I whisper, tears pricking my eyes. I love you. He smiles, eyes gleaming. I love you too. We kiss, illusions erupting in a blossom of colour that envelops us. Gasps and murmurs rise from the crowd, but I barely notice, lost in the warmth of Veilen's lips and the tingling current where our bodies meet. The swirl of illusions forms a spiral overhead, shining with acceptance of our vow. Time seems to slow, as though my space-time power yields a brief hush for this perfect instant. When we break apart, breathless, the matriarch steps forward. She touches her staff to our clasped hands, illusions swirling around the staff in a gentle swirl. Then let all know, Veilen and Elira are joined in the Purna rite, bonded in life and magic, a testament to love stronger than curses or crowns. A cheer arises, subdued but heartfelt, from Purnas and allies alike. Orc warriors stamp their feet in approval, humans clap, novices squeal excitedly. Alicia dabs tears from her cheeks, illusions flickering in pastel joy. The entire atrium glows with illusions, a celebration unlike any I've witnessed in these halls. Veilen glances around, eyes shining with wonder. He squeezes my hand, illusions flickering in a shy wave of gratitude toward the crowd. Thank you, he says softly. We vow to protect this coven and Prathika's fragile peace, together. The crowd disperses into a smaller celebration, an impromptu feast of bread, fruit, smoked meats, and orcish brews. Our close friends gather to congratulate us. I see elders from our coven greeting Veilen with new warmth, novices peppering me with giggling questions about taking a vessel. My illusions dance in swirling patterns, buoyed by the heady rush of acceptance and love. Night falls once more, and the festivities subside. Veilen and I slip away, illusions flickering along a quiet corridor. The ancient wards overhead cast faint runic shadows, reminding me of how drastically life has changed since the war. But now, my heart thrums with anticipation. Tonight, we complete the final bond in private. The Purna vow includes physical intimacy, an exchange of magic that seals the mate bond at the deepest level. I recall Alicia teasing me that the synergy will be intense, magnified by Veilen's hybrid nature. My cheeks flush at the thought. We enter my chamber, illusions drifting in soft pink glows. The door closes behind us with a gentle click. Silence envelops us, broken only by our own breaths. My illusions swirl around my staff, and I set it aside carefully. Veilen stands near the bed, eyes brimming with a mixture of longing and tenderness. I approach, illusions dancing between us in delicate arcs. Are you nervous? I ask, voice hushed. He offers a lopsided smile. Maybe a little, but mostly. His illusions flicker, echoing excitement. Mostly I'm overwhelmed by how much I want this, want us. My heart flutters. I envelop him in my arms, illusions brightening. We're allowed happiness, I whisper, after everything. He nods, hands tracing the runic patterns along my robe's collar. A trembling exhale escapes me as I lean into his warmth. His lips brush mine, a gentle exploration that quickly deepens. My illusions flare, responding to the ache of desire. We tumble onto the bed, illusions spinning overhead like lazy galaxies. The night is a tapestry of whispered vows and shared caresses, illusions thrumming in time with our merging hearts. Each moment pulses with tender intensity, forging a union beyond mere words. We exchange magic in breathless surges, Veilen's new flesh humming with synergy that resonates with my illusions. Laughter mingles with tears of relief, both of us letting go of the fear that once gripped us. In the hush of candlelight and illusions, we surrender to the knowledge that we've chosen each other, forging a bond no curse can unravel. Much later, I lie curled against Veilen's chest, illusions drifting in faint ribbons across the bed. My whole being hums with the afterglow of magic and love. The hush of the coven at night wraps us in a comforting stillness. He strokes my hair, breathing uneven, voice low in my ear. "Elira," he murmurs, pressing a kiss to my temple. "Thank you for showing me that fate can be defied." I lift my gaze, noticing the soft luminescence in his eyes. "We defied it together," I reply, threading my fingers through his. "Tomorrow we face a new day, forging alliances, watching for threats. But we'll do it side by side." He shifts, illusions curling around his shoulders like a protective mantle. "Always," he echoes, voice filled with quiet wonder. I nestle closer, heart brimming with contentment. The entire fortress sleeps, lulled by this sense of renewal. My illusions flicker, reflecting the gentle pulse of my happiness. No prophecy warns us of how to live beyond monstrous curses. We'll discover it ourselves, step by step. Outside, moonlight bathes the courtyard where watchers stand vigil, ensuring no enemy creeps upon us. The gargoyle prison remains silent under wards we helped reinforce, and no sign of the Overlord's forces mars the starlit horizon. For once, the night belongs to us. I slip into a half-doze, illusions cradling me in luminous comfort. Veilen's heartbeat under my cheek lulls me, each thump a promise that he's here, alive, and willingly bound to me as mate and vessel. My final waking thought is that we've won a love that transcends monstrous blood or ancient curses, a love that stands triumphant against the gloom of the past, forging a radiant new dawn. At sunrise, I stir in Veilen's arms, illusions reflecting the gentle gold of morning. I rise, pressing a drowsy kiss to his lips. He murmurs sleepily but smiles, blinking in the soft daylight that filters through the window. We stretch, illusions flickering in lazy arcs of contentment. Though we ache for more rest, duty calls. The coven stirs to life, novices prepping for ward maintenance, orcs patrolling the mountain paths, humans tidying up the atrium after last night's celebration. Veilen and I dress, exchanging tender smiles, illusions weaving around our wrists like linked bracelets. We step from the chamber into the corridor, hand in hand, hearts aligned. Every person we pass greets us with cautious respect, some with real warmth. The novices blush, teasing me about the most magical wedding they've ever witnessed, illusions swirling in delighted giggles. Orc scouts nod, brandishing short bows in a sign of friendly acknowledgement. A few humans wave shyly. Even a pair of reformed dark elves, once loyal to the Overlord, stand guard, saluting Veilen with new acceptance. We've come a long way. At the end of the corridor, Alicia waits, illusions glowing in calm sunrise hues. She arches a brow at us, a smirk tugging her lips. "Sleep well?" I flush, illusions flickering in embarrassment, but can't hide a grin. Veilen chuckles, placing a hand at my back. "We did, though we're ready to help however we can now. The new day calls." Alicia gestures for us to follow. Then let's not keep the matriarch waiting. She wants to finalize a plan for dispatching watchers to the gargoyle ring. Also, rumour says a Red Purnas straggler was spotted near the southwestern pass. We can't let them regroup. We share a determined nod, illusions glimmering at the prospect of continuing our guardianship. This is our life now, protecting the realm from resurgent evil, forging a unity once deemed impossible. My illusions shift in colour, an echo of my unwavering resolve. As we stride through the bustling halls, side by side, I can't stop the warmth flooding my chest. Veilen is my mate and vessel. I've anchored him to life, and he's anchored me to a love that transcends the darkest curses. Together, we shepherd a battered realm toward a dawn free from nightmares, standing as living proof that not even death or monstrous heritage can conquer love. Chapter 21. Elira. 2 months have passed since Veilen and I pledged our vows in the grand atrium, weaving our lives together in the Purna mating ceremony. The covenant that binds us, even after all we've endured, continues to grow deeper with each shared moment. Each dawn we greet, side by side. In the aftermath of war, our coven has settled into a routine of cautious rebuilding, forging alliances, and standing watch over the silent gargoyle prison. Yet beyond all the responsibilities and daily tasks, Veilen and I find ourselves at the threshold of yet another vital step in our journey. I stand outside a small terrace carved into the mountainside, illusions drifting around my ankles, tinted a soft rose hue to reflect my mingled anticipation and delight. The sky arches overhead in a pastel swirl of early twilight, scattered with the first glimmers of starlight. I can see a patch of farmland far below, dotted with glimmering lanterns where human settlers toil even after dusk. Orcish scouts have taken to patrolling the ridges, occasionally waving up at us from vantage points. The quiet unity forging among these once sundered peoples lifts my heart still. All of that fades in comparison to the anticipation thrumming within me tonight. Just inside the terrace door is a small, private room the matriarch offered us for a personal ritual. Candlelight flickers across the smooth stone walls, each flame reflecting in runic carvings that I once thought purely decorative. Now, I sense them shimmering with a faint, subtle magic, as though the mountain itself blesses our moment. I inhale, illusions trembling with excitement as I recall Veilen's words earlier in the day. I have something to ask you, Elira. Meet me at sunset in the terrace room alone. His earnest gaze and the subtle undercurrent of longing in his voice told me enough to guess this was no casual request. My heart flutters each time I remember how he looked at me, as though brimming with a question that could reshape our bond once more. Then a gentle sound. The door glides open, revealing Veilen in the warm glow of a single arcane lantern. He stands with the posture of a warrior, yet in the quiet hush of evening, his runic-marked skin appears almost ethereal. After the resurrection, his complexion changed, neither dark elf silver nor gargoyle stone, but a pale moonlit hue shot through with faint lines of luminescent silver. Though I've grown used to it, my breath still catches at the sight, especially when he looks at me with that intense, unguarded devotion. Elira, he says softly, illusions flickering around his forearms in subtle arcs. Thank you for coming. I can't help but laugh, stepping into the candlelit room and letting the door close behind me. You're my mate already, Veilen. Where else would I possibly be? He relaxes a fraction, illusions pulsing in a subdued wave. True. I just wanted this to be special. With careful grace, he motions me closer to the circle of candles arrayed on the floor. They form a loose ring, reminiscent of the illusions we used in the final vow ceremony, but the arrangement is simpler, more intimate. My illusions shimmer in curiosity. What is it you want to do? He reaches for my hand, entwining our fingers. The contact sends a hum through my veins, a reminder that our bond isn't merely symbolic. We share a deep well of space-time magic, illusions, and gargoyle essence that neither of us fully comprehends, but we navigate it together. You recall, he begins, voice hushed, how your coven's tradition speaks of vessels, the role one can take in supporting a powerful Purna witch's magic, ensuring neither the witch nor her power spirals out of control. I nod, heart thudding. Yes, typically a Purna chooses a vessel to channel or release excess magic. The relationship can be purely practical or deeply intimate. My cheeks warm at the memory of how we once vented my magic with frantic urgency, our union forging a synergy of illusions that saved both our lives. He breathes in. When I asked you to be my mate, we formed that vow recognized by the coven, forging our bond in public. But I never formally offered myself as your vessel. I suspect we each assumed it was implied. Still, I want to do this right. I want you to claim me as your vessel, by your custom, openly and truly. That way, my role in the coven becomes more than an unspoken pact. Everyone will know I exist to strengthen you, not overshadow or leech from you. Emotion wells in my chest, illusions flashing bright pink. You wish to formalize what we already share? He nods, eyes reflecting tender resolve. Yes, being your mate is the greatest honor I've known. But being your vessel, recognizing that part of your magic might need my help, my acceptance to remain stable, feels like an extension of that vow. A small, wry smile touches his lips. I guess I'm old-fashioned after all. I let out a shaky laugh, illusions spinning in delicate motes. You're a romantic, Veilen, I tease softly. Then sincerity floods my tone. I'd be honoured to have you as my vessel, in an official sense. You're already so much more than a simple partner. His hand tightens on mine. Then let's do it. Tonight, just the two of us. We can present it to the matriarch and the others in the morning, but I want our bond sealed privately first. Something personal. Warmth envelopes me. I recall the Purna texts that describe a simpler, more intimate vessel binding than the public vow, an exchange of illusions and essence, a quiet ceremony of acceptance. Yes, I answer, my voice catching. I would love that. He smiles, relief and delight radiating in his expression. Gently, he leads me to the centre of the candlelit ring. The floor is warm, likely heated by the mountain's slow-burning heart. I kneel on the cushioned mat, illusions fluttering around my knees in pale spirals. Veilen kneels across from me, close enough that our legs brush. The hush in the small room feels reverent, almost holy. Taking a deep breath, I recall the words from the old texts. The vow is short, more direct than the formal mating ceremony, yet it carries weight in Purna culture. This is the private union of witch and vessel, the acceptance of magic's demands, and the vow to handle it together. No illusions of spectacle, no crowd, just the raw honesty of two souls entwined. I meet Veilen's gaze. I'll weave illusions around us, a swirl of colour that represents my Purna power. You open yourself to me, letting me direct that flow. My illusions begin to swirl around my hands, petals of luminescent colour drifting. Then you speak the vow to accept me as your witch. Finally, I accept you as my vessel. Heat stirs beneath my cheeks, the final step typically sealed with a personal, intimate moment. Veilen nods. I'm ready. The hush stretches as I close my eyes, illusions responding to my heartbeat. I shape them into luminous bands of pearly light that expand outward in slow, spiralling arcs. The candle flames bend to the swirl, casting flickering shadows on the walls. A soft hum resonates in my ears, the gentle murmur of my space-time magic weaving with illusions, forging a safe bubble around us. Veilen inhales, illusions pulsing around his arms. I sense him relaxing, letting my illusions guide him. His presence merges with mine, that half-familiar yet still thrilling sensation of bridging two distinct energies. My illusions swirl around his torso, faintly tinted with the silver runes in his flesh. A shiver courses through me, half wonder, half longing. Then he speaks in a low, steady voice, carefully reciting the vow we discovered. Elira, Purna of this coven, I open my heart and body to your magic, willingly in trust and devotion. I offer myself as your vessel, to share your burdens and harness your power when you need me most. No chain binds me but love. Tears prick my eyes at the sincerity in his tone, illusions quivering around me like joyous sparks. My heart throbs. He's truly giving himself over to me in a spiritual sense. I swallow, forcing calm, and recite my part. Veilen, I receive your pledge, acknowledging your free will and your right to stand beside me in all I do. I bind my magic to you in trust and love, guiding its flow into your vessel, that we remain balanced and unbroken. I accept you as my partner, my vessel, my anchor. As the last words leave my lips, illusions flare, forming a radiant swirl of colour that envelops our kneeling forms. I sense his presence intimately, a swirl of warmth and devotion that parallels my own heartbeat. The circle glows, candlelight turning golden as illusions fuse in a gentle explosion of synergy. My entire being tingles, pulses of raw magic coursing between us. Veilen's breath catches, and I gasp in soft delight. Our vow is forging a deeper channel than before. He's letting me pour illusions into him, test the boundaries of how far he can channel my power. For a fleeting instant, I fear it might overwhelm him, but his new form, neither dark elf nor gargoyle, absorbs it with surprising grace. We exhale in unison, illusions stabilizing into a shimmering aurora around our bodies. The vow is complete. The hush in the room lingers, fragile as spun glass. Slowly I open my eyes, meeting Veilen's gaze. He smiles, eyes bright with tears. Elira, he whispers, hand rising to cradle my cheek. I feel whole. I lean into his palm, illusions shining with affection. Me too, thank you. He lifts his other hand, illusions coiling around his fingertips in a playful swirl. Seems your illusions like me better than ever. A laugh breaks from my throat, relief mingled with euphoria. They've always liked you, maybe now they just show it more. We share a grin, the tension of the vow releasing into sweet intimacy. My illusions flicker, enticing. Now, I murmur, cheeks warming, it's custom that the vow be sealed physically. Typically, the witch might share a token or a moment of closeness. Before I finish, Veilen bends forward, pressing his lips to mine in a tender kiss that ripples with newly magnified magic. The moment his lips meet mine, the world dissolves into heat and light. His kiss is tender at first, a slow, searching press that quickly deepens as the magic between us surges, a live wire of connection that arcs straight to my core. I moan into his mouth, my fingers tangling in his hair as his tongue slides against mine, possessive and sweet. The illusions around us burst into shimmering fractals, dancing along our skin like sparks, every brush of his fingers against my body sending fresh waves of pleasure through me. He is mine, and I am his. The vow thrums between us, an unbreakable tether, and when his hands slide down my arms, peeling away the last of my cloak, I shiver, not from cold, but from the sheer want that floods me at his touch. His palms are rough yet reverent, mapping my body with a hunger that makes my breath stutter. I reach for him in turn, fingers tracing the runes etched into his chest, feeling the pulse of his magic beneath my fingertips.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. As much as we'd love to keep going, the guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprothika.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Prothika.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. Eventually, we rise, redressing in comfortable robes that the novices tailored for us, illusions still faintly shimmering in our aura. We blow out the last of the candles, each flame snuffed in a swirl of illusions that glimmer and vanish. Hand in hand, we exit the small terrace room. The coven halls are mostly quiet by now, novices asleep, orcs dozing in guest chambers, humans retired. A single robed elder patrols the corridor, illusions glowing in pale hues to keep watch. They nod politely, not questioning our presence. Perhaps they sense the deep magic humming between us. We wind our way to our shared chamber, nestled in an upper level where the mountain wind sometimes howls at night. Inside, I wave my staff to kindle a faint orb of witchlight. Veilen sets aside his cloak, illusions flickering across the silver runes on his arms. He glances around the snug chamber, our bed, a small table, shelves of scrolls. His expression softens. "It feels like home now," he murmurs, illusions dancing in content circles. "I never had a place that felt like mine. But here, with you." I close the distance, slipping my hands around him. "It's ours," I say, illusions brightening, "and you've every right to call it home." He cups my cheek, his eyes glinting with promise. "Tomorrow we'll announce publicly that I've become your official vessel, that we completed the vow." A grin spreads on my lips, illusions swirling. "And you'll stand at my side, no matter the Overlord's next schemes or the gargoyle wards we must maintain." His expression darkens slightly at the mention of threats, but he nods. "We'll handle them. Nothing can stand against us when we're united." I lean up to kiss him, illusions flickering in a final hush of synergy. Then let's rest. We have a lifetime to shape, building a world that leaves monstrous curses behind. Morning arrives with a gentle golden light spilling through the narrow window. We wake entwined, illusions drifting in calm sunrise colours across the bed. My chest feels weightless, as though I've cast off every chain of prophecy and fear. Veilen stirs, pressing a drowsy kiss to my shoulder. We dress, illusions weaving around us in playful arcs as we share a quick breakfast in the corridor, a small platter of fruit and freshly baked bread the novices prepared. Laughter echoes off the stone walls. Alicia catches us grinning at each other, illusions glowing with a newly bonded shine, and rolls her eyes in amused exasperation. "You two are nauseatingly happy," she teases, though her smile betrays her genuine warmth. Soon we gather in the matriarch's study, illusions drifting in subdued glimmers around the neat table stacked with scrolls. The matriarch stands near a panoramic window that overlooks the valley. She regards us with a thoughtful gaze. "So," she begins, illusions shifting around her staff, "you each have an announcement." Veilen clears his throat, illusions swirling around his ankles. I lace my fingers through his, giving him a reassuring squeeze. He speaks calmly. "I've officially pledged myself as Elira's vessel, sealed by the Purna vow. We performed the ritual last night." The matriarch's stern features soften. A faint smile tugs at her lips. "I suspected as much. Congratulations. This is a significant step in your personal bond and your role in the coven. While the mating ceremony recognized your union, this vow cements Veilen's place as your magical counterpart. I see no cause for concern. The coven will welcome your choice." My illusions spark in gratitude. "Thank you, matriarch. We do this not just for ourselves, but to fortify the synergy that helps guard the gargoyle prison." She nods, illusions drifting in regal arcs. Precisely. And with the Overlord still lurking, we need every strong alliance. I will spread the word among the elders that Veilen's vow is recognised. Your partnership sets an example that might further unify Purnas and those outside the coven. Veilen inclines his head respectfully. We appreciate it, and will continue serving the coven, forging alliances and ensuring peace endures. The matriarch turns to a side shelf, retrieving a small medallion etched with runic designs. She hands it to Veilen with a solemn air. A token of acceptance, symbolising that you stand as a recognised vessel within these halls. Wear it if you wish, or keep it close. It helps novices or outsiders identify your special status. He lifts the medallion, illusions shimmering across its surface. Thank you, he whispers, touched. That evening, with the matriarch's blessing, we gather briefly in the grand atrium to share the news. Most Purnas receive it with warm applause, illusions flaring in celebratory hues. Orcish representatives grin, exchanging approval for what they see as another sign of bridging differences. Humans clap politely, though some are mystified by the complexities of Purna rituals. Alicia hoots in delight, illusions spiralling in shimmering confetti overhead. The novices cheer, a few of them winking conspiratorially at me. Elders nod in quiet approval, illusions shifting in subtle acknowledgement. Even a handful of reformed dark elves who dwell among us now appear pleased, likely reminded that a new era of acceptance is possible. After the applause dies down, the matriarch steps forward, illusions drifting in gentle arcs. We celebrate a vow that strengthens our coven's unity. May it inspire all to remember that from the ashes of war, bonds can form that transcend old hostilities. Let Veilen and Elira stand as living proof. My throat tightens with emotion. Veilen's hand finds mine, illusions binding us in a gentle swirl. We exchange a smile, the entire atrium's warmth radiating around us. The vow is official, recognised, a quiet but potent statement that we choose each other, again and again. After the brief announcement, the coven returns to daily routines. Wards, lessons, forging alliances with outlying enclaves. Veilen and I stroll through the corridors, illusions swirling in calm patterns. He wears the medallion around his neck, its runic markings reflecting the candlelight. My illusions occasionally flicker over it in fascination. We pause at a window overlooking the distant valley. The sun sets in a blaze of orange and pink, painting the sky. My staff leans against the wall, illusions drifting in lazy arcs around us. Veilen's expression grows thoughtful. It's strange, he murmurs, to think how far we've come in a matter of months, from enemies on a battlefield to mates forging a new world. I slip my arm around his waist, illusions brightening at the contact. If anyone had told me, back when you first appeared as the Overlord's enforcer, that I'd one day share illusions with you as my vessel, I'd have called them mad. A soft laugh escapes me. Yet here we are. He presses his lips to my temple, illusions shimmering with quiet joy. Here we are indeed, and I wouldn't change a thing. My heart flutters, the bond between us throbbing with that renewed vow. The Overlord may still lurk, gargoyles might remain sealed but never wholly safe, and Prathika's alliances might be fragile. But in this moment, in the hush of the coven halls, I sense a future stretching before us, one shaped by determination and love, not by monstrous curses or twisted fates. I lean into him, letting the final rays of sunset bathe us in gold. I choose you, Veilen, I whisper, illusions swirling in tender arcs, again and again, every day. He smiles, illusions responding in kind, and I, you, Elira, now and always. Outside, the sky dims, the first stars gleaming overhead. Within, the gentle glow of illusions reflects an unbreakable vow, forging our path with luminous devotion. We hold each other as the night creeps in, content in the knowledge that no darkness can sunder what we've built together, our bond, our choice, and our triumphant love.